Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong. It's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition. My reason why is community. My reason why is leadership. My
why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Tennessee did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to Spring Fling HQ. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you from SportsCom, which is the media headquarters for TSSAA during this 30th Spring Sports Championship event. Checking baseball real quick. Goodpasture has added a run in the bottom of the fourth inning. They have cut it now to 6-5 against Northport Christian. And David, we mentioned that we've got a lot of track and field in Class AAA, and some of that is starting to come in.
Yeah, things are starting to roll around out there in track and field. We do have the girls shot put in AAA. We have the results of that. Let's report on it while we're waiting for some of the other things to come around. Alyssa Longmire from Jefferson County has won the girls shot put in AAA with a mark of 40 feet, and that made it, or 40. Is it yards or feet? I don't know what it is in shot put. It's feet. She's thrown she's put this shot. Is that the way you say it?
Put the shot.
Put the shot. She has put the shot 40 feet, and she's cracked the Tennessee top 10 with that throw. The state record is actually 52 feet 11 inches. Ashley Paris came in second from Maryville, and she set a personal record of 38 feet 8 inches, and she also cracked the Tennessee top 10 with that throw. And a Tennessee top 25 by Sarah Tang from Independence was 37 feet 11 1/4 inches. So down to the quarter inch in the shot put, and Sarah Tang takes third place. Fourth place, Toju Williams from Rockvale, and Morristown West Emma Gibbs takes fifth place in the girls shot put in Class AAA.
So there we go. The things are underway, and we're starting to get results, and we're talking about track and field. A lot of exciting things have been happening on the track, and I think we're going to have an opportunity to talk to a young lady who did a lot of things on the track last night. And I'm hearing baseball audio right there, so we'll click that away. But Abby Cheeseman is joining us from Abby, where are you right now? Are you back in Bell Buckle, or are you still in Murfreesboro?
I am in Murfreesboro currently, but we went back home last night, and we're back for
well, good
just hanging out.
Understand. And, well, if I were you, after the day you had yesterday, I would have slept late this morning. Did you, any chance that happened?
I tried for sure. Definitely later than normal.
Well, Abby is one of the real stars of Spring Fling. She goes to the Webb School in Bell Buckle, and yesterday the Lady Feet captured the Division II track championship. They scored 83 points or 60, and Abby scored 30 of her team's points, finishing first in the 1600. And that was with a time of 4:52.57, finishing first in the 800-meter run at 2:18.5. In the 3,200-meter run, a state record, 10 minutes, 29.92 seconds. And then, again, part of the 4x800-meter relay team, and that finished in the top, they finished in third there. 4x400-meter relay, and then a total of 83 points. What was that day like for you? How did you mentally kind of get yourself ready, knowing that you were going to participate in so many events?
I was definitely excited, but pretty nervous as well, because I knew it was going to be a lot, but we'd been kind of planning on it for a while and just trying to kind of wrap my head around it and kind of knowing what I would have to do in each event, but really trying to just focus on kind of one at a time, and trying to make sure that I was, racing to the best of my ability in each one, but at the same time, just kind of knowing that I would have to do more, pretty much with every race, except for the 4x4 was the last one. So just kind of just managing that, mostly managing kind of emotionally and mentally, just one at a time, I would say.
The difference in running a leg of the 4x4 as opposed to the 3,200-meter run, I mean, I don't know if and sandbagging's not the right word, but pacing, I guess, is the right word for the 3,200 as opposed to the 4x400. You're all out for 400 meters.
Yes, it was definitely a big change, but I think it was nice to go from the 32 to the 4x4 as opposed to something faster like the 800. That might have killed me, but I think just kind of having the 32 under my belt was obviously was very hard, but just kind of knowing that it was kind of just all right, got to finish it out with the 4x4 and just give it all you got.
Now, am I correct in that you came off the podium and handed somebody your medal to go get to get set for the relay? Is that right?
That is right. Thankfully, I was the third leg, so I had the first two legs to wait, but it was a pretty quick turnaround for sure.
That's pretty amazing, and to have to do that, and you guys ended up winning the 4x400 with a time of 4 minutes 4 seconds, 4 minutes 4.33 seconds, and it has been a terrific year for track, and as much credit as you have gotten for your efforts, I would imagine that you wanted, now that you have this opportunity to talk about your teammates a little bit and your coaches and how everybody came together for this to end up being state champions.
Definitely. I think it really took everybody to pull it through. I mean, you can see from the ending team scores that everyone was pretty close. And so I think it really took everyone we had, both at region and state. And I'm so proud of each teammate that competed. We had, I was not the only one doing 4 events. We also had Henley Pritchard doing 4, and Bree Robinson as well. So, I mean, we definitely had to stretch ourselves for sure. And then just every point that we got from the triple jump to the 200 just really mattered. And so it was really exciting just to see the team kind of come together, and our state team just keep growing each year. And I hope that continues for sure. But just the support of the team, and knowing that each one of us kind of knows what it takes to pull through, and just watching them execute is just really inspiring, and just it's a really exciting thing. And I'm really glad that we were able to pull out the team title, because again, it just really took all of us doing our very best.
Everybody was responsible for points to get that final team total. How quickly did you realize at the end of the 3,200-meter run that you had set a new state record at 10 minutes, 29.92 seconds?
I had kind of been looking at the state meet record a couple days before, and I kind of was going for it a little bit, and I knew it had it in me, and so was really excited that I was able to do that. I was definitely feeling the first 2 events that I did, but I was just trying to kind of stay consistent and stay locked in, and I think it went even better than I hoped for, so I was excited about that.
Is that the MTSU track is really good? Do you consider it a fast track?
I would just say
it's consistent for sure.
It is consistent. I wouldn't probably say it's a fast track, but I do think that it's a great facility, and it's always great to run there, and I think especially with the energy that's created there for the state meet, I think it's really great.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun to have all those crowds and all of that. We mentioned 1,600 meter, 800 meter, 3,200 meter, 4x4, and relay. Here's a trivia question. Who won the cross-country championship this year? What individual won that? Can you tell me?
That would be me.
That's what I thought. What was your time? What was your time in the cross country?
17. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, I'll just say that it was faster than me.
Yeah.
Outside of the track and field world, do you play any other sports at Webb?
I do not. I have especially this year, trying to make up for kind of past injury and trying to get some good times. I had a pretty big indoor season. Yep. So that kind of took me out. I used to play basketball, but kind of took on a little more track and a little more cross country. So pretty much that's my main focus.
Absolutely. So what year are you in school this year?
I'm in 10th grade. 10th
grade. So everybody in Division II track, look out for the next 2 years.
Absolutely.
Abby is going to be out there, so bring your A game, lift the bar a little bit more, and it'll be great competition. Abby, thanks so much for taking time today to join us, and just you're one of the real great stories of Spring Fling and one of the great stars here on this stage, and we just want to congratulate you on all of that, you and your teammates, for winning a state championship and for your outstanding efforts as well.
Thank you so much, and I definitely give all glory to God. So grateful for what he was able to accomplish in us yesterday.
I tell you, there's a special place down in Bell Buckle at the Webb School, and want to wish you all, guys all the best of luck. Have a great day, okay?
Thank you.
All right, there's Abby Cheeseman. How about that?
That's fantastic. What a
She,
fantastic young lady.
boy, she absolutely is, and something else. And what a great, she's got to be one of the top performers in all of track and field this year, no matter what the classification, as she scored 30 points on her own, winning state championships, and also as the cherry on top, she was the cross-country champion in the fall as well. We'll take a break. More on Spring Fling HQ after this on the TSSAA Network.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day. Interscholastic sports in Tennessee. This message presented by the TSSAA and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Vanderbilt Sports Medicine has provided world-class orthopedic care to Nashville and surrounding communities for over 16 years. Our physicians evaluate and treat bone and joint injuries in patients of all ages, not just athletic injuries. The Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Center specializes in knee and shoulder injuries, but also cares for ankles, hips, necks, and backs. If you have a bone or joint injury, contact the Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Clinic today. Call us at 615-322-7878 or visit us online at vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
We're delivering the latest from the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is love for the game.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship, and most of those are worth far less than the cost of tuition. So, why do they play?
My reason why is commitment.
My reason why is friendship.
A sense of purpose, love for the game, to help others, friendship. There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports and to participate in other high school activities like cheerleading, debate, and music. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son.
Uh-huh.
So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Tennessee who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Tennessee, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who play high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ, and wow, things are tight at baseball over at Reese Smith Field. Good Pasture just had a runner at third with 2 outs, and there was a fly ball caught at the warning track that ended the threat by Good Pasture there. So North Point Christian holds on to the lead, and Shawnee, that's going to the 7th, right? Top of the 6th. They're going to the top of the 6th inning there. So 2 more chances for Good Pasture as they are down a run. They have certainly tightened it up. North Point Christian jumped out to the early lead, and but it has gotten tight, and Good Pasture missing out on an opportunity.
That fly ball was well hit. It looked like it could go out.
It did. The North Point Christian left fielder was up against the wall and caught it right there at Reese Smith Junior Field. So 6-5, still the score in that one, and North Point Christian with the lead in the top of the 6th now. And this hour is brought to you by the tasty folks at Zaxby's, correct?
Tasty folks?
Yes.
Yes.
Tasty. They have some tasty.
Oh, I'm telling you, they have those famous chicken fingers, the saucy wings, fresh made salads, and that Southern sweet tea. If you're a Southern boy or girl, then that Southern sweet tea is right up your alley. You can try also their new handcrafted peach sweet tea. That's a peachy alternative to a Southern classic. They mix signature sweet tea with real peach puree and then pour that over a cup full of Zaxby's ice. Oh, there's going to be some hungry people around here after that. Go to Zaxby's.com and find a location near you before or after each game or match or whatever you're watching.
That's right. That's coming up. So lunchtime is almost here, and wherever you are in Murfreesboro at Spring Fling or throughout Rutherford County, there are 4 Zaxby's locations in Murfreesboro, and you can use their app and not only go into the store, but you can also get it delivered. So let's check in on some more track and field finals information we have coming over from the Dean Hayes track.
Yeah, from AAA and Unified track results, girls triple jump in AAA was won by Akira Simpson from Memphis Central with a mark of 40 feet 4 inches. Memphis Central also took the 2nd place, and that was Kirsten Mumford from Memphis Central with a jump of 37 feet 6 inches in the triple jump AAA. A Tennessee top 10 mark was set by Ryan Moore, who captured 3rd place in the girls triple jump today from Centennial with a jump of 37 feet 1 inch. Amora Moore from White Station captured 4th place, and 5th place went to Brentwood's Kirsten Bell, and there was a top 10 for Tennessee jump there of 36 feet 9 3/4 inches. In the boys' discus throw, and no one got hurt today, they managed to avoid getting hit by these discus that were going such long distances.
Little spaceships out there.
Oh, my goodness gracious. David Crockett's Adrian Wynn captures spot number 1 in the boys' discus throw in AAA for the state tournament. He set a personal record today of 158 feet 3 inches, and that's good enough to get into the Tennessee top 25. Also in the top 25 today was 2nd place Farragut student Tyson Jackson with a throw of 156.4. And Timmy Williams from Rockvale also cracked the Tennessee top 50 with his throw of 148.11. And another Tennessee top 50 mark by Morristown West's Andrew Victory was also set today. And then 5th place was Xavier Randolph from Coffee County Central, and his throw of 146.10 also cracked the Tennessee top 50. So everyone getting into some of the top marks for the state of Tennessee in the boys' discus in AAA. The boys' long jump results look like this. Xavier Wolf took 1st place and the gold medal from Memphis Central with a mark of 24 feet 7 inches. Sterling Weldon set a personal record mark for himself from Nolensville today with a jump of 24 feet, and that got him into the USA top 50. The USA top 50, not the Tennessee top 50. And Corey Young captured 3rd place from Houston. Fourth place went to Aiden Carter from Brentwood with a personal record of 23 feet 3 1/4 inches. Puts him in the Tennessee top 10 with that jump. And Emmett Watson took fifth place from Science Hill, another Tennessee top 10 jump of 22 feet 10 1/2 inches. That's the results from the boys' long jump in Class AAA. Those are your state champions and runners-up in that track and field event.
So that was more of that coming along there, and so that continuing all day long over at the Dean Hayes Track and Soccer Stadium, and so that's what's happening there. We continue with baseball, and is now bottom of the sixth inning. North Point still leading Good Pasture, and North Point just out in their half of the inning. So Good Pasture coming back to the plate as we continue along, and looking for a winner in that one. So again, glad to have you with us. Want to remind you, had some emails yesterday, wherever you might be listening across the area, and radio at TSSAA.org is our email address. Looking at softball right now, quick update, Class 1A being played at Starplex. They've now moved that game into the top of the seventh inning. Gordonsville leading Joe Burns by a score of 5-1. Bottom of the seventh inning in Class 2A, it is Martin Westview over Waverly by a score of 4-3. Bottom of inning number 6 in Class 3A, McNary Central leading Lexington by a score of 6-1. And also bottom of inning number 6 at Starplex number 4. That one is now Green Hill leading Nolensville 4-0. All of those are elimination games, and so that continues throughout the area over at Starplex. We've got one game scheduled to start at 12 o'clock. That will be in Division II, Class 2A. Tipton Rosemark will take on Chattanooga Christian in that one. So we're going to get to a break here for the top of the hour, and we have more track and field results that'll be coming in just a moment. But if you're keeping up with baseball and softball, I want to remind you that Game Changer, the leading digital scorekeeping and team management app for baseball and softball teams, has been named the preferred pitch count reporting tool for the TSSAA. The free app, recently named the exclusive baseball and softball app partner of the NFHS, offers custom pitch count alerts and inning-by-inning pitch count recaps that make it easy for coaches to monitor and protect their pitchers' health. While the coaches are scoring the games, Game Changer generates a live game stream so family and friends can follow the games in real time. You can find out more at gc.com. Try that.
Yeah, thanks, Chip. We have one result coming in here right before the break time. In the girls' high jump, we have the final results for AAA. Allie Beneke from Warren County has captured that championship with a personal record jump of 5 feet 8 inches, and that cracks the USA top 50 for her. Samantha DeGrace from Dobbins Bennett captured second place with a personal record of 5 feet 6 inches, so only 2 inches separate those. She goes into the Tennessee top 10. Cameron Bryan from Green Hill, third place, personal record of 5'6" and a Tennessee top 10 spot. Tori James from Rossview, 5 feet 6 inches, captures fourth place, and fifth place goes to Daisy Oatsvall from Brentwood, also with a personal record of 5 feet 6 inches. So everyone's right there tied at the top, but they're setting personal records in trying to achieve that gold medal standard of first place in the girls' high jump in Class AAA.
All right, there you have it. Another hour in the books of Spring Fling HQ. We'll be back for the noon hour here in Murfreesboro on the TSSAA network.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to inspire others.
Why do thousands of teenagers here in Tennessee participate in high school sports and activities?
My reason why is friendship.
Their reasons are as diverse as the students themselves. But the one thing they all share is the opportunity to have fun and learn important life lessons. Lessons like supporting their community, learning how to be a leader, and building lifelong friendships.
My reason why is defying expectations.
Is there a grade school or middle school student in your family? Then encourage them to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school.
My reason why is to make a change in the world.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games too, like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Ralph!
Yeah!
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will
Hey guys, Chris Yao here, coming to you from the Adams Tennis Complex, where I'm hanging out here doing some tennis coverage, and just wanted to hop on here real quick and say thank you guys for watching our coverage of Spring Fling 30 this year. It's been a lot of fun. We have had so much going on that, you know, obviously we want to keep you guys up to date as best we can. So we're going to continue doing that at mainstreetpreps.com. Make sure you're following at Main Street Preps on Twitter, at ms_sports today on Twitter. Mo Patton and I are out covering Southern Middle Tennessee sports, of course, and so much more. Great tennis stuff here again. I'll be at tennis all day, so if you're out in Murfreesboro and want to see some great tennis, we've got it here at the Adams Tennis Complex on Old Fort. Check out McKnight Park and Starplex as well. But again, thank you guys for joining us. I'll be back a little bit later today and looking forward to it. So stick around here on Spring Fling HQ.
This is Chris Yao with Main Street Sports Today. Every show, Mo Patton and I welcome friends from all across the sports landscape, from high school coaches and reporters to national, college, and pro sports personalities. You never know who might stop by for a chat.
She's on Thinking Out Loud, presented by Regions, and Out of Pocket with Alyssa Lang. It is, in fact, Alyssa Lang.
I'm a little nervous. I'm going to lower the bar for guests now.
Oh, no.
Like, apologies in advance. It sounds like
SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. You got that radio voice.
I do.
It's a good sound.
Thanks for radio, too.
As do we.
And then here's the other thing. You guys, you're spot on with the name. Everybody wants to be on Main Street. everybody wants to be on Main Street. So,
and we reach every main street in Middle Tennessee, Coach?
Yeah, that's it. So
Perfect.
when you are on Main Street and you are moving,
you gotta love it.
Like you're moving. I was impressed.
I'm glad someone.
Welcome back into the 12 o'clock Central Time hour of Spring Fling HQ. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you. We are looking in at North Point and Good Pasture. That game has gone to the 7th inning now, and North Point still holds a 1-0 lead, and North Point, or rather a 6-5 lead, a 1-run lead, I should say, over Good Pasture. And Good Pasture had an opportunity, but now here in the top of the 7th, there was a real tough play for a third baseman. North Point has a runner on. They're trying to add some insurance, and this game may come to a conclusion here in the next 20 minutes or so. We're just kind of keeping an eye on that. But North Point, if they hold on here in the 7th, they will win the Division II Class A championship over Good Pasture. But Good Pasture will get the final chance in the bottom of inning number 7. We've got softball that has we've already had a couple of games go final. So, David, what you got there?
Okay, and girls softball in Class 1A, we do have a final now. Gordonsville has defeated Joe Burns by a score of 5-3. That game played at Starplex number 1. And the other final is in 2A, where Westview has squeaked by Waverly. 4-3 was the final in that game. That's a couple of 2A schools who played a hard-fought game this morning at Starplex number 2. 2 ongoing games in softball. McNary Central has jumped out to a 6-3 lead over Lexington. That's in the bottom of the 6th, so they're coming down to the wire on that 3A competition. And top of the 7th, Green Hill now is in the 6-0 lead of Nolensville in 4A. That game at Starplex number 4.
Okay, to get you up to date on those 2 softball brackets now, since we have 2 finals, with Gordonsville defeating Joe Burns by a score of 5-3. Gordonsville is now in the championship round. Joe Burns drops down into the losers bracket. Coming up at 12:30, you will have Eagleville and Brewston, Hollow Rock, playing each other for the right to play Joe Burns at 6:30. So Eagleville or Brewston would have to win 2 games to get into the championship. Joe Burns would have to win 1 more today to get into the championship round. So that's where that stands. But Gordonsville is in the catbird seat right now, as they have they are there in good shape coming out of the top half of the bracket. Also in Class 2A. Westview has slipped by Waverly. As we mentioned, 4-3, the final there. So Westview is in the championship round, which will be tomorrow at 11:30. Waverly drops into the losers bracket. So you've got Riverside and Forest. Riverside out of Decatur, Tennessee, Forest out of Chapel Hill, and they will play at 12:30 to move into a losers bracket finals against Waverly for the right to play Westview in the championship round tomorrow. So in AA, Westview is the school that is in the catbird seat there.
Yep. And we do have one game that's starting. I think you talked about it. It's in Division 2A.
Yes.
It's starting right now, as a matter of fact, at Starplex Field number 1, and it is an elimination game between Columbia Academy and Jackson Christian. And the other Division II AA game.
Well, the big story in that game is Columbia Academy has won 3 3 straight state championships.
Wow.
And so they are facing elimination here on this Thursday. So the other
game that's starting right now at Starplex number 2 is Tipton Rosemark and Chattanooga Christian. That also will be an elimination game.
Absolutely. So we have some updates here before we take our first break from the Class A boys singles tennis tournament out at the Adams Tennis Complex. We can give you in Class A first round action. Tobias Mandeville of Merrill Hyde defeated Vincent Buchanan of Fayetteville 2-love. Olin Johnson of Obion County over Chris Plaster of Meigs County 2-love. Skylar Floodquist of Gatlinburg-Pittman over Austin Ketchum 2-1. Bode Davenport of Cannon County losing to Ethan Porterfield of Chattanooga Arts and Sciences by a score of 2-0. Now, semifinals. You've got Mandeville of Merrill Hyde against Johnson of Obion County coming up at 2 o'clock today, and Floodquist of Gatlinburg-Pittman to take Porterfield of Arts and Sciences also at 2 o'clock out at the Adams Tennis Complex, and that is the draw in the Class A boys singles tennis tournament. In the Class A girls doubles tournament, first round results had Cecily Davis and Grace Compton of Chester County defeating Bindi Patel and Brooke Martin of Signal Mountain 2-0. It was Molly Kaiser and Shelby Bondurant of Union City knocking off Casey Bunch and Conley Irwin of Meigs County 2-0. Miranda Nix and Nancy Caroline Thomas of Watertown were winners 2-0 over Sophia Ramirez and Mackenzie Jenkins of White House. 2-0 the score there. And also in a first round matchup, Gracie Kelly and Annalie Kelly off that state championship Summertown squad. They were 2-0 winners over Lily Mefford and Jordan Havert of University School of Johnson City. That sets up the state semifinals in doubles for Class A girls, with Davis and Compton of Chester County facing Kaiser and Bondurant of Union City, and Nix and Thomas of Watertown facing Kelly and Kelly, the Kelly sisters of Summertown. So that's where we go.
Good Pastures in the bottom of the 7th. They're at bat, and they may have a chance here to catch up with North Point in boys baseball.
We will see if that is indeed the case. Time for us to take a break. We'll step aside. This hour of Spring Fling HQ is brought to you by Zaxby's. Back in a moment on the TSSAA Network.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
There aren't any cops around.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good.
Hey, I can hold my liquor.
I drink and drive all the time.
If you put away some drinks, put away your keys. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. Brought to you by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
Attention high school sports fans, are you an armchair official? You know, the parent or fan who constantly yells at the referees and loves to let everyone know just how bad you think they are. Well, if you think you could do better, then get in the game and prove it. It's time for you to suit up and make the calls where they actually count. Every sport in Tennessee needs more officials. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships will continue on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special. But there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games, too. Like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all? We need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rob.
Yeah.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ.
Mid-Tennessee Bone and Joint treats your orthopedic injuries and existing conditions. Our trained physicians will get you back in the game faster. Contact us at 931-381-2663 or www.mtbj.net. Custom Stone Handlers supplies over 600 distributors and suppliers with quality stone products. Along with River Stone, we produce and distribute over 100 building, landscape, and other bulk products. Our goal is to provide quality products, service, and partnerships to ensure our customers' success. We firmly believe that the measure of any person or company is how they treat other people and customers. Give them a call at 931-490-4990 or visit CustomStonehandlers.com.
With Lee Company technology, the best handymen are hands-off. Lee Company techs have been using visual findings and other smart technology tools for years to add transparency and virtually take customers along. You see what we see, whether we're in a crawl space or on a roof. With Lee Company, technology helps us help you, no matter what's happening in the world or at your house.
You can't see the sights without the sounds. From the crack of the bat to the roar of the crowd and everything in between, discover what Hit City has to offer. Spend your nights cheering on the Nashville Sounds at First Horizon Park with giveaways, fireworks shows, theme weekends, and more. Single game tickets are on sale now. Visit NashvilleSounds.com to claim your seat today.
Attention Tennessee homeowners, we want to buy your house. Hi, we are Real Property Solutions, a local real estate investing group. We pay cash for all types of property, so you walk away with more money in your pocket because we eliminate any fees, closing costs, and commissions. Now the best part, we can buy your house as is, meaning you don't have to do a thing to your property. You get to take what you want, leave what you don't, and don't even worry about cleaning. We close on your timeline, whether that's 7 days or 70 days. Interested in selling? Just give us a call and we'll come out to your property and quote you a cash offer within 24 hours. Please call 615-527-8750. That's 615-527-8750.
Mid-Tennessee Bone and Joint has been the official sports medicine provider for Murray County Schools for more than 40 years. We specialize in orthopedic service, and our Ortho Quick Walk-In Clinic lets you bypass the ER. Visit us online at www.mtbj.net.
Play not made, so good pasture staying alive.
Well, I was just going to say that this is the kind of action that you were talking about yesterday that people need to be here to watch this at Spring Fling number 30. This is what it's all about.
Let's check in over at Reese Smith Field.
Elkins runs well, so I don't think they would have had two on it. But that's a big base. 2 on, 1 out. And good hitters coming up. First pitch to Hudson Miles is a breaking ball. Strike 1 from Chapman. Rylan Moses at second. He was hit by a pitch. Jaron Elkins at first. He reaches on the error. Elkins hit that ball off the end of the bat, and it had some strange spin. First error of the day for North Point. Swing and a miss. Foul tip. Strike two. Back-to-back off speeds from Chapman to get ahead of Miles, 0-2. With the tying run at second and the walk-off winning run at first for Goodpasture. And Carson Rucker on deck. Chapman ahead, 0-2. Righty pitcher, righty batter. Sammy Chapman to Hudson Miles. Ground ball, foul. Cavett has stopped throwing in the bullpen, so he is ready, but he's going to come in. So I don't know if that means they're just going to stick with Chapman or he'll just come straight out from the dugout if they want to go to him. But it may not get there. I think they're going to sink or swim in this game with Chapman. Neither runner being held. Second 0-2 pitch from Chapman to Miles. Way outside, 1-2 with the fastball. Wanted to miss there, didn't want it to miss that badly. We've seen Miles all day fight off a lot of pitches. He's worked the count every time he's been up there. North Point 2 outs away from a state title. 1-2 pitch. Popped up. Foul ball. See if it stays in for Brown. And it won't. It hit just on the top of the dugout. Wow, that was close. If it didn't hit the roof of the dugout, Brown would have been able to get it. Brown was leaning up on the railing as far as he could go. And it was just a tough thing. With him leaning, it was hard for him to leap. And he just couldn't quite reach it. Slammed his fist in frustration after. So it stays 1-2. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. You don't want to bruise that hand. Another 1-2. Poke towards second. Freeze to Hayes for one. To first. No double play, but they're 1 out away. Tying run to third with 2 outs on a 4-6 fielder's choice. And Carson Rucker's coming up with the season on the line. That's a big out, and they almost turned it. Only the speed of Miles kept that from being a championship-winning double play. And now Mr. Baseball coming up. You can't ask for a more dramatic situation. If North Point wins, they win the state championship. Goodpasture needs this one and another later to repeat. One of the best players in the state in any class, Carson Rucker, stands in. Takes ball one. Good block by Seth Giampertoni to keep it in front of him, 1-0. My heart's racing. I'm not rooting for anybody, Max. This is just great baseball. Exciting stuff. Rylan Moses at third, Hudson Miles at first. The 1-0 pitch from Sammy Chapman to Carson Rucker. Right field. Definitely foul. See if Jaden Parker has a chance, and it lands in the bullpen. Long way to go, and Parker got close. He did. He got to the fence, and that ball just barely got into the bullpen, not by much. Rucker today 1 for 3. Singled up the middle in the first, a deep pop to center field in the third, and then a pop to right in the fifth. Ready for a 1-1. Center field. KL Farr makes the catch. The Mississippi boys are Tennessee state champions. North Point wins the 2023 state baseball championship.
How about that? There we have the final call from Willie Donick and Max Hers, compliments of the NFHS network. North Point Christian from South Haven, Mississippi, wins the Tennessee State Championship in Division II Class A. So they are celebrating over at Reese Smith Field, and glad we could get you that championship moment here this afternoon. So we've got, with that, put that one in the books as North Point Christian wins it by a score of 6-5, and the Division II Class A championship is complete. So there will be no if game there. Coming up in about 30 minutes, you're going to have the Division II AA matchup between Knox Catholic and CPA. If Knox Catholic wins that one, Division II AA is over as well. We've got a couple of finals and recaps in softball that we need to get to you and get folks updated on that.
Yeah, let's go back and give you some more details about the Gordonsville victory over Joe Burns. The final score was Gordonsville 5, Joe Burns 3. Kaylee Plumley was the victorious pitcher for Gordonsville. Joe Burns, Callie Yates took the loss. 7 hits on the day for Gordonsville. Yates led Joe Burns with 2 hits and 4 at bats, so a good day for Yates, but it just wasn't enough as Gordonsville takes that game 5-3 over Joe Burns. In one of the other finals, Westview has defeated Waverly by a score of 4-3. McCall Sims has the victory for Westview, and Kaylin Reeves the loss for Waverly. Although Waverly did have a home run in that game, it just wasn't enough as they fall to Westview 4-3. And Nolensville, this just became a final game. Nolensville was really stymied by Green Hill. Green Hill just blanked them today, a complete shutout, 6-0. It's Green Hill over Nolensville. Parker Heron pitched the winner for Green Hill. Ryland Smith the loss for Nolensville, and that sets the stage for some other games that will happen later on this afternoon. And McNary Central has just gone final against Lexington in 3A at Starplex Field number 3. It's McNary Central 7 and Lexington 3. The box score was McNary Central 7 runs, 9 hits, 1 error. Lexington had 3 runs on 4 hits with no errors. And Madison Montgomery, the winning pitcher for McNary Central. Kaylin Melton took the loss for Lexington. McNary Central blasted 3 home runs for the day. It was Shelton putting one out in the 7th inning, Price in the 6th, and Brown had a 4-bagger in the 2nd inning.
All right, there's where we stand. We do have a champion in baseball in Division II Class A. They're the Trojans of North Point Christian. We'll have more coming up. We've got some recaps, more tennis coming to you from the Adams Tennis Complex. Stuff starting to roll in now from our morning activity. We'll be back to SportsCom after this. You're listening to Spring Fling HQ on the TSSAA network.
Uh-oh, lots of blue lights up ahead. I wonder what happened up there.
The crash ahead is severe. When an occupant is not properly restrained, they are at greater risk of being ejected. Once ejected, an occupant is more likely to be killed. Buckling up is the single most effective thing you can do to protect yourself in a crash.
Buckle up, Tennessee. Every trip, every time. Brought to you by THSO, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
This is the season when not just our head, but our heart's in the game. A time when our town starts to feel more like our team. At First Bank, we're community superfans. We don't wear uniforms, but we all wear our heart for community on our sleeve. That means we're not just in the bleachers Friday nights. We're in your corner 24/7, cheering your goals even louder. Don't just get a bank, get a team. First Bank. Bank local, get more. Member FDIC.
Live coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships is on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA network.
When was the last time you felt free? It's time to uncover that feeling again.
Because you are protected with the compassion of a cross and shield, accepted by more doctors and hospitals, and the power of a card that opens doors in all 50 states.
Giving you the freedom to love, to dream, to dance like no one is watching. Live fearless.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Tennessee are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Mid-Tennessee Bone and Joint treats your orthopedic injuries and existing conditions. Our trained physicians will get you back in the game faster. Contact us at 931-381-2663 or www.mtbj.net.
With Lee Company technology, the best handymen are hands-off. Lee Company techs have been using visual findings and other smart technology tools for years to add transparency and virtually take customers along. You see what we see, whether we're in a crawl space or on a roof. With Lee Company, technology helps us help you, no matter what's happening in the world or at your house.
Jones & Lang Sporting Goods here in Columbia has been outfitting teams, officials, and anybody else from T-ball to college for 50 plus years. Be sure and check them out at 931-388-8060 or online at jonesandlang.com. Jones & Lang Sporting Goods, the look of a winner.
Zion Christian Academy, zioneagles.org or 931-388-5731. You can schedule your appointment. Go tour their campus. It is beautiful over there, and you're definitely going to want to see it. Again, it's zioneagles.org. Give them a call, 931-388-5731, and schedule your tour today.
A game without a crowd is just a scrimmage. A performance without an audience is just a rehearsal. Without your presence, high school sports and the performing arts aren't possible. Ensure that these essential extracurricular activities continue to enrich the lives of students in Tennessee. Purchase a ticket to your local high school's game or performance.
This message presented by the TSSAA.
You can't see the sights without the sounds. From the crack of the bat to the roar of the crowd and everything in between, discover what Hit City has to offer. Spend your nights cheering on the Nashville Sounds at First Horizon Park with giveaways, fireworks shows, theme weekends, and more. Single game tickets are on sale now. Visit NashvilleSounds.com to claim your seat today.
Attention Tennessee homeowners, we want to buy your house. Hi, we are Real Property Solutions, a local real estate investing group. We pay cash for all types of property, so you walk away with more money in your pocket because we eliminate any fees, closing costs, and commissions. Now the best part, we can buy your house as is, meaning you don't have to do a thing to your property. You get to take what you want, leave what you don't, and don't even worry about cleaning. We close on your timeline, whether that's 7 days or 70 days. Interested in selling? Just give us a call and we'll come out to your property and quote you a cash offer within 24 hours. Please call 615-527-8750. That's 615-527-8750.
Mid-Tennessee Bone & Joint has been the official sports medicine provider for Murray County Schools for more than 40 years. We specialize in orthopedic service, and our Ortho Quick Walk-In Clinic lets you bypass the ER. Visit us online at www.mtbj.net.
A school logo, a school image, or references to those. And so what we posed to our membership was the opportunity to create some guardrails, to create some language that truly makes a distinction there, so that if you have the opportunity to make some money based on your name, your image, or likeness, you have the opportunity to do so. But you cannot reference a school or your logo or any of your accolades that you may earn through TSSAA because you don't own those. You don't own those opportunities or those rights to reference those. So when we posed that question to our membership, we gave them a few hypotheticals. Our amateur rule, as it used to read, prevented a student from making money and giving private instruction, lessons. If you have a fifth grader and you want to make $15 an hour with some hidden instruction, our old amateur rule language prevents you from doing so. But what we did in modifying that amateur rule is address those two situations. In other words, I can give lessons for private instruction, but then also if I'm making $50 to sing happy birthday to someone that's across the country that might know that I'm a pretty good basketball player, I can do that. But I can't reference my school's name, my school logo, or anything in doing so. They would have to recognize me as Mark Reeves, and that's not a good name to use because he's not a real good athlete, but that's it kind of gets in the weeds when you talk about that, but our schools felt like that was definitely the right direction to go.
Well, you look at all of these athletes that are here this week. Thousands of high school athletes have descended upon Murfreesboro and Rutherford County for this year's Spring Fling, and the communities that come out and support these teams, just fanatical support by families and not only close kinfolks, but folks that go to church together, that work together. They all come out for these games. And high school sports is an important piece of a lot of our communities, is it not?
Absolutely, Bradley. I mean, we all are proud of where we came from. We all have that sense of what our roots are, and so often you identify with those communities and you can come together through sports. Many of our schools, I think, would say that their athletic complexes, their athletic fields, the competitions that they put on and they bring the public in, that's their quote front porch. And it's good to have some curb appeal, not just in the way things look or they appear, having nice facilities, but the atmosphere that people find when they actually go to these places. It needs to be warm and welcoming and not hostile and nasty. And unfortunately, we have some of those, from time to time. We're all dealing and hear the stories of bad behavior, whatnot. But that's not what our schools want. I think the large majority of our society feels like that we ought to be civil and act accordingly. And we think about what we do in the educational athletic space as being an extension to the classroom, and what's acceptable behavior at our events should somewhat mirror what acceptable behavior would be in a classroom in a school context.
So yeah, the school administrators, they want everybody to get along. They want their students in their school to learn how to deal with all different kinds of situations, inside the lines and outside the lines, and it's really a team effort. If you're in the building, you're playing a part in the atmosphere and the sportsmanship at these games.
100% agree, Bradley. It really is kind of a laboratory, for society when you think about an athletic contest, because you're going to experience such a wide range of emotions, sometimes the highest of highs, the lowest of lows, and everything in between. And for the kids to learn how to handle those well, both good and bad, is a critical skill. It really is for the rest of their lives. And as coaches and administrators, being able to
to teach that appropriately and to take advantage of the platforms that they have and the opportunities to teach those life lessons is critically important. And that's true for the fans as well. And sometimes that may be even a more difficult part to influence because you don't have direct contact with those individuals. And for whatever reason, as a society, it's the one place sometimes where people deem it as acceptable to act like crazy people and yell at each other and insult each other. And they think because they bought a ticket to a sporting event, they can do that to a referee or the opposing fan or whatever. You go anywhere else in the country and you start the shouting match at Walmart and you're going to get arrested. So those are some of the challenges that we deal with. But our schools, I think, for the most part, are doing a great job in trying to help alleviate some of that. And I know that's where we want to come in and try to support them in their efforts to teach those lessons everywhere.
Well, and for those that follow school sports in general, they've probably noticed the growth of the TSSAA, the Middle School Association. There are more and more schools each year that are coming on board. Tell us a little bit about what the growth looks like for that and what these additional programs are at the middle school level.
Yeah, so Bradley, we're just very excited in Tennessee. We have over 450 member middle schools, and I don't think you're going to find that in any other state in the country. We got one other state, Illinois, who has their own separate middle school athletic association. But Tennessee has become somewhat of a model at the national level for what we are doing in the opportunities that we're providing and have been providing for some time now for the middle schools and offering championships in a multitude of sports where those are consistently expanding, with volleyball coming next year, basketball already in place, cross country, track and field, baseball, softball. It's stretching us. We've got to address what that capacity looks like, maybe from a staffing standpoint down the road. But being able to expand our footprint and expand our systems of support to that many more middle schools and administrators and coaches, et cetera, is something that's been very exciting and something that I've been tickled to be a part of.
Very little of these tournaments and things like this, it takes organization and people working together to make it possible, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. And, you can almost get a little bit overwhelmed when you start thinking about the levels of organization that you have to have. The scope of what we're doing with the increase in classes over the years, in Division I and Division II, et cetera, have certainly grown what the organization is doing in terms of event administration. But again, you got to have people in the trenches, people at the district, at the local levels that are getting things rolling to ever get to the point that we all maybe think of more than others, and that's the championship, the culminating event. It takes a lot to get there, and there's a lot of people involved to get to that point.
Well, we appreciate your time and taking a step away from the tennis courts and the softball fields to visit with us here on Spring Fling HQ.
Thank you, Bradley. Appreciate the opportunity.
TSSAA Executive Director Mark Reeves with his conversation with Bradley Lambert. And here's some softball coming up. A couple of games underway. Jackson Christian and Columbia Academy, no score in the bottom of the first. Tipton Rosemark leading 2-0 over Chattanooga Christian in the bottom of the first. Coming up, Eagleville and Hollow Rock Brewston and Riverside and Forest. We'll have all of that. Tennis and track coming up next on Spring Fling HQ.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day. Interscholastic sports in Tennessee. This message presented by the TSSAA and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Vanderbilt Sports Medicine has provided world-class orthopedic care to Nashville and surrounding communities for over 16 years. Our physicians evaluate and treat bone and joint injuries in patients of all ages, not just athletic injuries. The Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Center specializes in knee and shoulder injuries, but also cares for ankles, hips, necks, and backs. If you have a bone or joint injury, contact the Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Clinic today. Call us at 615-322-7878 or visit us online at vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
We're delivering the latest from the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is love for the game.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship, and most of those are worth far less than the cost of tuition. So, why do they play?
My reason why is commitment.
My reason why is friendship.
A sense of purpose, love for the game, to help others, friendship. There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports and to participate in other high school activities like cheerleading, debate, and music. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son.
Oh.
So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Tennessee who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Tennessee, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who play high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ, the 12 o'clock hour brought to you by Zaxby's and the 4 locations around Murfreesboro. If you are here at Spring Fling, there is a Zaxby's near you, wherever you might be, at whichever venues. And speaking of venues, let's go to the Adams Tennis Complex today, where more information continuing to come in. We've got updates on the Division II Class A boys singles tournament. Here's the draw and some results here early on in first round play. Kai Lamb of Silverdale defeats Bennett Dickerson of University School Nashville by a score of 2-love. It was Jack Veazey of Jackson Christian, a 9th grader, by the way, defeating Caleb Clymer, a 9th grader of CAK, 2-0. Also,
Danny Hamzy of Lausanne wins over Henry Stack of University School Nashville 2-love, and Tristan Scallion of USJ wins over Jonah Weber of King's Academy 2-0. Now the state semifinals coming up today at 2 o'clock. Kai Lamb of Silverdale facing Jack Veazey of Jackson Christian, and Danny Hamzy of Lausanne will take on Tristan Scallion of USJ. Now, Division II Class A boys doubles draw. In the first round, Hayden Brady and Quinn Campbell of CAK defeated Jake Barton and Ryan Breland of Franklin Grace 2-0. It was Preston Miller and Jack Wilkerson of University School of Jackson beating Sam Duzan and Jaden Torrey of CAK 2-love. It was Wilson Baker and William Stearns of ECS of Memphis over Cohen Miranda and Clayton Goodwin of Middle Tennessee Christian by a score of 2-love. Also, Sathvik Nath and Shreyas Nath of Lausanne wins over Darsh Patel and Carter Rowlett of Boyd Buchanan 2-0. That sets up the state semifinals between Brady and Campbell of CAK. They'll face Miller and Wilkerson of USJ. On the other side of the bracket, Baker and Stearns of ECS will face Nath and Nath of Lausanne. Next up, Division II AA boys singles draw. It was earlier today, Hank Tronson of Ensworth School winning over Jack Womble of CPA 2-0. Andreas Salasti of McCauley wins over Justin Martin of MUS 2-0. Jesus Ciolatis of McCauley wins over Billy Renhoff of MBA 2-0. And Roberto Ferrer wins over Ethan Caldwell of MBA 2-0. That sets up your state semifinals, which will be Hank Tronsden of Ensworth facing Andreas Salasti of McCauley. And the other side will be Jesus Ciolatis of McCauley facing Roberto Ferrer of MUS. So there is a potential opportunity for an all-McCauley final, but there are other gentlemen who will be trying to make that not happen on the other side of the net. So that's coming up 3 o'clock in the state semifinal matches out at the Adams Tennis Complex. Next up, Division II Class 2A girls singles. Results from earlier in that draw. It was Leah Tomachek of Brentwood Academy winning over Sophia Cullison of Lipscomb Academy 2-0. Maeve Thornton of Knox Catholic over Emma Huggins of Briarcrest 2-love. Helen Gary of Baylor junior wins over Mimi Bowen, a sophomore from Ensworth, 2-0. And Melanie Woodbury of Hutchison defeats Selen Whitecamp of Ensworth 2-0. That sets up the semifinals coming up today at 3:30 at the ATC. It will be Leah Tomachek of Brentwood Academy against Maeve Thornton of Knox Catholic. And the bottom half of the bracket, Helen Gary of Baylor will take on Melanie Woodbury of Hutchison. Winners of those matches will play tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the state championship match. Now, singles in Class A, state girls singles. We had the team titles earlier in this division, went to Summertown, but now the individuals. We've got Ellison Reynoldson of Camden defeated Estella Bookout of Samuel Everett 2-0. It was Emma Schnitzer of Chattanooga Arts and Sciences defeating Malin Morgan of Dyersburg 2-0. Audrey Harder of Moore County losing to Mitzi Castro of Madison Magnet 2-1. And it was also Jasmine Meckie of Kingston defeating Summer Seasnan of Watertown 2-1. Semifinals coming up today at 2 o'clock in Class A girls tennis. It will be Ellison Reynoldson of Camden and Emma Schnitzer of CSAS facing each other. And in the bottom half of the bracket, Mitzi Castro of Madison Magnet and Jasmine Meckie of Kingston. And that gets you up to date on what we have right now in tennis. And by the looks of things in front of you, we've got some track and field.
We do. Not as much as the tennis action, but we do have a few more results in the AAA and Unified track and field events. The girls' outdoor pentathlon is over for AAA, and the winner there is Sophie Yount from Brentwood with a final mark of 3,561 points. And just a reminder that this pentathlon involves 5 events: 100-meter hurdles, shot put, long jump, high jump, and an 800-meter run. So Sophie Yount from Brentwood has
I just got tired of you. I just got tired from you reading those events.
Oh, my gosh. And can you imagine, even it's a beautiful day and the temperature is really not that high, but doing those 5 events.
Yeah.
Second place went to Maya Fulmer from Wilson Central, 3,389 points. Sterling Webb took third place, also from Wilson Central, so 2 top 3 finishes for Wilson Central team, 32-14 for Sterling. Carrie Webb from White Station took fourth place with 3,091 points, and Mount Juliet's Julia Pitt finishes out the top 5 with 3,011 points, and that wraps up the girls' outdoor pentathlon in AAA. Now, over on the boys' side of the field, they do a decathlon, and I'm going to run down the 10 events there that they participate in to finish this competition. It's a 100-meter race. Then they have a discus throw, a triple jump. They do the pole vault, a 400-meter run, 110-meter hurdles, high jump, 1,500-meter run, long jump, and the shot put. So that's the 2 events. And if you can just put all that together in your mind, you will have a great respect for Mr. Aiden Carter of Brentwood, who completed all 10 of those events and came in first place and wins the state championship for himself and Brentwood with 7,094 points. Second place went to Cannon Kinder, also of Brentwood, so 2 teammates finished first and second. Cannon had 6,534 points for second place. Third place went to Xavier Wolf of Memphis Central, 64-47. And I think I've called his name earlier this morning.
You
I'll
have.
to go back and
I
look.
remember that. He has a unique name.
Yeah.
And we've had that already.
I'll have to go back and look and see exactly what he also was a top 5 in one other event. John Bass took fourth place from Ravenwood, 6,418, and topping out the top 5 in fifth place was Ezekiel Miller from Bartlett with 6,140 points in the boys decathlon AAA.
So there you go. That's what's happening there, and that gives us just enough time to give you one more tennis update. Division II Class 2A girls doubles tennis that being played at Adams Tennis Complex. It was Avery Franklin and Estelle Dinker of Innsworth beating Celia Bryan and Neelam Biddles of Harpeth Hall 2-0. Lily Murphy and Eleni Leakonis of Knox Catholic wins over Zoe Peltz of Hutchison. Zoe Peltz and Olivia Evans of Hutchison 2-0. It was Sloan Profit and Gabby Zarnecki of Baylor defeating Callie Smith and Sinclair Fanukane of Brentwood Academy 2-0. And it was Angie Miller and Anna Caroline Domas of Hutchison beating Tess Stalen and Sanders Hull of Innsworth by a score of 2-0. That'll set us up for what our semifinals are going to be coming up at 3:30 today, and that is Franklin and Dinker from Innsworth to take on Murphy and Leakonis of Knox Catholic. Profit and Zarnecki of Baylor will face Muller and Domas of Hutchison. That will be in the state semifinals today at 3:30. Getting ready for baseball in Division II Class 2A as well. CPA and Knox Catholic over at Reese Smith Field. We'll keep you up to date on all of that and more. This hour of Spring Fling HQ has been brought to you by Zaxby's. We'll have another hour coming up next on the TSSAA Network.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to inspire others.
Why do thousands of teenagers here in Tennessee participate in high school sports and activities?
My reason why is friendship.
Their reasons are as diverse as the students themselves. But the one thing they all share is the opportunity to have fun and learn important life lessons. Lessons like supporting their community, learning how to be a leader, and building lifelong friendships.
My reason why is defying expectations.
Is there a grade school or middle school student in your family? Then encourage them to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school.
My reason why is to make a change in the world.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games too, like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rap!
Yeah!
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 2 minutes.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
From Mountain City to Memphis, it is the TSSAA Network and Spring Fling HQ and worldwide on TSSAAsports.com. Glad to have you with us for continuing coverage of the 30th Spring Fling, the Spring Sports Championships from the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you. Coming up later in this hour, Joe Williams of the Williamson Herald will join us to talk about what's going on in, as they love to call it over there, fashionable Wilco. And we'll talk about that and those outstanding performances we've seen from those schools. We'll keep you up to date on baseball. We've got our second championship game coming up that will be getting started here momentarily, and that will be in Division II Class AA, CPA and Knox Catholic. Earlier today, if you joined us last hour, we brought you the championship moment with Willie Donick and Max Hers on the NFHS network of that over at Reese Smith Field, where North Point Christian held off Goodpasture by a score of 6-5 to win the Division II Class A baseball championship. That effort came back as Goodpasture was down at one point 6-2 and came back and cut it to a run. Just coming up just short. Goodpasture lost despite out-hitting North Point 6-4. North Point Christian got things started in the first inning. Kevin Farr singled on a 2-2 count, scoring a run. Goodpasture evened things up at 2 in the bottom of the second inning. A sac bunt by Cross scored 1 run for Goodpasture. North Point Christian pulled away for good with 4 runs in the third inning. In the third, Connor McNatt doubled on a 1-1 count, scoring 3 runs, and Cade Freeze grounding out, scoring 1 run. Farr took the win for North Point Christian, and he allowed just 5 hits and 5 runs over 5 innings, striking out 2. Samuel Chapman threw 2 innings of relief out of the bullpen, holding Goodpasture scoreless in those 2 innings. So congratulations to the Trojans of North Point Christian, hailing from South Haven, Mississippi, as they take home a Spring Fling Championship trophy. North Point Christian wins it over Goodpasture 6-5, and their path through the state tournament, to give you that real quick, it was North Point opened up with a 12-3 win over CAK, staying in the winner's bracket, beat Goodpasture on Wednesday 4-1. So North Point was set up in the finals. Goodpasture had to beat Silverdale 8-0 to get back to the finals. They did that, and that is the final today. North Point wins it by a score of 6-5. So that's where we are on baseball. Softball is underway across at Starplex. Jackson Christian and Columbia Academy are 1-1 in the top of inning number 3. Also, that is in Division II Class A. Division II AA at Starplex Field number 2. Tipton Rosemark leading Chattanooga Christian 3-1. Bottom of the first in Class 1A at Starplex Field number 3. It is Eagleville trying to defend their state title against Hollow Rock Brewston by a score of 2-0. And top of the second in 2A over at Starplex Field number 4. No score between Forest High School of Chapel Hill and Riverside High School out of Decatur. So there you have the updates on where we are in baseball and softball today, as we're getting down, as we mentioned, to the low gravy.
Oh, yeah.
And all of that. So more track and field has come in.
Yes, and this is also AAA and Unified. In the boys pole vault, we have a winner, a new state champion. Kyler Nichols from Green Hill set a personal record of 16 feet even, and it cracks the USA top 50 with that pole vault today, and he takes first place. Cannon Kinder in second place from Brentwood with a Tennessee top 10 jump of 15.6. It's not a jump, I guess it's a vault. Yes. So the third place vault was William Hagemeyer from Science Hill. He also cracked the Tennessee top 10 with a vault of 14 feet 6 inches. Gavin Chesick from Collierville at an even 14 feet. And then in fifth place was Stewart's Creek, Tim Alexander, a personal record 14-foot vault, and he cracks the Tennessee top 25 with that one today in the finals of the boys pole vault in AAA, again won by Kyler Nichols of Green Hill. In the boys shot put class AAA, Bryce Thompson with a throw of 57 feet 11 3/4 inches, which puts him in the Tennessee top 10, wins first place for Farragut. The Admirals get another winner there in Bryce Thompson. In second place, Timmy Williams from Rockvale, a personal record of 53 feet 2 inches, and that puts him in the Tennessee top 25 with that put. That sounds funny. Third place is Nick Moore from Jefferson County. He also set a personal record of 53 feet 1 inch. He cracks the Tennessee top 25 with that. And another top 25 in Tennessee goes to fourth place Mason Green from Ravenwood. And rounding out the top 5 in the boys shot put in AAA was Adrian Wynn from David Crockett. The girls' discus throw is now a final, and Alyssa Longmire from Jefferson County takes first place with a discus throw of 132 feet 5 inches. That's Tennessee top 10 event for her. Also cracking the Tennessee top 10 was second place Sarah Tang from Independence with a discus throw of 117 feet 6 inches. Another top 10, so there's 3 Tennessee top 10 discus throws in this girls AAA match today. That goes to Olivia Fleming from Dobbins Bennett, and her throw of 115.10 made the Tennessee top 10. Fourth place of Miley Presnell from Maryville was a Tennessee top 25 throw of 109 feet 3 inches, and a Tennessee top 50 throw rounds out the top 5. Gracie Waite from Hardin Valley Academy tossed that little discus, that little frisbee-looking thing, 107 feet 11 inches today.
Well, that's a nice throw as well. So there we are. We're up to date on track of where things are. They're about to get underway again over at Reese Smith Field with CPA and Knox Catholic in Division II AA baseball. So with that in mind, we will take our first break of the hour. And this hour of Spring Fling HQ brought to you by the Jason Foundation. Suicide is preventable and everyone has a part to play. Visit TennesseeWon'tBeSilent.com to learn how you can make a difference. More from Murfreesboro after this on the TSSAA Network.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
There aren't any cops around. After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good.
Hey, I can hold my liquor.
I drink and drive all the time.
If you put away some drinks, put away your keys. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. Brought to you by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
Attention high school sports fans, are you an armchair official? You know, the parent or fan who constantly yells at the referees and loves to let everyone know just how bad you think they are. Well, if you think you could do better, then get in the game and prove it. It's time for you to suit up and make the calls where they actually count. Every sport in Tennessee needs more officials. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships will continue on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games too, like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rap.
Yeah.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship. So why do they play?
My reason why is friendship.
Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ. This hour brought to you by the Jason Foundation. They also sponsor our weather. And today, expecting a high in the low 80s, and that's where we are. And just a beautiful day here in Murfreesboro. Glad to have Joe Williams joining us from the Williamson Herald today. And one thing, you and I go back about 40 years, something close to that. And one thing all along the way, I think you and I both have one thing in common. In one way or another, we've always kind of kept our toe in the high school sports water, because that's where the basics are.
Well, it's still the purest form of sports. One of the reasons I guess my career didn't go too far was I've never been that big on covering pros. College has been fun, but high school is the purest form of what we do. And I remember everything that I learned and everything these kids are learning.
Understand. Let's see. Williamson County, John Varlas is going to join us here in a bit from five-star preps. But Williamson County well represented again this year.
We've had another good year athletically. Page picked up the boys' track state championship.
Yes, they did.
And in fairness to the Patriots, I wasn't expecting that. So I'm awfully proud of that bunch. We had two teams make the baseball playoffs. Independence got in. Centennial had a pretty good run. They both exited yesterday. And just a little tip on that.
Go right ahead. You had a little piece of breaking news.
My partner, Charles Pulliam, confirmed just a few minutes ago that Rob Boffman, who's been the coach at Centennial for 20 years, took the Cougars to the last two state tournaments, stepped down this morning. And he's retired from coaching. He's got another year of teaching, and then he's probably going to retire. He'll have his 30 in, and it just makes me a little bit sick because both of my kids went to Centennial. So I've known Boffman for a long time. And if I'm not retired, he shouldn't be retired. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I understand that. But he has done, he's not the only baseball coach Centennial's had, is he? Or close to it?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Literally pretty much. I don't remember anybody before him.
Yeah.
So, but my memory's bad.
So
sometimes
understand that. It's kind of interesting because Murray County and Williamson County both kind of fight over independence. Who's going to claim them sometimes? Because our friend Maurice Patton covers them for the Murray County Main Street paper. Now, Independence, Mike McClary's team this year made a nice run. Mike's son is an outstanding pitcher for them as well, and also. They had just a gut-wrenching loss to Farragut the other night, which I think the way that there are losses and then there are losses that really take the wind out of you. And I think the way that game ended kind of took the wind out of the sails.
Oh, without a doubt. And look, here's what you got to understand. We just talked about high school being the purest form. You're also dealing with 15, 16, 17-year-old kids that, who are sometimes facing some adversity, maybe not necessarily for the first time, but they've got to this stage, and it is so important and so consuming that when something like that happens, it just drags you out.
Yeah.
It just takes everything away.
Well, I heard a conversation a little earlier today talking about Nolensville losing to Green Hill today.
Yep.
And how they just struggled sometimes. And that's high school sports.
Sure. And the good thing, as a matter of fact, I covered that game, and that's what I'm trying to finish up a story on right now and get ready for this afternoon's contest to give them another chance. A couple of things a lot of folks don't know. Ryland Smith, who's the pitcher at Nolensville, who picked up her 45th strikeout of this tournament in 3 games. She had 19, one short of the state record in the first game.
Yeah.
Excuse me. She gave up 2 home runs today, both to one of her best friends that plays on the same travel team with her.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Yeah, and you kind of wonder if maybe that wasn't just a little bit of a mental thing.
And and you see a lot of that because we had a game. We see a lot of neighboring schools end up playing each other, and that a lot of those kids are facing each other during summer leagues and all that kind of stuff. Joe, we got John Varlas on the line. Thank you for coming in, giving us a Williamson County update. Appreciate that a lot.
I'm glad you got somebody good to follow.
I
am proud just to hold his spot for the time being.
I tell you, he
keeping
is,
it warm, so to speak.
Because you definitely got better information coming.
Feeling for CPA
he is top notch, and Bradley, we got some TV audio coming in there. So Joe's mic is dead. We're gonna switch a little audio here, and now let's see if we can head to John Varlas. You there, my man?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, you're perfect now.
Awesome. I am honored to get the baton from Joe, and I'm going to try to bring this race home in style.
Well, having Joe on kind of is putting it on a tee. So is my understanding, are you at baseball today?
I am. Just watched good North Point wrap up the state title with a 6-5 victory over Good Pasture, and what a happy bunch of Trojans. It's the second championship in school history, the first since 2009, and I don't think anybody can say they didn't earn it because they beat Good Pasture twice in this tournament. And as everybody knows, that's a team loaded with really good high school players, and many of them are going to go on to play at college. And North Point beat those guys twice, so you just got to take your hats off to them. I think it's kind of clear who the better team, the best team was in the tournament, at least this year. That's for sure.
Well, I'll tell you, we were fortunate to be able to watch it here and on the video feed, and I'll tell you, Good Pasture did not make it easy. It was well earned because Good Pasture kept applying pressure, kept getting guys on base, and North Point able to make pitches, make plays when they had to in the 6th and 7th innings.
Oh, they did. Particularly that 6th inning, they had a man on. Good Pasture had a man on first, and they're trailing by 1 run, and the guy hits it to Connor McNatt out there in left field, and Connor makes a sliding catch where it's one of those things. If you catch it, it's a great catch. But if you miss it, that's going all the way to the wall. Probably for a triple. And so he makes the catch, and then they get a 5-4-3 double play to get out of that inning. And then in the seventh, hit a batter, and then there was a double play ball, or likely a double play ball, and the shortstop boots it. So now you got men on first and second and one out. But North Point battled through, and on that last out was a kind of little easy pop up to center field, and Coach Kirkpatrick said it seemed like that ball was going to take 3 hours to come down, but it finally did come down, and the center fielder squeezed it, and they're the champions.
Well, third straight state tournament appearance, and they take home the championship, ironically enough, back to South Haven, Mississippi, which is one of the real interesting little quirks in the TSSAA, and every state has this with border towns, things like that, and they're much more part of Tennessee and the Memphis metropolitan area than they are really in the state of Tennessee. I guess at some point, did they have to make a choice of what state they were going to declare they were going to participate in, or do you know how that worked?
Yeah, I mean, and you said it. It's common in border towns. I know there are a lot of schools in California, for example, that compete in the Nevada Association, and it is common when you're located right there on the state line. But yeah, for anybody wondering, it's really a simple kind of explanation. So North Point used to be known as SBEC, Southern Baptist Educational Center, and their campus was
located
in
Tennessee at that point.
It was located in Memphis, located in Shelby County, and at some point years ago, they bought land in South Haven, Mississippi, and they moved their campus and changed the name of the school to North Point. But in order to preserve those traditional rivalries, they play ECS, they play St. George's, they play Lausanne, those traditional rivals. They opted to stay in the TSSAA, and they have, and they're a long-standing and proud member. And honestly, guys, the campus is only about 2 or 3 miles over the state line. They're Memphis. It's in
the flight path of the Memphis airport. So
it is. It's just about 10 long tee shots from the state line, honestly. So yeah, it's really close.
All right, always a big day in track and field in AAA for the 901. And what are you looking for over there this afternoon? We've had field events all morning. We're going to get into AAA running events later on today, and as well as unified.
Well, field events, congrats to Akira Simpson from Central, who won the girls triple jump, and I think her mark of 40 feet 4 inches is the best leap in Tennessee this year for the girls triple jump. So congrats to Akira, and congrats to Xavier Wolf, who won the long jump earlier this morning, and he's the defending state champion in the triple jump. So it would be kind of a surprise if he didn't win the triple as well. But yeah, in the running events, Jordan Ware for Central, he's the defending state champ in the 100 and the 200, and he's going to anchor the 400 and 800 relays. Got a really good 300-meter hurdler, Chase Peterson from Collierville High. Got a good 800 guy, Jaron Lowe from White Station. So yeah, it could very well potentially be a good day for Memphis at the track this afternoon.
Yep. So we've got that. I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Lausanne and Boyd Buchanan is going to tee off in the soccer championship.
That's where I was heading. So yeah, kind of give us a preview of what we should expect there out of Lausanne.
Well, I mean, defense. It's been defense for Lausanne, guys. They've played 17 matches, and they've had shutouts in 16 of those games. They've only given up 4 goals all year.
Wow.
And ironically, those 4 goals were in one game, which is the only game they lost. But it's really kind of an aberration how that happened. But yeah, they lost one game, and they gave up all 4 goals that they've conceded all year in that game. So everything else has been a shutout. Obviously in soccer, if you can keep the other team from scoring, you gotta, you're halfway home if you can do that, because, you just got to find a way to put one in the net. So yeah, I think Lausanne has a great chance. This is their first championship game appearance since 2018. I mean, they've just been really consistently, buttoned up at the back all year long. And if they can do that again, I think they've got a good chance.
So we'll see. And of course, we've got just a ton of tennis out at Adams Tennis Complex that we're looking at. All the singles and doubles are going on there. But boy, you had a beautiful day to be over at Reese Smith Field, and as we've been saying all week long, that today, Thursday, over there is a great place to be, because for fans who have that day pass, you can watch great baseball and then walk over and see great track and field.
Well, if you can navigate your way through the construction, I got hopelessly lost this morning. I was following these two young students. I don't know if they were North Point students or Good Pasture students, but I was following them because they seemed like they knew where they were going, and we ended up wandering into a complete dead end. But fortunately, one of the track people opened the gate for us, and we were able to slip on in. But yeah, no, if you can maneuver your way through the construction, it is a great deal, because there's a ton of good action going on out here.
All right, John, thank you so much. DailyMemphian.com, and that's where you and your team will be posting all your content today.
Yes, indeed. And you can follow me on Twitter at John Varlas. And guys, it has been fun this year, as always, with you. And God willing, we'll do it again next year.
Absolutely. Your input certainly helps us out a great deal. And go enjoy the rest of your day. And good luck to all your teams that are in your footprint.
Thank you so much, guys. Take care.
All right, John Varlas of the Daily Memphian joining us. Appreciate that very much. We're coming toward the bottom of the hour here on Spring Fling HQ. In our 1 o'clock hour, softball going on, baseball championship game in Division II Class AA is going on. We'll have updates and more as we continue along here from Murfreesboro.
Uh-oh, lots of blue lights up ahead. I wonder what happened up there.
The crash ahead is severe. When an occupant is not properly restrained, they are at greater risk of being ejected. Once ejected, an occupant is more likely to be killed. Buckling up is the single most effective thing you can do to protect yourself in a crash.
Buckle up, Tennessee. Every trip, every time. Brought to you by THSO, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
This is the season when not just our head, but our heart's in the game. A time when our town starts to feel more like our team. At First Bank, we're community superfans. We don't wear uniforms, but we all wear our heart for community on our sleeve. That means we're not just in the bleachers Friday nights. We're in your corner 24/7, cheering your goals even louder. Don't just get a bank, get a team. First Bank. Bank local, get more. Member FDIC.
Live coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships is on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
When was the last time you felt free? It's time to uncover that feeling again.
Because you are protected with the compassion of a cross and shield, accepted by more doctors and hospitals, and the power of a card that opens doors in all 50 states.
Giving you the freedom to love, to dream, to dance like no one is watching. Live fearless.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Tennessee are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Tennessee did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
This hour of Spring Fling Headquarters is brought to you by the Jason Foundation. Suicide is preventable, and everyone has a part to play. You can visit TennesseeWon'tBeSilent.com to learn how you can make a difference. Chip, let's look back at softball and update the 4 games that are going on right now at Spring Fling. In the bottom of the 4th, Division 2A, Jackson Christian and Columbia Academy are playing for a chance to play Silverdale in the championship game. Columbia Academy is leading that game by a score of 2-1. That's at Starplex Field number 1. In the other game in Division 2 AA, it's 7-7, all knotted up with Tipton and Rosemark and Chattanooga Christian. They're looking to a chance to play Baylor in the championship game. Bottom of the 2nd in 1A, Starplex Field number 3, Eagleville is now ahead 6-0 over Brewston. And top of the 3rd in 2A, it's Forest 4, Riverside 0.
Coverage continues from Spring Fling 30, and it's Spring Fling HQ. We're joined by Gene Manise, Assistant Executive Director for Baseball for the TSSAA. He's a busy man. 10 sites, right, this year for baseball?
We got 10 sites, technically 11, because we've got 10 sites, and then we're taking the championship games to the stadium, MTSU Stadium. So technically we got 11 sites.
So that's on Thursday and Friday at MTSU, the championships. Now, the weather last year was atrocious, so it's good to see that you survived Spring Fling 29 and are back for the big 3-0. Have you been around for every Spring Fling?
Yes. When I first came into the office, we only had 3 classes. All the championships were at MTSU. We had we had 4 teams in A, 4 teams in AA, 4 teams in AAA, and that was our state tournament. Played it in a week. Things have changed since those days.
So what are the challenges? You're playing 6 tournaments all at one time. I'm sure it takes a lot of help to pull that off.
Yeah, the biggest challenge is the weather. If you have sunny, dry weather, everything will go much, much smoother. Last year, as you mentioned a while ago, we fought rain the whole week, and it made it it's just tough when you have to fight rain and maybe change sites and delay games, and that makes it tough on everybody. So the nice weather removes a lot of challenges. We've got a site director at all the 10 sites. We've got someone who's kind of the point person that the umpires can go to, the coach from that facility can go to, and they're in charge of the umpires or baseballs, and just making sure everything runs as smoothly as humanly possible.
So a lot of volunteers. We've spoken with the chamber representative, Barbara Wolke, and they get a lot of folks together for parking, for gatekeepers, and all that kind of thing. When we talk about the 10 sites for the opening rounds of baseball, those are all member school sites, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all high school facilities in Rutherford County. The only exception is we have a site at Wilson Central that hosts the Division II AA. Wilson Central is an outstanding baseball facility, and we've been there since we've been in Murfreesboro with the Spring Fling. So it's an outstanding facility. Also, Bill Marbett furnishes us with grounds crew. We have a minimum of 3 grounds crew people at each site. So if it weren't for those guys, there would be many, many more challenges, I can tell you that.
Well, and for the schools, they really put their best foot forward, and they seem to enjoy to host the state championships and take a lot of pride in that.
They do. The head baseball coaches at those 10 facilities do an outstanding job. The administrators do an outstanding job. It's a lot of work, and it has turned into a pretty good fundraiser for that school. And hopefully it goes into baseball. I don't know what they do with the money they make, but they do an outstanding job at each facility.
So for the folks that are listening, if they're looking to go out and watch a little baseball this week, would you suggest they bounce around to a few sites or pick a site and stay for the whole day? What's your plans?
My plan is I kind of go from site to site. I don't stay too long at any one site, making sure everybody's got enough baseballs, and if there's a problem at a site, which we've had very few problems, but if there's a problem, I've always said the TSSAA person, me for baseball, they need to handle those problems. I mean, I'm not talking about just minimal type situation, but if somebody gets irate, if something crazy happens, it ought to be a TSSAA person. So I'm kind of on call, so to speak, and I can get to any of the sites probably within 20, 30 minutes, depends on where I am.
For the spectators, the ticket that they purchase at one ballpark is good for the rest of the day at any other ballpark, and the same goes for the parking. Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, one ticket will get you the whole day. So, and one parking will get you parking at another facility. So, it's a great point. It's not like you've got to pay for a ticket every time you change sites or pay for parking every time you change sites. So, that's been a good move for us as well.
And with 10 sites around the county and going up toward Lebanon, chances are, if you're listening to this today, there's a ball game going on within just a couple of minutes of where you are.
I would say that's accurate. We've got them all the way from Eagleville to Rockville. Those two schools are fairly close. And on the other end, we've got Smyrna, and then we pick up Siegel and Oakland and Riverdale and Stewart's Creek and, like I said, Wilson Central. So we've got some really nice high school facilities that are being played.
Gene, thanks so much. We'll let you put those sunglasses back on and get back to it. Gene Manise, Assistant Executive Director for TSSAA. He's overseeing baseball this week at Spring Fling 30.
And Gene Manise looking good in his sunglasses for sure. And he is over at right now at Reese Smith Field. We'll have 10 more sites that'll have baseball coming up later, 8 more sites that'll have baseball coming up this evening. We'll take a break. The 1 o'clock hour of Spring Fling HQ continues on the TSSAA Network.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day.
interscholastic sports in Tennessee. This message presented by the TSSAA and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Vanderbilt Sports Medicine has provided world-class orthopedic care to Nashville and surrounding communities for over 16 years. Our physicians evaluate and treat bone and joint injuries in patients of all ages, not just athletic injuries. The Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Center specializes in knee and shoulder injuries, but also cares for ankles, hips, necks, and backs. If you have a bone or joint injury, contact the Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Clinic today. Call us at 615-322-7878 or visit us online at vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
We're delivering the latest from the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is love for the game.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship, and most of those are worth far less than the cost of tuition. So, why do they play?
My reason why is commitment.
My reason why is friendship.
A sense of purpose, love for the game, to help others, friendship. There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports and to participate in other high school activities like cheerleading, debate, and music. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son. So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Tennessee who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Tennessee, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who play high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ from Murfreesboro at SportsCom. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you. And heading down the home stretch of 21 hours of coverage of the 30th Spring Fling.
Yeah.
The baseball update in the top of the second now in the Division II AA championship game over at MTSU. Knox Catholic has taken a 3-1 lead over CPA, and that was after CPA had led in that ball game by a 1-0 score.
And Catholic is still at bat.
Yes, they are, and they're still in the top of inning. Or it's showing now on my updated live stats that they're up now in the top of inning number 2, and CPA is back at the plate. So there we go. More track and field coming in from the Dean Hayes track in the AAA track and field championships as well as unified action today. And what are we seeing over there?
Well, we have a couple of more the big events, I call them, girls long jump and in AAA and boys triple jump in AAA. Let's look at the girls' long jump results. Sophie Yount, again, we've called her name a couple of times today, from Brentwood. She captures the championship for girls' long jump this year, and with a jump of 18 feet and 11 and a quarter inches, and that is good enough for a Tennessee top 10 mark. Alyssa Arcava from Ravenwood set a personal record today with a jump of 18 feet 6 inches, and that's good enough for a Tennessee top 10 placement. Memphis Central's Akira Simpson took third place with 18 4¼ inch jump and was tied there by Charm Roan of Bartlett with the same jump. And taking in fifth place was Maya Fulmer from Wilson Central, and she had a personal record of 18 feet 3 3/4 inches and also cracked the Tennessee top 10 with that jump. In boys triple jump in AAA, it's Tayshawn Thomas finishing number 1. He's from Whitehaven with a mark of 49 feet and 1/2 inch. Then number 2 was the one we were talking about just a few minutes ago, was Xavier Wolf from Memphis Central.
Yet again.
And
we heard John Varlas talking about Xavier Wolf as well.
Yes, and he came in second, but he had a mark of 48 feet and 11 inches in the boys triple jump. Placing third, Corey Young from Houston, 48 feet 1 inch. Sterling Weldon took fourth place from Nolensville. He cracked the Tennessee top 10 and set a personal record with a jump of 47 feet 11 1/4 inches. And fifth place went to Chase Bandy from Siegel and a personal record of 45 feet 5 inches. And he also set a mark that's now in the Tennessee top 10.
So there you go. And that's the action, the continuing action that we're getting from the track at the Dean Hayes Track and Soccer Complex. We talked earlier with Abby Cheeseman, and what a star she has been. Over on the men's side, here's another story, and we don't have this gentleman ready to be with us because he happens to be playing baseball right now, and depending on how things work out, we might be able to talk to him before the day is over. But shining the spotlight here on London Humphreys of Christ Presbyterian Academy.
Yes.
He is a two-sport athlete. He is a track athlete, and also he is on the baseball team for CPA. And this was Wednesday. Here's what he did in baseball on Wednesday. He, number one, his team, CPA, beat McCallie 1-0 to eliminate McCallie, but he had the game-winning hit. He singled in the second inning, scoring a run, which was all that CPA got that day. Eli Dickey, who was the starting pitcher, son of R.A. Dickey, he pitched 6 innings of no-hit baseball.
Wow.
And so once Eli was done, who do they come in to pitch the top of the 7th? That would be London Humphreys. And he finished out what was a combined no-hitter, as he had retired 3 batters in the 7th. So he got the save, and he also got the game-winning hit. But as they used to say on the infomercial, but wait, there's more. And he, on the same day, went to the track over at Dean Hayes Track, and in the boys' long jump, he wins the state long jump championship with a mark of 24 feet and 1/4 inch to claim the AA boys long jump championship. Not only that, wait, there's more.
Oh, gosh.
100-meter dash, he finishes third, just 0.3 of a second behind the state champion, Jackson Hammond of Christian Brothers. But he and Andre Evans were Evans finished second. London Humphreys finished third in the 100-meter dash. And in the 200-meter dash, he comes back and finishes second, 0.3 ahead of his teammate, Andre Evans. So another outstanding story and outstanding performer here at Spring Fling number 30. That would be London Humphreys, as he did it in baseball, and he did it on the track this week. Just one of the superstars here in Murfreesboro. And still, what's he going to do today in the baseball game? We may be able to add to his dossier here before the day is over.
Who knows? He might be the next Bo Jackson.
He might. He might be in there. We'll see. Bet he can toe to football, too, probably.
Probably.
So a couple of other things to get you before we get to our break at the top of the hour. We've got special guests coming up after the top of the hour. But let's go Division II AA Boys State Doubles Tennis Championships. First round action earlier today. It was Martin Greer and Daniel Torrey of NBA beating Ed Copians and Jack Tompkins of Innsworth 2-0. Sean Clark and Wolf Schulberg of McCauley, they defeat Toll Thomas and Andrew Kulo of MUS 2-1. It was Gabe Getz and Henry Amorde of McCauley defeating David Hahn and Ethan Biddles of MBA 2-0. Also, Aiden Lightman and Sam Shorlucky of MUS. They are 2-0 winners over Eli Shue and Owen Irving of Innsworth. Again, 2-0. That sets up the semifinals. Coming up today at 3 o'clock, Greer and Torrey of NBA facing Clark and Schulberg of McCauley. The bottom half of the bracket, it'll be Getz and Imorde of McCauley facing Lightman and Shorlucky of MUS. So with that, we can tell you that in Class AA, Division I boys singles, Daniel Haddadin of Science Hill defeated Ryan Lecroni of Hardin Valley 2-0. Ronjay Arul took a 1-0 win. He is from Collierville over Elliott Parker of Hume Fogg. It was Tucker Monroe of McMinn County defeating Milton Gruen of Montgomery Central. That would be 2-0. And Jackson Penny of Hendersonville losing to Rich LaLance of Siegel by a score of 2-0. That sets up semifinals in Class AA boys singles. Top half of the bracket, Daniel Haddadine of Science Hill will face Ronjay Arul of Collierville. This will be at 4 o'clock out at the Adams Tennis Complex, and also at 4 o'clock, Tucker Monroe of McMinn County will face Rich LaLance of Siegel High School right here in Murfreesboro. So we had girls. Go right ahead.
Yeah, girls softball. Just quickly before we go into the break, it's Jackson Christian still behind Columbia Academy in Division 2A, top of the 6th. It's 2-1 Columbia Academy. And Chattanooga Christian leads Tipton Rosemark now 10-8 in the bottom of the 5th. And Eagleville is still leading Brewston. It's now 10-0 in 1A, and bottom of the 4th in 2A, Forest 4 and Riverside nothing.
That puts another hour in the books here of Spring Fling HQ. Stick with us on TSSAA and also on Main Street TV on YouTube. We'll come back with another hour. After this, you're listening to the TSSAA Network.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to inspire others.
Why do thousands of teenagers here in Tennessee participate in high school sports and activities?
My reason why is friendship.
Their reasons are as diverse as the students themselves. But the one thing they all share is the opportunity to have fun and learn important life lessons. Lessons like supporting their community, learning how to be a leader, and building lifelong friendships.
My reason why is defying expectations.
Is there a grade school or middle school student in your family? Then encourage them to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school.
My reason why is to make a change in the world.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special. But there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games, too. Like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all? We need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Ref.
Yeah.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 2 minutes.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Hello, everybody. I am Brady McAtamney, a Clarksville reporter with Main Street Preps. As you can see, I'm here in my hotel room in Murfreesboro. I've been here since Tuesday, and here's some of the things I've been working on. So mainly from Tuesday to Wednesday, I was fully involved in Clarksville High baseball. They played their first game of the state tournament this year on Tuesday, defeating Stewart's Creek 10-0 in a run rule through 5 innings. Huge game there for them. Then they advanced to play Farragut on Wednesday. They took a really tough 1-0 loss against the defending state champions, but they seem to be okay with that. You know, not always loving to lose, of course, but a 1-0 loss against potentially the state favorite this year, you can consider that allowable. However, they played again against Stewart's Creek and about 2 hours later and lost again 1-0. So just devastating back-to-back losses for Clarksville High there. Their pitcher, Chipper Harris, allowed only 1 hit in that loss to Stewart's Creek, and the 1 run allowed was unearned. So very just a tough way to lose that game. They outscored their opponents 10-2 in the state tournament and didn't make it out of the second day. So obviously just very tough for Clarksville High, but they set the record for wins in a single season for the program and tied their furthest distance made in the state tournament. So head coach Brian Hetland and those players, very proud of the season that they had, though they would have liked to go further. Today, the county has 3 tennis players going. Anna Adams has already lost from Clarksville Academy, whereas I'm still waiting the results from Milton Gruen from Montgomery Central and Ava Freeberg from Northwest. Those matches have already happened, but still waiting to get the results on that. There are also several track and field athletes going today. A couple participated in the field events earlier. Look for a feature story on that coming out soon. And several track athletes are going to be competing later today in hurdles, sprints, and some relay races. Now, if the tennis players can advance to tomorrow, they would need to win 2 games today. Otherwise, today will be the last day for Montgomery County sports in Spring Fling. Thank you for tuning in. Again, I've been Brady McAtam. You can find all my coverage on my Twitter at Brady_MSP, on MainStreetPreps.com, MainStreetClarksville.com. And again, follow along on Twitter. All my stories will be there, 3 for Clarksville High baseball, and we'll have 2 from track and potentially more from tennis. Thanks again.
Equipment. So from there, of course, I've seen guys now sitting with their phone in the stands broadcasting the games, you know, so my job has gotten a lot easier because back then I had to make sure they had power, they had phone lines. Now we worry, can we keep the Wi-Fi going?
Yeah,
that's a bigger problem. But yeah, so big copy machines, fax machines, all that was part of our daily life. We had talking about the box scores. So each of our official scorers, as soon as the game was over, the media would try to get that book from them. But I would get the book and take it and make 20 copies of each page.
As quickly as you could.
Yes,
yeah.
and then stick it up in a rack. And we did it obviously by divisions. And then the media could go pick those official score sheets up to write their stories by.
Wow, that's crazy because, you know, and I remember it all so well that's exactly how it was done. But you're right. There was almost fist fights between media people about trying to grab that scorebook and whatever. When it all came back here, I mean, you went through the days in Chattanooga, in Memphis, and now here in Murfreesboro for 18 years with Spring Fling, and to have all 8 fields basically at one place. That kind of made your life easier too, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. Even though it's a little bit of walk, I think I had 15,000 steps Tuesday and Wednesday here.
Did you really?
And that's with using a golf cart some. But yeah, but one thing you were mentioning going to Memphis, you know, you can't go without mentioning how those years out there, the girls won the state in Mississippi, not in Tennessee. And
earlier today we had a Mississippi baseball team win the state championship, North Point, which is there in South Haven.
South Haven, where we played the softball.
We mentioned that you know here after all these years, it was a kind of bizarro world and turned around that way.
Yeah, full circle.
Yep. Over the past couple of years, we have lost a couple of gentlemen who just meant so much to the softball world, the softball community, and in particular, TSSAA softball. And a year ago, and I can't remember whether we talked about it on this program that much or not, but Sam Kerr, who, I mean, he's been everything from state commissioner of ASA or USSSA or whatever, but Sam was a longtime proponent. We did an interview with him a couple of years ago talking about the growth of girls softball, and it literally brought him to tears talking about the growth of the women's sport. And he was certainly a proponent, and you talk about somebody who would do anything and everything he could to help you and to help this event run smooth. It was Sam.
Yeah, he definitely was a intricate part of everything, and we missed him last year. I mean, it was a change. I talk to his wife quite often still, and as a matter of fact, she messaged me just yesterday and said, I miss the whole Spring Fling, situation.
Yep, Miss Nelda was right there by his side.
Yep, she was, and she's doing well, but she definitely knew what a role he played and knew that he would be missing it. But yeah, I mean, and Sam's an interesting young man, old man, but we spent a lot of years together, but he was very protective of, we used to tease him because he protected those softballs like they were his own, and we'd say, Sam, I need balls. The umpires are yelling for balls. Well, how many do you need? Well, like 5 if we could get them. But he would protect those softballs for sure. But he always wanted his meal ticket. He always wanted. I take care of meal tickets, and Sam always wanted to make sure he had 2 meal tickets. So.
One for him, one for Nelda.
Yep.
That's right. Also, during this past year, just before the state tournament in basketball, Nelson Smotherman, who passed away, and Nelson, been a fixture. He sat by Monty Hale for years on the MTSU broadcast, doing stats for Monty, local high schools. He was considered, a historian not only here but for TSSAA, and softball was a sport that he was involved with for a long, long time.
Yeah, his mind was like a steel trap. I mean, it was amazing the stats that we would be trying to look them up in a book, and he would just tell us, like especially if somebody would getting ready to win the championship, we'd like, how many years is this or whatever, and he would say, well, just hang on, I can tell you, and he was a wealth of knowledge. He told us last year it was going to be his last year. He wasn't coming back.
Really?
And wow.
You wonder if he knew something.
Yeah, when I saw that, when somebody sent me a note said he had passed, and it was very emotional for me just because those conversations we had. He said, I'll come and visit one day with y'all, but I won't be back for the whole tournament next year.
But prior to that, he had been coming every day.
Every day. And yeah, he worried me. He would shoot up those steps, and I was always worried he was going to fall, but he did so good. And he would walk around to each field. He would walk through, keeping an eye on it, but he was not going to log on to any computer. He wanted us to keep him updated on all scores for all sports. So I would look them up for him, and then he would write them in his little book that he had kept with him. And but he wanted to know every team, how they were doing throughout the games.
I can't tell you how many times in particular during the state basketball tournament, I don't know, just pull a name, Bradley Central, that they were getting ready to play, and he would come by 5 minutes before tip-off and give me a piece of paper that had, he had written it out, handwritten their whole history of what they have done now, and now these days we can click on a link here and get every bit of their history.
And it's thanks to him.
And a lot of that is in thanks to, in part, to
it came from his documents, his record keeping.
Wow.
Yeah, he just amazing when you think about that knowledge but he wanted it right too. He didn't want you to misquote it. He wanted it put in there, the stats right. But yeah, very interesting man. Very interesting man.
Well, Chuck, as we wrap it up, let's talk a little bit about this year's tournament. Fortunately, we've gotten to this part with just one little rain shower, which you said being out there in the thick of it was more refreshing than anything.
Yeah, it felt good, and things have gone really smooth. The Parks and Recreation Department here does an amazing job. We've had some transition with TSSAA and leadership, and it's gone so smooth. It's always scary when there's change come about, but it's went very smooth. Some of the changes we made have been really good. Been very helpful to the program, I think.
So, are you going to sleep in late on Saturday morning? I think your puppies are going to deserve a little rest this long holiday weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately, a buddy of mine's asked me to help him get ready for a big our big cookout he's having, so I got to go early Saturday and help him. But then I'm going to sleep Saturday afternoon.
There you go. There you go. Chuck, thanks so much for sharing some memories of some great folks, and also some of your memories of the state softball tournament, because it has been an integral part, and the explosion of softball on the collegiate level. I mean, it's always a trickle down thing, and we've all known for so long how good fast pitch softball was, and now it's gotten on a big stage at the college game, and that has made the high school girls it's exploded as well. And I mean, it is intense. It is fast. It's fun.
It really is.
And it's and we just see cars lining up to come in this place every day, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, parking lot's been full, and MTSU gave a big boost this year to softball, didn't they? By
sure did.
What they've done, so that's good for local. Yeah,
absolutely, and getting to play on a national stage as well yesterday. Chuck, thanks so much for coming by.
Well, thanks for what y'all do. It's I love listening to y'all and getting to hear you. So thanks for all your hard work. It's good stuff.
Appreciate it, because we just try to keep everybody here when they can, click on their phone or in their car, and if you're here, what's going on over there? If you're there, what's going on over here? And that's all why we do this.
It's perfect. Thank you guys very much. Have a great afternoon.
You too. Chuck McAlpin joining us here today on Spring Fling HQ. We're going to take a break, and we've got a lot more baseball that is getting underway all around 8 different sites across Rutherford County, and a championship game going on over at MTSU. All that and more as we take a break on Spring Fling HQ on the TSSAA network.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
There aren't any cops around. After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good.
Hey, I can hold my liquor.
I drink and drive all the time.
If you put away some drinks, put away your keys. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. Brought to you by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
Attention high school sports fans, are you an armchair official? You know, the parent or fan who constantly yells at the referees and loves to let everyone know just how bad you think they are. Well, if you think you could do better, then get in the game and prove it. It's time for you to suit up and make the calls where they actually count. Every sport in Tennessee needs more officials. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships will continue on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA network.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games too, like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rap.
Yeah.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship. So why do they play?
My reason why is friendship.
Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ. Thanks again to Chuck McAlpin, who joined us with some history.
Yeah, that's always very interesting to listen to the way things have changed. Sometimes for the better, and sometimes not necessarily for the better.
So it's how it's been. Just the technological things that have changed. You think about 4 years ago or prior to 2019, we weren't doing this, and now information comes to us almost, out of the air, and that's where we are. Updates. Time to we give you these matchups in baseball that we have not had a chance to do that. But first, bottom of the third in the Division II AA championship game. CPA and Knox Catholic are now tied at 3 apiece, and we're going to pick it up right here and see what's happening over at the baseball field at MTSU.
Stopped along in Murfreesboro over the years. This one hit back through the middle, and it is knocked down. Flip to second is off target. Runner coming home, and he scores. CPA ties it up. Theobald tried to make an outstanding play. He did well to knock it down with 2 outs, but he tried to make the hero play and shovel it with the glove. Let's take another look, Max. You can see it right there. That throw nowhere near Luderman at short, and CPA takes advantage.
Yeah, Theobald trying to make a hero play.
Well, how about that? Just, is ripped right out of the headlines there in hope to have another guest coming up in shortly, but right now there you heard it from Willie Donick. CPA and Knox Catholic tied at 3. Other games that are just underway. These are the Division I games going on at 8 different sites across Rutherford County. Bottom of the first in Class 1A, it is Eagleville leading Peabody 5-1. They have put up 6 runs total in the first inning of that game. That's being played out at Eagleville, and there is a very pro Eagle fan group out there, along with a big group of folks from Trenton, Tennessee, following Peabody. Bottom of the second out at Rockvale in Class 1A, it is McKenzie with a 3-0 lead over East Robertson. In in Class 2A out at Riverdale, Sweetwater is up 3-0 on Milan. So Sweetwater grabbing an early lead there. Bottom of the second at Stewart's Creek, Forest High School of Chapel Hill leading Union County 2-0. That is over at Stewart's Creek and Forest with the lead. Also now moving to Class 3A, the 2 games that are going on there, one at Blackman, one at Smyrna. At Blackman, Dyer County and Upperman are tied 1-1 in the bottom of inning number 2. In the top of the second at Smyrna, it is Greenville and Brighton playing. No score between those two. And in Class 4A, Oakland at Oakland High School, Hardin Valley and Collierville are underway. No score in that one. In the top of the third and in the top of the second over at Siegel, it is Farragut and Stewart's Creek going at each other, and Stewart's Creek trying to stay alive in that one. In that tournament, they have a loss already. Farragut yet to pick up a loss, and it is no score between Farragut and Stewart's Creek. A couple of changes just now. Forest is in softball has gone up 8-0 on Riverside. That is in Class AA, and also top of the seventh. One getting near a potential conclusion is Tipton Rosemark and Chattanooga Christian. Christian holding an 11-8 lead over Tipton Rosemark, trying to get those 3 outs in the top of the seventh to get the victory. And a couple of finals in softball. David, you've got those.
Yeah, Bradley just handed these to me. Columbia Academy has come out victorious over Jackson Christian this afternoon. It actually was a pitcher's duel. The final score 2-1, and Columbia University or Columbia Academy had 2 runs, 6 hits, and 1 error against Jackson Christian's 1 run, 5 hits, and 2 errors. Let's see. Anna Brewer got the win for Columbia Academy. She went 7 strong innings, only allowing 1 run on 5 hits. Maggie Richardson took the loss for Jackson Christian, and she went 6 innings also. She had allowed 2 runs on 6 hits, and the final score was Columbia Academy 2 and Jackson Christian 1. So that means Columbia Academy will be playing Silverdale at 4:30 today in the state finals.
There you go.
Isn't that right?
That's right. That is correct. And if there is an if necessary game, if Columbia Academy wins that one, there would have to be a game tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. But 4:30 today, that championship game will be Silverdale and Columbia Academy.
So they get the rest 2 hours. In the other game, in the other game, well, it was less than what they had yesterday.
That's right.
Between games, with that one that went extra innings. Hollow Rock Brewston fell to Eagleville today by a score of 10-0. It was a shutout. Poor Hollow Rock Brewston, they had no runs, but they did have 4 hits, no errors. But Eagleville just jumped on them 10-0. And let's see, Addison Linton was the victorious pitcher for Eagleville. 0 runs, 3 hits, struck out 1. And Addison Hampton took the loss. She only lasted 2 1/3 innings, and then they started going through a lot of pitchers going through that. So the final score, Eagleville 10, and Hollow Rock Brewston was blanked out 0-0. So now Eagleville moves up in the loser's bracket to play Joe Burns, and that game will take place this evening at 6:30. At Starplex Field number 4, and then they'll be playing for a chance to go to the championship game.
And that would be tomorrow at 11 a.m. at Starplex Field number 3. Time to check in with Tom Krieger, who has been man about town, heading everywhere from MTSU to baseball to softball to his son's spring football game. And Tom, you've done it all this week.
Well, I have stuck mainly at track. I'm a resident track person. In fact, I just watched Grant Campbell from Heritage High School win the high jump at 7 foot, and was trying for a state record and just missed it.
Wow! What was it 7-1 being the state record, or?
For 7.3, actually he was going for like 7.3 3/4, and I think if he would have got that, it would have been a state record, but it also would have been the best mark in the nation this year for high school.
Who right now, from a team standpoint in the AAA track meet, who's looking strong over there right now from a team standpoint?
Right now in the AAA locally for national area, you look at Brentwood girls and Brentwood boys. But I think it's going to come down to them and Memphis Central boys and girls. And I strongly encourage everyone to go to the state track meet for the AAA. You got Jordan Ware, who's a big time. He has a state record in the 100. He'll be running tonight. Watch his teammates from Memphis Central, Xavier and Wolf, perform in the triple jump, and he's in some running events. So there's going to be a lot of speed on the track. And if you like distance running, Claire Segal from Nolensville, she has the state record in the 800, 1600, and 3200, and she will be running in the 1600 and 3200 tonight.
So, and speaking of that, she has a chance to really make a mark. We were fortunate earlier to have Abby Cheeseman of Webb, the Webb School, on with us, and she was in the 1600, the 800, the 3200, and the 4x400 relay, and just a delightful young lady, and she has that story, just like what you said there with the other young lady. There's some real superstars on the track this year, and kids who are in multiple events piling up lots and lots of points for their school.
Yeah, Chip, you hit it right on the nose. I actually saw the meet last night. Saw what Abby Faith Cheeseman did, and obviously her mom is their coach, and Kathy Cheeseman. They won their first ever state title. Talked to like Junior Ward and Jim Barr, the longtime track officials. They have never seen in a state track meet someone do what she did with winning the three distance events and then go straight to the 4x4.
Yeah,
she literally got off the podium, walked over to the relay, and gave her medal from the 3200 to a track official to please hold until she got done running her relay.
And she told us, she goes, well, I was running the third leg, so I had a little time to rest.
Well, my thought was she actually won the 3200 by more than a minute, so that gave her an extra minute of rest, waiting for everyone else to start coming in.
There you go. So she had that. The other guy that we highlighted today is London Humphreys, and what he has done in two sports, literally, jumping off the baseball field and running over to the track and doing things there. It kind of, seeing stories like this, it kind of restores your faith a little bit, but because they are all in on what they're doing in the world of sports.
Well, there's a couple stories out of London. The last person I remember to do this, and there's probably been others, but the last person from Nashville was Zach Rogers at David Lipscomb back then. He did that with track and baseball, and of course then he went on to play football at UT. The thing I remember from when Zach did it though, they weren't playing at Wilson Central, so it was a little bit easier drive around Murfreesboro to get there. So, with him to do that, Wilson Central gets the RBI and the save, and then goes back and wins the triple jump and placed in the 200 and the 100 and ran in that 4x1. And the thing about Sports You Love is that he was quick to tell me that CPA baseball coach Larry Nesbitt was the key part of this, making sure he knew that, hey, you do what you want to do. We're going to support you in whatever you choose, but this is about your decision on what's best for you. And he decided, hey, and obviously I just walked into baseball. They're playing right now, CPA is. He said, hey, baseball could win without me. He goes, we're not going to win a relay if I'm not there, because then we only have three people. So he's like, I need to be there for my team in that relay. And he's thinking points wise that, hey, if I'm not running in the 100 or 200, those are points our team isn't getting. So he's thinking team first. So it was very, very great adult decision, and also a lot of adult support at CPA to just let him be a kid and let him do what he wants to do. Well, and you had, on top of that, you had a fast game because you only had one run, and he and Eli Dickey combined on a no-hitter in that ball game. So, his baseball team complied by playing quickly, that allowed him to get out of Wilson Central and over to the Dean Hayes track. That's just, obviously state championships and all that, that's wonderful. But when you can actually humanize these stories like this, that's when you really understand the importance and how meaningful this week can be to so many people, and for these sports being put on a single stage all at one time is unique in this country, and it's something that Tennessee has embraced. Yeah, I know in years I used to talk to Bernard and Childress, and then before him, Ronnie Carter, and other states would come to Spring Fling and just observe it to see, hey, is this something we wanted to try? And I think every time they came out and said, man, y'all do a great job, but you're kind of crazy doing this stuff. It's like, we don't want to tackle that. So no one else in the country puts on something like this Spring Fling that we do. here in Tennessee. And then think about, too, we're going to be adding lacrosse. We don't know when they're going to play, but we're going to be adding lacrosse in a couple years. They may play earlier or may play at the same time. And then at some point, I believe, we're probably going to be adding flag football for girls in the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to both of those. And, and part of this, the whole concept and mindset that Dean Hayes and Ronnie Carter had back in those days was, softball might be in Chattanooga, track might be in Nashville, and, other things scattered around. But it certainly, all ships are lifted here, and way more coverage of all of these events from media outlets all across the state, because they are happening at one time. Yeah, it's a tough and it's a busy week, but man, I can't imagine how high school athletics could be on a better platform than it is this week.
Well, yeah, and you just look at these facilities. I know, Chip, you and I are spoiled. We see these facilities all the time. But you look at what the Dean Hayes track facility. You look at they're back playing the championship at MTSU, which I love the fact that they're here. I mean, I literally just walked over from track to baseball just to watch the baseball for a little bit.
That's right.
You look at the baseball facilities we have around Rutherford County, being able to hold everything but Wilson Central in Rutherford County. You look at that softball complex, and we haven't talked about the first-rate soccer complex that we have in the tennis facility. So the facilities is what, I always say facilities is what got it here, and the facilities is what's keeping it here in Murfreesboro. And it's obviously the hotel businesses love us this week. They love this thing. The hotel, the restaurants, the Toots of the world, they love this place. They love this. They get business this week.
Well, Tom, we appreciate you taking some time today, and you are in the catbird seat over there. We've been talking all week that if I could be one place anywhere all week, it would be at the track on Thursday, or because do exactly what you just did, to be able to walk over, catch baseball, catch track. That's the spot to be today.
It sure is. Thank you, Chip.
Appreciate it much. Tom Krieger of Gannett, Tennessee, joining us. We will take a break. A little bit behind on that one, but that's okay. Had great time there. We'll catch up on some scores and much more after this as you listen to the TSSAA Network.
Uh-oh, lots of blue lights up ahead. I wonder what happened up there.
The crash ahead is severe. When an occupant is not properly restrained, they are at greater risk of being ejected. Once ejected, an occupant is more likely to be killed. Buckling up is the single most effective thing you can do to protect yourself in a crash.
Buckle up, Tennessee. Every trip, every time. Brought to you by THSO, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
This is the season when not just our head, but our heart's in the game. A time when our town starts to feel more like our team. At First Bank, we're community superfans. We don't wear uniforms, but we all wear our heart for community on our sleeve. That means we're not just in the bleachers Friday nights. We're in your corner 24/7, cheering your goals even louder. Don't just get a bank, get a team. First Bank. Bank local, get more. Member FDIC.
Live coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships is on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
When was the last time you felt free? It's time to uncover that feeling again.
Because you are protected with the compassion of a cross and shield, accepted by more doctors and hospitals, and the power of a card that opens doors in all 50 states.
Giving you the freedom to love, to dream, to dance like no one is watching. Live fearless.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Tennessee are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Tennessee did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ. Thanks to Tom Krieger for joining us from the Tennessean and Gannett, Tennessee a bit earlier. And we've got baseball moving along. CPA and Knox Catholic tied 3-3 in the fourth inning in that championship matchup in Division II Class AA. And now, David, we are getting our very first unified track results. And unified track results is the partnership between TSSAA and Tennessee Special Olympics, and the unified partners. You have they are working together. They are unified, and their scores are posted in together.
Yeah, and we have some results right now from the first unified event to finish, boys long jump. The unified results, the winning group, the winning team was from Northwest School. That was Trayvon Banks and his partner Levi Napier, and the two of them did very, very well. They won first place. We congratulate them. Second place went to Gibbs. Bryson Walker, team with Landon DeBose to take the second place trophy. And spot number 3 was from Bartlett. DJ Fain and Courtney Moore teamed up to capture the third place trophy. And in fourth place was Jonathan Henneke and Jacob Arms from Maryville High School. The fifth place finishers, Charlie Heilman, there's an I in there, it looks like an L, from Franklin, and his partner, Christian Bryant, they took the fifth place. Sixth place went to Jace Moses and Jaheim Jackson from the Hickson School, and seventh place was to John Robinson and Michael Cox from East Nashville. And that's the unified scores for the boys long jump. Great partnership there, representing the TSSAA, and Special Olympics. The second unified event to finish today is the girls' long jump unified. First place went to a Northwest team of Kayla Taylor and Akila Farmer. And that was a winning combination there for Northwest High School. Second place was Kanya Anthony from Bartlett, and her partner was Casey Cook from Bartlett. And so the Bartlett pair won second place.
The Bartlett pair?
The Bartlett pair. No, no pun intended. Yeah, those slip out sometimes. I just can't help it. So taking third place from Franklin was Nellie Bryant and Fernanda Sterling. Fourth place went to a Gibbs team of Elia Mullins and Cheyenne Henson. Fifth place was Michaela Clark from Hickson and her partner Riley Quarles. And sixth place was Jayona Sweat from East Nashville, and she was teamed with Miracle House, and they won place number 6 in the unified competition.
So there you go. That is the update that we have from the track. Unified track and field coming, and it is gaining more and more popularity, not only here at the state level, but at the local level in those high schools. More to come next on Spring Fling HQ on the TSSAA network.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day. Interscholastic sports in Tennessee. This message presented by the TSSAA and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Vanderbilt Sports Medicine has provided world-class orthopedic care to Nashville and surrounding communities for over 16 years. Our physicians evaluate and treat bone and joint injuries in patients of all ages, not just athletic injuries. The Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Center specializes in knee and shoulder injuries, but also cares for ankles, hips, necks, and backs. If you have a bone or joint injury, contact the Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Clinic today. Call us at 615-322-7878 or visit us online at vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
We're delivering the latest from the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA network.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is love for the game.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship, and most of those are worth far less than the cost of tuition. So, why do they play?
My reason why is commitment.
My reason why is friendship.
A sense of purpose, love for the game, to help others, friendship. There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports and to participate in other high school activities like cheerleading, debate, and music. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son.
Uh-huh.
So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Tennessee who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break. and will return in 1 minute.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Tennessee, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who played high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ, and this hour is brought to you by Zaxby's. Glad to have Zaxby's with us, and you get ready, make your plans for dinner tonight. Feed your team. They'll take those early orders, those orders on the app, and you can feed yourself or your ball club today,
or anybody else that happens to be in your car.
That's right,
walking with you.
Let's go run through what have you got over there? I've got, I was going to give a baseball update.
Well, let me give this one track and field. This is the boys high jump in AAA.
Gotcha.
We kind of skipped that one over just a few minutes ago, but the final results are in. Grant Campbell from Heritage has won the boys high jump in AAA. He's cracked the USA top 10 with a mark of 7 feet even. And
we heard Tom Krieger talking about that he was going for. He made an attempt after that for the state record, didn't make it, but he did win the gold medal at 7 feet even.
Yeah, that's quite a jump right there.
Yes.
For high school. Donovan Starr took second place from Ravenwood at 6'6", also cracking the Tennessee top 10. Lewis LeGrant from Rockvale took third place, 6'6", and cracked the Tennessee top 10 also. Fourth place went to Bartlett's DeJuan Montague at 6'4", and then tying that mark from Siegel was Jonathan Wade at 6'4", and Jonathan actually got into the Tennessee top 25. So that's the one track and field that we have right now.
So there you go. There's a good update on the high jump, and a state record attempt was made.
Yeah.
But it did not come through. Checking the baseball scoreboard as of right now, Division II AA championship matchup going on. CPA and Knox Catholic tied at 3. If Knox Catholic wins this game, they are state champions. If CPA wins it, there will be an if necessary game later on this afternoon. In Division I, top of the fourth inning in Class 1A, Eagleville leading Peabody by a score of 6-2. If Eagleville wins that game, they will be in the state championship tomorrow. If Peabody wins, there'll be an if necessary game this afternoon at 4:30 to come out of the bottom half of that bracket. In the top half, it's East Robertson and McKenzie. Right now, in the fourth inning, McKenzie leading 5-1 over East Robertson, and if that score holds, there will be an if game at 4:30 at Rockvale. If East Robertson could come back, they could play their way right and get a victory. They would move on into the state finals tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So real quickly, updates being made there, and no score change on us. Moving to Class 2A, couple of games going on. Right now, Sweetwater leading Milan by a score of 4-0. Sweetwater, if they win, there will be an if necessary game. Milan only needs to win one to get to the state finals. The other game in AA will be Forest and Union County. Forest is leading 6-1, and again, here we are. You've got the team that already has a loss leading, so they're trying to force the issue to have an if necessary game coming up at 4:30. But right now, all of the teams that have a loss are leading in those games, so they're really putting the pressure on the teams on the winners bracket side of things. Moving to Class 4A, you've got a couple of games going on, Dyer County and Upperman. Right now, that game is tied at 1. And this is the other Class 3A game, I should say. Dyer County and Upperman tied at 1. Also in Class 3A, Greenville and Brighton, no score in the 5th inning. Then in Class 4A, we've got 2 games going on. Hardin Valley leading Collierville 4-1. And guess what? Hardin Valley's the team with 1 loss. They are leading 4-1, trying to force an if necessary game against Collierville at 4:30 this afternoon. In the bottom half of the bracket, Farragut taking on Stewart's Creek, and Farragut holding on to a 4-0 lead. If Farragut goes on to win that game, they will be in the state finals tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at Reese Smith Field here in Murfreesboro. And softball, just one game going right now.
One game going. That's in the bottom of the 6th inning, a 2A match between Forest and Riverside. This is an elimination game, and Forest leads 8-0. It's a shutout right now for Forest against Riverside, and that was preceded by a couple of other games. I was just looking at the Division II state girls softball action. Columbia Academy has defeated Jackson Christian 2-1, so that means Columbia Academy is now in that championship bracket against Silverdale, and that game will play at 4:30 p.m. at Starplex number 4. That's later on this afternoon. And the other girls Division II Class 2A state championship game now will be Chattanooga Christian against Baylor, and that game will start in just a little over an hour.
That's right, and we'll have another window of games coming up at that time. This hour of Spring Fling HQ has been brought to you by Zaxby's of Murfreesboro. Ordering ahead at your neighborhood Zaxby's is easy. Just go online at Zaxby's.com or use the app and fast-track your order at one of the 4 Zaxby's locations in Murfreesboro. Another hour in the books of Spring Fling HQ, the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up next, we'll have more baseball, track, and more tennis coming your way as well. You're listening to Spring Fling HQ on the TSSAA network.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to inspire others.
Why do thousands of teenagers here in Tennessee participate in high school sports and activities?
My reason why is friendship.
Their reasons are as diverse as the students themselves. But the one thing they all share is the opportunity to have fun and learn important life lessons. Lessons like supporting their community, learning how to be a leader, and building lifelong friendships.
My reason why is defying expectations.
Is there a grade school or middle school student in your family? Then encourage them to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school.
My reason why is to make a change in the world.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special. But there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games, too. Like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all? We need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rob.
Yeah.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 2 minutes.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
This is Chris Yao with Main Street Sports Today. Every show, Mo Patton and I welcome friends from all across the sports landscape, from high school coaches and reporters to national, college, and pro sports personalities. You never know who might stop by for a chat. AP Tennessee Sports Editor, 3-time Tennessee Sports Writer of the Year 2020 TSSAA Hall of Famer. She covers the Titans, the Predators, the Grizzlies, college football, and hoops. Please make welcome Teresa Walker.
Former University of Tennessee, former Team USA Olympian, ex-Cy Young Award winner, R.A. Dickey. R.A., did I miss anything?
Man, that was sweet. Yeah, I need to listen to that before I go to bed every night. That was nice.
Has 5 sports Emmys. That's not bad for the other guy in Wham, Ryan McGee.
The other guy in Wham married the best-looking girl, Bananarama, so the other guy in Wham had a pretty good life.
From preps to pros, we're taking on the sports topics you care about. Tune in across Main Street Media social platforms at 2 p.m. or on demand on your podcast distribution platform of choice.
3 more hours of coverage coming up this afternoon here on TSSAA and also Main Street TV on YouTube. Glad to have you with us today. Chip Walters along with David Lambert. And we keep watching the magic screen above us with baseball and softball. Haven't had any soccer pop up yet, and we won't for another couple of hours.
Now, we still have to get rid of some of these elimination games. I mean, we still have quite a few of those going on, and I like that statistic you had during the last update in the baseball brackets.
Which was?
Well, there were so many one-loss teams that were leading.
That's right, which means at around 3:30 or so, instead of having quiet time, it looks like they're on of those 8 games, it looks like about 6 of them may end up having, if necessary, games coming up in baseball. So that's going to keep folks busy around the county, and certainly it's interesting the dynamic that you have in those situations. Like right now, you look and, for instance, McKenzie and East Robertson. You got going into this first game. You know, all the pressure was on McKenzie because they already had a loss.
Exactly.
Well, if they hang on here with a 10-1 win, all that pressure turns around to be on East Robertson then to stay alive, because it comes back to a 1-game shootout, and you know that's the dynamic and the sports psychology of a double elimination event. So,
and again, you know, the thing, and I keep saying this to you, I'm just have been really impressed. And on the first day, you said something about how, as you get farther along into the state tournament, then the pitching rotation and who is there to pitch and who is able to take the mound for teams becomes more and more important.
Oh, absolutely, and you know, and we've talked about our game changer, which is it's the official pitch count tool that is used. It is our live stats that we can see all these of games going on. But head coaches, it just shows you the value of pitching and pitching depth.
Yes.
And when you get to a day like today, like for instance, you know, there was a certain point, and I used the McKenzie East Robertson game. Like right now, you know, is for the East Robertson coach, he's down 10-1 in the 4th inning, and you know he knows he's got one more game. So, is he going to blow any more pitching in this game, or do you go out and tell the guy on the mound, son, you got to eat a few innings here and take one for the team? And really, to be honest, down 10-1. You know, the East Robertson folks might think, you know, well, we can, if we go ahead and if they score one more run and this thing's over in 5 innings, then we can actually save a little pitching, which is, you know, not my favorite way to look at it.
Well, it sounds counterintuitive to what you would normally do, but these are unusual times.
Yeah, it is, and here we are on the next to last day, the penultimate day of Spring Fling, and there's those situations that are around. The other games right now are tight. Yeah, they're less than a grand slam difference
between
the score. So that's what that 4-run lead. That's why the importance of a 5-run lead is such a big deal. But again, McKenzie has now scored, so it is potentially a run rule game if that holds up. Because they have a 10-run lead now.
And see, that again plays into the strategy.
It does. And so elsewhere, again, real quick, CPA and Knox Catholic. Again, CPA trying to force an if game there. They've gone to the top of the 7th, and it is 3-3. We'll start to zero in on this one a little bit as it's in the top of the 7th and see if somebody can scratch a run across here to see it. If going into this final, or what could be the final inning, if CPA can score a run and hold it, then they could force an if game. If Knox Catholic can hold them and score a run of their own in the bottom of the 7th, they would become state champions. So we've come down to a lot of this and just stuff going on over there for sure, and so.
And that game is really evenly matched. I'm looking at the box score, and CPA's got 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and Catholic has got 3 runs, 5 hits, 1 error. So,
and CPA has a man on.
Here we go.
So the wheels may start turning here, and they're going to use a pinch runner. We'll see how all that plays out. We're kind of in a little bit of the rain delay here, but we'll pick it up in just a bit as more things come back online. But a quick spin through those scores again in baseball. It is Eagleville leading Peabody 7-2 in the top of the 5th, and if Eagleville wins there's no if game in Eagleville in that part of the bracket. Eagleville would make the state finals. They are defending state champions in baseball and softball,
right.
And we've kind of been watching them and had a question come up here in the media center the other day. Has there ever been a school to claim back-to-back championships in baseball and softball? Eagleville is the only school that can do that this year, but there's some conversation about that. McKenzie's now blowing this one open. It's 13-1 over East Robertson, and all they need to do is get 3 outs in the top of the 5th, and they will force an if game at 4:30 out at Rockvale. That is in Class A. In the top of the 4th at Riverdale in 2A baseball, Sweetwater, who is the one-loss team, is defeating the undefeated team in Milan 4-3. In the bottom of the 4th in 2A out at Stewart's Creek, Forest, who has a loss, is defeating undefeated Union County 7-3. So they're trying to force the issue there. In 3A at Blackman, Dyer County and Upperman tied at 1. 3A, bottom of the 6th inning at Smyrna, Brighton has taken a 1-0 lead in that one. Bottom of the 5th inning in 4A over at Oakland High School, Hardin Valley, who has a loss, leading Collierville 4-1, trying to force an if game in that one. And top of the 5th at Siegel High School, Farragut has extended their lead now to 5-0 over Stewart's Creek. And that in itself, Farragut could get into the finals, into what will be for the Division I schools, it's a 1-game winner-take-all final after you can win your bracket championships. And Farragut could save themselves by winning this game and not having an if game to deal with. So that's where we are right now in this 3 o'clock hour. Spring Fling HQ, you're up to date on baseball. We may have something coming right down to the wire in this championship game. Also, we've got our final softball game of the window has just gone final. We'll give you that when we return as you listen to Spring Fling HQ on the TSSAA network.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
There aren't any cops around.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good.
Hey, I can hold my liquor.
I drink and drive all the time.
If you put away some drinks, put away your keys. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. Brought to you by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
Attention high school sports fans, are you an armchair official? You know, the parent or fan who constantly yells at the referees and loves to let everyone know just how bad you think they are. Well, if you think you could do better, then get in the game and prove it. It's time for you to suit up and make the calls where they actually count. Every sport in Tennessee needs more officials. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships will continue on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special. But there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games, too. Like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all? We need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rob.
Yeah.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship. So why do they play?
My reason why is friendship.
Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Spring Fling HQ continues. 21 hours of coverage. We're down to just under 3 remaining. We started on Tuesday, and here we are on Thursday of Spring Break Week, Spring Fling Week, not Spring Break. It's been Spring Work Week for us this week. And glad to have you along with us. The fans, we put out our email address, and the fans have been clamoring with questions, and the common question is where is Stephen Hargis?
Yeah.
And we haven't had Hargis on yet this week, but here he is from the Chattanooga Times Free Press. And
they're going to make a software package out of that question, I think.
Something like that. I think so. But so good to see you, my man. Good to see you guys. So, yeah, there. Okay, there you are. I found the right button for you there. But it is a busy week always, and the folks like yourself and we had Krieger on last hour. The one thing I think fans, they obviously want your insights, but kind of kick this off by how much time do you all spend, let's say like last weekend, knowing, okay, here's all the teams that are going to Spring Fling. How much prep time do you all go mapping out how you're going to put your coverage together?
Well, one thing that helps, guys, is we've done this, and our staff that comes over here with us, we've done it for so many years that we kind of have a formula. It's just a matter of which teams are going to be where. But pretty much the days leading up to the weekend, you kind of keep an eye on, which baseball teams, which softball teams are making it, so you know who's going to be where. And then all day Sunday after church, I was pretty much down in my office at home just, doing the logistics of, okay, you're going to go here this day, you're going to go here there.
Yeah, sticky notes on the wall.
Exactly, and then email everybody out and let them know, okay, here's where you're going to need to be on Tuesday and so on and so forth. So not as much goes into it now as far as on the front end, just because we kind of know where we need to be. It's just a matter of, okay, what time of day do you need to be at baseball and what time of day do you need to be at track and that kind of stuff.
And you and I were talking in the break, and you have a lot of the same folks who your team has been kind of together for a good bit, and everybody kind of carves out their own niche.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we've got, this week Gene Henley's been at tennis. For instance, he helped out with soccer later in the afternoon on Tuesday. Patrick McCoon has kind of been everywhere. He's been at baseball, he's been at track, he's been at soccer. I mean, he's been all over. I've been here mostly for softball at media headquarters. Spent the first day because we had a lot of qualifiers in the AAA in track, so I've spent my day kind of going back and forth between track and softball that day. And then Robin Rudd is one of our most veteran photographers, and that guy, he's everywhere. He's the guy who's in the car going to every single event that's over here, making sure we've got photos that all the readers and the parents and fans want to see. So
photo galleries online.
Photo galleries online, absolutely, at timesfreepress.com. So we are truly blessed with a lot of guys who have been doing this for a while and know what they need to do and where they need to be.
Before we get to softball, because you had a ton of schools here this year, one thing. Baseball this year, a little different format in the region and sectionals to get to the state tournament. I know that probably that we have a 1 year look at how this is, but the 3-game series in the sectional, best 2 out of 3. I think most everybody feels okay. There is a true, sectional winner coming out of that, but it certainly makes a difference to coaches how they handle pitching, all of that kind of stuff. It was different for them. They had to be ready this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the format, and we cover, because of where we are, we cover a lot of teams in North Georgia. And the way the Georgia Association's done it is that best 2 or 3 series. So, we're kind of familiar with that. I liked it when it was introduced here. I think it does give you more of a true winner as opposed to just maybe riding one stud pitcher, that can carry you. So I like that. We had a couple of teams that it came up in bit as far as the pitch count type thing. We had a couple of teams I think that had to forfeit because of that. So you got to really the coaches need to stay on top of those things.
Yeah,
and that's something that if they're not used to monitoring as closely, I think they learned their lesson the hard way this year. But I do like. I think it's a much more true telling of who should be over here, and then once they get over here, of course, it's an absolute grind once you get here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is that. And, in the difference between the Division II baseball, where they can have an if game in the championship round, Division I has the if games in the bracket finals, and then you play a 1-game winner-take-all, which tomorrow, if you're a baseball nut, 10 a.m. till about 9 o'clock tomorrow night, back-to-back championship games. You're going to crown 4 champions in 4 games tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that's one of those that, if I wasn't so – we don't have any baseball teams left, but if I wasn't so worn out from the week, if I was just a baseball fan, I'd certainly want to go sit there and watch, because it's a great venue to watch the games in, and you're going to see some future college players and in pretty much every classification.
All right, let's talk about Southeast Tennessee softball, because it's loaded. And like you said, you had 7 schools here this year.
Yeah, and we'll start. Baylor, as always, in Division II AA. Baylor is back. They've set a state record last year by winning their 7th consecutive state title, and now they're going for 8th. They're sitting in the catbird seat there, sitting there in the championship game. Haven't lost a game yet. They're going to have to be beaten twice. They're going to play a familiar foe in Chattanooga Christian, who actually CCS and Baylor split the season series. So there could be a little drama there, but Baylor, they seem like once they get over here, they just hit a different switch. One of the things I was working on earlier was some stats for them. Since they're on this streak, they have won 15 consecutive games through the years by a total of 124 to 15.
Wow!
So they're just, when they get over here, they just pretty much both games yesterday, 15-0 over.
They just put the pedal.
They put the pedal to the metal. 15-0 over GPS, 10-0 over Tipton Rosemark. They don't leave any doubt. They are the prohibitive favorite again in D2 AA. We've also got Silverdale Baptist in D2 Single A is sitting there in the championship bracket as well. They would need to lose twice, so they play this afternoon about the same time as Baylor and CCS play. So we could, potentially have state champions in both D2A and AA there. East Hamilton was, was one of only 2 public schools that made it over here from Chattanooga. Saudi Daisy was eliminated yesterday. Right. East Hamilton's still in it. They've got to fight and scratch and claw their way through the losers bracket right now. They would have to win 2 games today to make it to tomorrow. And the funny thing, well, not funny for them, but the thing for East Hamilton and Saudi yesterday, they were both 2 outs away from advancing into the championship round. And both of those teams, their opponents, had 7th inning rallies to come back and beat them. So that put Saudi Daisy in the losers bracket. They lost the game right after that to be eliminated. East Hamilton was able to win their game after they lost the heartbreaker, so they're still alive right now.
Still got one soccer team alive, and that's Boyd Buchanan. They'll be playing tonight at 6:30 against Lausanne.
Yeah, and Boyd Buchanan was, they were runners-up last year. Got most everybody back from that team, so they've come back this year with a definite. They're a senior-led team, so I think those seniors want to go out, on the right note after losing it last year in the finals. They want to end their careers, their high school careers, on the right note with a championship, but they got the work cut out for them.
Gary Rankin not helping out with this version of football, is he?
He is not. I don't think he can take credit for another championship ring there, but maybe just he's got some pixie dust. Maybe once he's on campus, other teams start to win.
Absolutely. We went through tennis and we had the team tennis, and today all the individual and singles and doubles going on, and we were just continually getting peppered with Macaulay's and all of those. So obviously those sports remain very, very strong in your area.
Yeah, Macaulay, they won their 4th consecutive D2 title earlier in the week, and they've got a couple of kids or several kids in the singles and the doubles coming up. Just a very strong tennis program. The Baylor girls have been strong for years. Of course, they ran into the buzzsaw that's Knox Catholic. I think they're ranked #1 in the nation. So lost again to them, but they're always right there competing for the Baylors and Macaulays in tennis for years. I think Baylor girls have won something like 16 tennis state championships, and the Baylor boys are right there with them. So and Macaulay's up there as well. So those 3 programs have, for years and years, have been very strong in those sports.
I'll tell you, before we wrap things up, and just to kind of change gears just a bit, this past fall was our 2nd year of football back in Chattanooga at Finley Stadium, and I thought what wrinkles there might have been in year 1, they did a great job of smoothing those out for year 2. And now a 2-year sample size of those championship games in Chattanooga, I think it's been a big hit there.
It's been very well received in the community. I know that a lot of people that are really love having it there and want to come out and support it. Tim Morgan and the guys at Chattanooga Sports, a couple of the, like you mentioned, a couple of the wrinkles that they learned the first year that it was there in terms of straightening up some parking issues and the concession stands. I think they opened a few more concession stands. That was a good problem. As he said, a good problem to have is when you have too many people wanting in to be parked and too many people in there wanting to go to the concession stand. All you have to do there is just expand. So they were able to do that, and really, it's been a really positive event in Chattanooga, and I think those guys are really looking forward to seeing what other little bells and whistles they can add to it to make it even better.
And I tell you, the event building right across the street where they have the pregame. I'm going to call them hype parties, because I mean the music is going. You know, all the fans of, like, there may be one game on the field, but the next game all their fans are over there together for that tailgate. That whole area right there is just electric that whole weekend.
And that was a great idea by those guys. You know, one of the things that they thought might hold them back when they were putting in the bid was because they didn't have enough dressing rooms for the teams that were playing the next game. You know, what would they do? Well, they solved that, you know, creatively just down the street from where the stadium is by having those you know, the convention center opened with those big ballrooms for the teams to get ready in there, hop in a bus, come straight into the stadium with a lot of fanfare and the music and all that stuff. So they turned what they thought was a negative into something that, you know, a lot of the kids seem like they've really enjoyed.
Oh, man.
It kind of adds a little more pomp to it.
Oh, man, when they pull those buses up there right there by that big party going on, and you know, those kids, I mean, they feel like $1 million coming off the bus.
Exactly, and that was what Tim's point was. He said, listen, we knew this could be something that other people would see as a detriment. We wanted to pump it up and make it something, that it's more of a positive, and so they've really done that.
Yeah, well, Chip and I have been talking, too, here in the last couple of days about how this area, this geographical location here is perfect for Spring Fling.
Yes.
Well, Chattanooga, when you think about it, it has one of the biggest fan bases for high school sports that are just beyond measure. And that's the successful thing about the state of Tennessee and its high school programs, is because they have such support in these geographical areas.
Yeah, just a little history lesson. You know, when Ronnie Carter was the TSSAA executive director, he and Merrill Eckstein, who was the former Chattanooga sports head, they were sitting there, you know, talking about some ideas of what they could do for spring sports, and they came up with the idea of this Olympic-style format of having it in one place. And Ronnie always said one of the reasons they had it in Chattanooga was because it was so supported for high school sports. And
Dean Hayes got in there. He brought the idea. The OVC had the Spring Sports Carnival. So those were the three guys that made what Spring Fling is today. We have a champion in Division II AA baseball. Knox Catholic has checked in on with that. We're going to take a break and thank Stephen Hargis for being here today, and we'll get you all the update on that baseball. But timesfreepress.com, and they can follow you on Twitter. You're very active.
At Stephen Hargis on Twitter. Yeah, follow us, and we'll be updating throughout the day.
All right, thanks so much. Guys. All right, Stephen Hargis joining us. We'll take a time out, and we'll get back with more baseball, softball, and much, much more after this on the TSSAA Network.
Uh-oh, lots of blue lights up ahead. I wonder what happened up there.
The crash ahead is severe. When an occupant is not properly restrained, they are at greater risk of being ejected. Once ejected, an occupant is more likely to be killed. Buckling up is the single most effective thing you can do to protect yourself in a crash.
Buckle up, Tennessee. Every trip, every time. Brought to you by THSO, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
This is the season when not just our head, but our heart's in the game. A time when our town starts to feel more like our team. At First Bank, we're community superfans. We don't wear uniforms, but we all wear our heart for community on our sleeve. That means we're not just in the bleachers Friday nights. We're in your corner 24/7, cheering your goals even louder. Don't just get a bank, get a team. First Bank. Bank local, get more. Member FDIC.
Live coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships is on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
When was the last time you felt free? It's time to uncover that feeling again.
Because you are protected with the compassion of a cross and shield, accepted by more doctors and hospitals, and the power of a card that opens doors in all 50 states.
Giving you the freedom to love, to dream, to dance like no one is watching. Live fearless.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, High school sports here in Tennessee are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Tennessee did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to Spring Fling HQ. This hour brought to you by the Jason Foundation. Suicide is preventable and everyone has a part to play. Visit TennesseeWon'tBeSilent.com to learn how you can make a difference. Got a lot of baseball that just went final. We'll give you an update in a minute, but the one at the top of the list is our Division II AA championship, and Knox Catholic has claimed it, winning over CPA 4-3 as they got a walk-off in the bottom of the seventh. There will be no if game there, so we've had 2 games, 2 titles, no if games, so the baseball is done for the day at MTSU. Everybody else is fighting tooth and nail to get to tomorrow in Division I. And we mentioned that this hour is brought to you by the Jason Foundation, one of our great partners.
One of our sponsors for Spring Fling HQ this year is the Jason Foundation, and we're fortunate to have Brett Marciel joining us here. He is one of the administrators at the Jason Foundation. Brett, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
What, for folks who are not familiar, explain to us exactly what the Jason Foundation is and why it exists.
Sure. So the Jason Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the prevention of the silent epidemic of youth and young adult suicide. This is done through educational and awareness programs to help identify and assist at-risk youth. We do this through informational seminars for educators and adults, curriculum for students, and various awareness initiatives for all ages. Everything that we offer is available to the public at no cost. In our 25-year history, we have never charged a family, school, or state for our programs or services. We are entering the third year of a state-centered campaign called Tennessee Won't Be Silent, and our intention with this campaign is to raise the awareness of suicide within the volunteer state, provide options on how to become involved, and inform Tennesseans of the resources that are available to them.
So you all are very focused on not wanting our young people to become statistics, because they're pretty dire, aren't they?
Absolutely, and that's exactly it, right? Since 2007, youth suicide rates have increased more than 50% nationally. Suicide's the second leading cause of death for 10 to 24-year-olds in our country, and we average losing 135 young people each week in this age group. One of the things that we are extremely concerned about is a trend on how this issue is affecting the younger generations. Suicide within 10 to 14-year-olds have more than doubled in the last decade. But this is not just a national problem. It's something that we need to be concerned about here in Tennessee as well. Suicide ranks as the third leading cause of death for our middle and high school aged youth. One of the recent studies that came out was a survey conducted by the CDC. It said that 42% of Tennessee high school students responded that they had felt sad or hopeless almost every day in a row for 2 weeks or greater, so that it affected their usual activities in the past 12 months. This is a question that's really alluding to clinical depression. This is something that usually needs professional help. More than half of female students said yes to this question. Over 1 out of every 5 had seriously considered suicide. 18% actually made a plan on how they would attempt suicide, and over 13% reported attempting suicide 1 or more times in the last year. This represents 3 to 4 students in every single Tennessee high school classroom attempting suicide. To put it in a different way, or to visualize it in a different way, that's 2 student athletes on every soccer field during a game that have attempted suicide in the past year. 1 student out on the baseball field, 1 competitor on each track and field event. You know, the number is really astounding. It's almost 40,000 Tennessee high school students who will attempt over the next 12 months if nothing is done differently.
So what does the Jason Foundation do in terms of schools with the educators, and how does the TSSAA play into this?
So we have a very strong relationship with the Tennessee Department of Education. We have passed legislation back in 2007 that requires training in suicide awareness and prevention for our Tennessee educators annually. Every single year, to maintain their license, Tennessee educators have to go through 2 hours of this training. We conduct somewhere around 50,000 educator trainings on the subject every year within Tennessee alone. So that is one of our most widely used programs within the state, but that's only one part of what we're trying to get to, right? We had the opportunity to partner with the TSSAA last year, and it's an ideal way for us to get to those that we are looking to reach. Our corporate office is located in Hendersonville, Tennessee. You know, this is where we have called home since the foundation was formed. Reaching these student athletes, their families, their coaches is an integral part in preventing suicide within our state. There are so many people that come into contact with a young person on a daily basis, and 4 out of 5 individuals considering suicide give some sign of their intentions, either verbally or behaviorally. If we can train the community on what to look out for, we have that opportunity to save a life. And the TSSAA allows us to get to those people that can make a difference in the lives of the student athletes, their families, their friends, their coaches, their teachers.
So tell the folks how they can learn more about your programs, and I think you've got an app that folks can download. Can you walk us through that?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can find out more information on the Jason Foundation, suicide prevention, our programs at jasonfoundation.com. There's a wealth of knowledge there, and you can download and order materials and programs from that site. One of those programs is our smartphone app. It's called A Friend Asks. It contains a plethora of information. It's got information on those warning signs that at-risk youth may exhibit. It's got ways that you can ask someone who may be considering suicide. Here are tangible items that, once you may be concerned about a friend or a loved one, here's how you can approach that conversation. And then obviously what resources are out there and what is available. All this information, at your fingertips, as close as your smartphone. At any time that we can make this information more accessible, we have that opportunity to get someone who is in need to the help that they need. Also, the campaign that I spoke about previously, TennesseeWon'tBeSilent.com, is where you can find ideas on how to become involved and what resources are available in your area.
Well, America loses a young person to suicide every 90 minutes. I think that's what you said. And so we much appreciate your time, Brett, and joining us here on Spring Fling HQ.
Absolutely. Again, thank you for the opportunity, and we value this relationship very much.
Thank you so much. As the Jason Foundation, they have been nice partners. They also bring us our weather every day as we look ahead to Friday and championships that'll be going on across Murfreesboro. 20% chance of showers after 1 p.m. Otherwise sunny with a high near 80 degrees. So it looks like a great way to end Spring Fling as well. It is 3:45, coming up on 3:45 here in the Central Time Zone. Glad to have you with us this afternoon on Spring Fling HQ. Back with more shortly.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day. Interscholastic sports in Tennessee. This message presented by the TSSAA and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Vanderbilt Sports Medicine has provided world-class orthopedic care to Nashville and surrounding communities for over 16 years. Our physicians evaluate and treat bone and joint injuries in patients of all ages, not just athletic injuries. The Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Center specializes in knee and shoulder injuries, but also cares for ankles, hips, necks, and backs. If you have a bone or joint injury, contact the Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Clinic today. Call us at 615-322-7878 or visit us online at vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
We're delivering the latest from the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is love for the game.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship, and most of those are worth far less than the cost of tuition. So, why do they play?
My reason why is commitment.
My reason why is friendship.
A sense of purpose, love for the game, to help others, friendship. There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports and to participate in other high school activities like cheerleading, debate, and music. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son. So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Tennessee who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break. and will return in 1 minute.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Tennessee, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who play high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ coming to you from Murfreesboro. And we're here in the middle of all the softball at SportsCom. Softball had been using 8 fields down to 4 fields today. Everything going on over at Starplex. And, you know, I'm a little... this is a little kind of about me moment. I'd rather, if they're going to use 4, use these
right out here where we can watch some of the action
we can
live.
we can watch it right out the window. Beautiful day here in Murfreesboro. We've had a great week of weather, and looking for the rest of today and another day tomorrow, and closing out the 30th Spring Fling, the 18th year that it has been here in Murfreesboro. So just a busy day, and we've just had a flurry of games in baseball go final, and we have 4 others that are about to go final here in just a bit. But the one thing we have seen, David, is there are going to be a lot of if games coming up in baseball all across the board, because teams with 1 loss have been consistently beating teams that did not have a loss. One of the exceptions to that has been Eagleville, and Eagleville wins today over Peabody 9-4. They have advanced now. I think in Division I, I think they are the first team to advance to tomorrow's championship games.
Yeah, because McKenzie and East Robertson are having to play an if game.
That's right, and so in all divisions that is the case. But we did have the championship game between Knox Catholic and CPA, and it came down to Knox Catholic being able to push across a run in the bottom of the 7th to claim the championship, and the walk-off propelled Catholic to a decisive, dramatic victory over CPA 4-3. The game was tied at 3 with Catholic batting in the bottom of the 7th when Ian Hubbard singled on a 1-1 count, scoring that run. Knox Catholic opened up an early lead in the first inning when Joey Lamatina scored on a 3-2 count, singled on a 3-2 count, scoring a run in the top of the 3rd. CPA tied things up at 3. An error scored 1 run for CPA. Jacob Camfield earned the victory on the mound for Knox Catholic. He lasted an inning, allowing 2 hits and no runs while walking 0 coming out of the bullpen. Easton Dillard took the loss for CPA. Dillard went 4 2/3 innings, allowing 1 run on 3 hits and striking out 2. So congratulations to Knoxville Catholic. They are your Division II 2A state champions. The baseball for today at MTSU is done, but we will have 4 games at Reese Smith Field coming up tomorrow. Quick whip through. We gave you the Eagleville score over Peabody. The games still live are in 2A, Sweetwater leading Milan in the 6th inning 6-5. Also in 2A, it is Forest leading Union County 8-6. That's in the top of the 7th inning. Bottom of the 7th in 3A, Dyer County and Upperman are 1-1. Bottom of the 6th in 4A, Farragut appears to be moving closer to a spot in tomorrow night's 4A championship game. They lead the Red Hawks of Stewart's Creek by a score of 6-0, and Stewart's Creek has had quite a run in this tournament, but it may be coming to an end as Farragut is up 6-0.
Well, an interesting statistic, and you mentioned it earlier today, and that's on the softball side. We don't have any games going on right now, but the Eagleville team on the girls' side in softball is going to be playing Joe Burns at 6:30 tonight for a chance to go to the championship game, and the Eagleville baseball team is going to be in the finals
tomorrow night. Or tomorrow morning, actually, at 10 a.m. So right now, if you're out on New Salem Highway, be aware there are going to be a lot of cars heading from Eagleville into Murfreesboro, coming out here to Starplex prior to a 6:30 softball game.
Oh yeah, there'll be a crowd there, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So that'll be coming up here shortly. What you got in your hands there? You got more track?
Yeah, I've got a track and field, 2 events. Let me cover the girls pole vault in AAA. We have a winner there. Winning the state championship is Carolina Bannock from Green Hill. She set a personal record of a 12-foot vault and vaulted herself into the Tennessee top 10.
Oh, she did.
Yes, and second place went to Sarah Smith of Cookeville. Another personal record here. 10-6 was what she vaulted, and that put her in the Tennessee top 10. And Ella Pine from Lebanon, another personal record of 10-6, and that put her in the Tennessee top 10. Fourth place went to Kristen DeSantis of Rossview, who vaulted 10 feet and put her in the Tennessee top 25. And another personal record was in fifth place. Kaya Thompson of Science Hill vaulted 10 feet, and that put her in the Tennessee top 25. We have our second unified track and field event, and the results are in on the mixed shot put. And the first place winners from Maryville was the team of Noah Johnson and Jacob Arms. And we congratulate them for that achievement. Second place went to Bartlett's Michael Otis and DJ Fain. That team did very well in the competition. Third place, Jackson Vingelen from Brentwood, and his partner, let's see, it's mixed, so got to find him on the sheet. David Ashburn, also from Brentwood. Fourth place was Gibbs, the Gibbs team of Braxton Beeler, and Jason Goyne. And let's see, it went 8 places. So fifth place was Patrick Jones and James Nigan from Franklin. Sixth place was Chase Bernard and teammate Chance Smith from Hickson. Seventh place went to Isaiah Shute and teammate Command Rogers of East Nashville. And eighth place was Northwest's Brandon Larito and Annalise Poe.
So there you go. That's what's going on over at
Second Unified.
Yep. So that kind of gets us to a bit of a stopping point. Couple of things we can tell you coming up at 4 o'clock. We've got softball between Gibbs and East Hamilton and Chattanooga Christian and Baylor. Baylor has been a run-scoring machine over during this week of Spring Fling. And in soccer, you're going to have the Division II 2A championship matchup. That's coming up here very shortly, as it will be an all-Nashville final, MBA and CPA, and that will be at the Stadium Field out at the Richard Siegel Soccer Complex. So we wrapping up this hour. It is been the baseball has been fast and furious coming our way, but we're moving closer to having our field set for the 4 championship games coming up tomorrow over at MTSU's Reese Smith Junior Field. So the 3 o'clock hour coming to a close. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you. 2 more hours to go today with our coverage on TSSAA sports.com, also on Main Street TV on YouTube, and with our friends here in Murfreesboro at WGNS Radio. You can catch them on the air at 1450 AM, 100.5 and 101.9 FM. We'll be back with the 4 o'clock hour right after this.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to inspire others.
Why do thousands of teenagers here in Tennessee participate in high school sports and activities?
My reason why is friendship.
Their reasons are as diverse as the students themselves. But the one thing they all share is the opportunity to have fun and learn important life lessons. Lessons like supporting their community, learning how to be a leader, and building lifelong friendships.
My reason why is defying expectations.
Is there a grade school or middle school student in your family? Then encourage them to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school.
My reason why is to make a change in the world.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special. But there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games, too. Like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rob!
Yeah!
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 2 minutes.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ, this hour brought to you by Zaxby's. It's the home of famous chicken fingers, saucy wings, fresh-made salads, and southern sweet tea. Try their new handcrafted peach sweet tea, a peachy alternative to a southern classic. It's the signature sweet tea mixed with real peach puree and poured over a cup full of Zaxby's ice. Go to Zaxby's.com and find a location near you before or after each game.
We'll get back to our updates in just a moment, but let's take this opportunity to check in with Emily Crowell. She's the Director of Championships for the TSSAA. She's the boss when it comes to Spring Fling 30. Thanks for joining us, Emily.
Thank you for having me.
Let's right off the bat here, let's make sure everybody knows what the gate looks like in terms of tickets, because there is a cash option and then there's an app option too, right?
Correct, yeah. So we encourage everyone to buy tickets in advance on GoFan. If you're not familiar with it, when you arrive at a site, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to be charged for parking. That's $5 cash. That's money that goes to the site, so be prepared for that. But they will give you a parking ticket, and you'll find a QR code on there. That will take you directly to where you can buy tickets for the day. When you go to GoFan, you'll want to select which site you're visiting that day and just mark which venue for that ticket. Those are $12 on GoFan, but if you prefer to pay with cash, you can do that at the gate for $15.
Links for the tickets and everything are at TSSAAsports.com/springfling. That's kind of the online headquarters there, and you can look at the full schedule of events, which is certainly a lengthy list. We've got teams and individual participants, family members, community supporters coming from all ends of the state. Do you have any tips or advice for folks? Should they just stick to the Google Maps and figure out where all the traffic is?
Probably use that technology as your friend. Just have some patience as you're coming into the venues. We've got volunteers that are working those parking lots and gates trying to get everyone in. But obviously, if you buy your ticket online, that should speed things up. You'll just redeem that right on your phone. So we'll always ask for people to have a little bit of patience, but everyone's working to get you in as soon as possible and get you to that event you want to see.
So leave in plenty of time. One of the groups that's really helping to streamline things this week for us is the Rutherford County Convention and Visitors Bureau. Now, of course, they work year-round, bringing in events for the city of Murfreesboro and the entire county. how much help do they provide with an event of this scale here with Spring Fling?
Well, we certainly couldn't do it without the Rutherford County CVB. You know, I mean, we have a staff of less than 20 here at the TSSAA office, so they are invaluable as far as getting volunteers, getting our schools coordinated, finding all of these sites for us so that we can make this happen. We've got 16 sites going simultaneously this week. So the Rutherford County CVB is who really pulls that off, especially initially when we're doing all of the planning before we get to this week.
Of course, we spend all week here at SportsCom at the media headquarters office inside. Fortunately, the air conditioner's working very well this week. But we see all of the work that the Parks and Recreation staff for the city of Murfreesboro, they put in on the softball fields, but they do more than just the softball venues, don't they?
Yes, they're working with softball, soccer, and tennis this week, so that, you know, that's the three of our main sports. They're getting all those fields and venues ready. They honestly work with us year-round. They're always available to answer any questions. They're always helpful with anything we need as far as preparing for this event. And then this week, they're literally doing everything to make those events happen, and it'd be a great experience for everyone who's coming in.
So tell folks again about the online tickets. Of course, they can go to TSSAAsports.com, and I believe the GoFan is gofan.co/TSSAA. Just remind folks about that and how they'll get in. That ticket is good for the entire day, right?
Correct, yeah. If you buy a GoFan ticket, it's redeemable on your phone, so you'll just show that ticket on your phone as you enter the gate, and it will be redeemed right there. As soon as it's redeemed, it disappears, and you will get a hand stamp. That hand stamp is coordinated. Everyone's got the same color for the day, so if you decide you want to leave that venue and go watch a different sport, you'll just show that hand stamp when you get to the next place. Obviously, if for some reason you didn't get a hand stamp, just make sure you get one before you leave the venue, and that's your ticket for the whole day.
Yeah, we do want you to wash your hands, but yeah, just make sure that you leave with a hand stamp. So you also have moved into a new position overseeing softball. Are you going to be at softball most of the week, or have you been bouncing around?
You know, I've still been bouncing around. It's a bit of a logistical challenge overseeing softball and all of the other events here. But yeah, I've been lucky enough to get to all of the sites, and we've got great people with Murfreesboro Parks and Rec that are over at softball that can handle it when I can't be there.
All right, Emily, we'll let you get back to it. Appreciate the time.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much to Emily and Bradley there. We've got a couple of games that have been wrapped up in baseball. Just finishing, Milan wins over Sweetwater, and that is literally within the last minute. That has gone final. Milan wins, and in 2A, Milan advances all the way to the finals tomorrow at 1 p.m. So the Milan Bulldogs are in there, and they will face the winner of an IF game coming up between Union County and Forest High School of Chattanooga. Forest High School, rather, of Chapel Hill. Forest wins over Union County in the first game, 9-6. They'll play it again here in about 20 minutes or so. In Class 3A, Dyer County has lost to Upperman, and that was a 2-1 score. Upperman was the winner, but Upperman already had a loss, and that forces, or you're going to have two IF games in 3A coming up, and that is, you're going to have Upperman and Dyer County facing each other a second time today, and Greenville and Brighton will be facing each other a second time today. And the reason there is that Brighton came out of the losers bracket to beat Greenville 4-0. So two IF games in Class 3A. In 4A, we are now in the bottom of the seventh. Last chance for Stewart's Creek. The Stewart's Creek Redhawks trailing Farragut by a score of 6-1. If Farragut holds on here, they will advance into the finals tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. The other upper half of the bracket is going to be an if game again. Hardin Valley and Collierville. Hardin Valley came out of the losers bracket to beat Collierville 4-1 to force the if game, and that will get underway at 4:30 over at Oakland High School. So these teams who can come out of the winners bracket, boy, they save themselves on pitching when it comes championship day on Friday, and it'll be interesting to see in particular in 3A with two if games who is going to have any pitching left to play for a state championship. But the thing is, you can't hold on to it forever. You've got to do what you can to get there, and then play the game that's in front of you.
You leave it all on the field, and I can't just counted them up. And in the tournament, not counting this Farragut game that's not completed yet, 5 if games. In the tournament to get to this point.
Yep, and that's where we are. And the Farragut, it doesn't look like there's going to be an if situation there, but 5 of a possible 8 games are going to be if games. There are going to be 5 if games out of a possible 8 here in the bracket finals.
4:30 is going to be a very busy time around this region.
And a lot of times the 4:30 on Thursday is not real busy, but business is going to pick up back at a lot of these venues out across Rutherford County. 4 o'clock hour is off and rolling here, and glad to have you with us on Spring Fling HQ. The 4 o'clock hour is brought to you by our friends at Zaxby's. We'll tell you about them when we come back. You are listening to the TSSAA Network.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
There aren't any cops around.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good.
Hey, I can hold my liquor.
I drink and drive all the time.
If you put away some drinks, put away your keys. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. Brought to you by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
Attention high school sports fans, are you an armchair official? You know, the parent or fan who constantly yells at the referees and loves to let everyone know just how bad you think they are. Well, if you think you could do better, then get in the game and prove it. It's time for you to suit up and make the calls where they actually count. Every sport in Tennessee needs more officials. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships will continue on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games too, like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rob!
Yeah!
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship. So why do they play?
My reason why is friendship.
Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you, and we are rolling along this afternoon and trying to put a bow on the 2 o'clock baseball is wrapping up. Stewart's Creek is not making life easy on Farragut. They're in the bottom of the 7th inning. There are 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, and Stewart's Creek still hanging on. They're down 6-4 and trying to keep that game alive and keep their season alive. Farragut trying to snuff out the fire and make their way into the Class 4A championship game tomorrow. So we've got what do we got? We got softball coming up and at 4 o'clock underway in Division 2, Class 2A.
Yeah, that's the championship game has just started, literally, between Baylor and Chattanooga Christian.
Yeah, championship round. If Baylor wins, they win the championship. If Chattanooga Christian wins, there would be an if game in the morning, and right now Baylor leading it by a 2-0 count over the Baylor leading it over Chattanooga Christian. We've got other games that'll be popping up here in the next 10 minutes. Daniel Boone and Henry County in Class 4A. Also the Division 2 Class A championship round. That will be Silverdale and Columbia Academy. And Columbia Academy will have to win 2. Silverdale will have to win 1. Stewart's Creek and Farragut in baseball, that has just gone final. And it is a final score of 6-4. Farragut with the win, and with that, Farragut moves into the finals, and they will play the winner of Hardin Valley and Collierville, which will start at 4:30. So, well, we had a lull. All of a sudden, the magic screen in front of us has repopulated pretty evenly. So, all of the, am I correct here? All of the baseball from the 2 o'clock window is done.
Correct.
And the 4:30 games, there's a couple of them that have already started, and so that they're trying to get a little jump on that and see what's going to happen there. So,
well, anytime you have to play those back-to-back games out of that losers bracket, and you alluded to it earlier today, out of what we had, 5 out of 8 of those elimination games actually had to go to an if game. They had to go to an extra game because the loser bracket team won.
Yep, they did, and they kept things rolling along. And we and with softball, we've got like we mentioned, 2 games that are underway, and you can give us those right there. What's happening?
Yeah, that's Gibbs and East Hamilton. That is an elimination game to see who goes on into the other bracket. But it's at the bottom of the 2nd in 3A competition. Starplex Field number 1. Gibbs leads East Hamilton by a score of 2-0. And Chattanooga Christian over in Division II AA in Starplex number 2 has fallen behind Baylor there. And that game is, let's see, the score is 2-1 Baylor over Chattanooga Christian right now. That's the other Division II AA is the other championship game going on right now in Division II. Top of the first inning, Daniel Boone and Henry County just getting started. That's an elimination game, and that's being played at Starplex Field number 3. And the other Division II game that has just now started at 4:30. They haven't really tipped it off yet, but Columbia Academy will be playing Silverdale.
That is correct. And in soccer, there are going to be 2 championship games today. And in Division II, Class 2A, that game got underway at 4 o'clock. It is an all-Nashville final, MBA and CPA. And Christ Prez has taken an early 1-0 lead in that one. They are in the 20th minute of play out at Richard Siegel Soccer Complex. So that one is underway. The other game tonight at 6:30 for the Division II Class A championship game. You've got you get the 901 against the 423. You've got Lausanne facing Boyd Buchanan, and that is a game that will be for the Division II Class A championship game. Looking at the other soccer finals that will be coming tomorrow in Division I, tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. at the Stadium Field at Richard Siegel Soccer Complex. It will be Alcoa facing Madison Magnet School. Alcoa came into the state tournament with a record of 13-9-2, while Madison Magnet has the only 2 blemishes on their record have been 2 ties earlier this year. And going into the finals, Madison Magnet was on a roll. They had knocked off Gatlinburg Pittman 4-0, and will face Alcoa for the 1A championship. The 2A title game will be played at 4 o'clock tomorrow. That will be Valor College Prep. They came into the state tournament at 14-4-3. They will play Greenville, who came in at 18-1-4. They have been strong so far, and they moved into the championship game with a shutout over MLK 2-0. The Class 3A championship game tomorrow will be a couple of teams that are probably familiar with each other, and that would be Station Camp High School out of Sumner County and Brentwood High out of Williamson County. Station Camp has came into the state tournament 16-6-1. They defeated Siegel 3-1. They knocked off Hardin Valley 4-0, and now they're in the finals in the upper half of the bracket. In the bottom half, it is Brentwood who won. They came in with a record of 22-0.
Wow!
And they defeated Bearden 1-0, and they defeated Bartlett by a score of 3-2. Now they'll play Station Camp for the state championship. That will kick off action tomorrow at 11 a.m. out at the Richard Siegel Soccer Complex.
We have some tennis scores.
There you go. Go right ahead.
Some of the singles action in Class Single A in the boys singles tournament. Tobias Mandeville actually has defeated Allen Johnson of Obion County 6-1, 6-zip to move into the championship game tomorrow against against the winner of Skylar Floodquist and Ethan Porterfield. And it looks like Porterfield has won that match 2-0, 2 matches to none, 6-4, 6-2. So those two will play tomorrow in the championship of the Single A State Boys Championship game. The doubles tournament has extended now in Class Single A. University school team of Mefford Natsuko, is that right? I think you pronounced that a little bit before. They beat Meyer Purnell from Watertown 2-0, 6-0, 6-0. And they will be matched up against the Chester County team of Britt and Mullins. who defeated Frank and Terry from Fairview 2-1. This final score there was 6-2, 4-6, 6-4. So the doubles tennis tournament is all set with Chester County and University School teams playing there. The Class A state girls doubles tournament has advanced to the championship game. Kaiser Bondurant from Union City have defeated Davis Compton from Chester County 2-1. Those games went 6-1, 5-7, 6-2. And they will be, the Union City team will be advancing to against Summertown, who we've talked about many times through the last couple of days. The Kelly twin team of Summertown defeated Nix Thomas of Watertown 2-0. Those games went 6-2, 6-3. So it's Union City and Summertown in the girls' Class A state doubles championship tomorrow. Kai Lamb from Silverdale, that team was defeated today by Jack Veazey. Jack Veazey, let's see, this is the state boys singles tournament from Division 2A. I switched gears on myself. So this is the Division 2A state singles tournament. Jack Veazey of Jackson Christian advances, defeating Kai Lamb of Silverdale 6-4, 6-2. And Jack Veazey of Jackson Christian will be playing Danny Hamzy of Lausanne. My goodness gracious.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, my tang is still getting tangled. And Hamzy defeated Tristan Scallion 6-1 to 6-4 to advance to that championship match tomorrow in Division II Single A. Division II Single A State Boys Doubles Tennis Tournament. This is where we encounter two names. Miller Wilkerson from USJ defeated Brady Campbell of CAK 4-6, 7-5, 6-2. And in the other side of that winner's bracket was Nath team from Lausanne, and they defeated Baker and Stearns of ECS 6-zip. So it's Miller Wilkerson, USJ, and Nath of Lausanne for the state championship tomorrow. And that match will happen at 11 a.m. Let's see. We have one more Division II AA State Boys Doubles Tournament. The team of Greer Torrey from NBA defeated Clark Scholberg of McCallie 6-2, 6-4. And they will be matched up tomorrow at 11 a.m. Against the team from McCallie of Getz Immorde, who defeated Lightman Schwarluck from MUS 6-1, 6-4. So all of the singles and doubles tournaments there are all set for tomorrow.
They certainly are, and after that, you need to take a breath. We'll allow that to happen.
Two.
That's right. We got baseball up and running. We've got softball back up and running at 4:30. More to come on Spring Fling HQ as you listen to the TSSAA Network.
Uh-oh, lots of blue lights up ahead. I wonder what happened up there.
The crash ahead is severe. When an occupant is not properly restrained, they are at greater risk of being ejected. Once ejected, an occupant is more likely to be killed. Buckling up is the single most effective thing you can do to protect yourself in a crash.
Buckle up, Tennessee. Every trip, every time. Brought to you by THSO, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
This is the season when not just our head, but our heart's in the game. A time when our town starts to feel more like our team. At First Bank, we're community superfans. We don't wear uniforms, but we all wear our heart for community on our sleeve. That means we're not just in the bleachers Friday nights. We're in your corner 24/7, cheering your goals even louder. Don't just get a bank, get a team. First Bank. Bank local, get more. Member FDIC.
Live coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships is on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
When was
was the last time you felt free? It's time to uncover that feeling again.
Because you are protected with the compassion of a cross and shield, accepted by more doctors and hospitals, and the power of a card that opens doors in all 50 states.
Giving you the freedom to love, to dream, to dance like no one is watching. Live fearless.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Tennessee are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Tennessee did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ. A little after 4:30 in Murfreesboro, an hour and a half of coverage left here on Spring Fling HQ, and it has been quite a week here in Murfreesboro as we've had fans from across the state of Tennessee to be able to be here to join us in time to hear about some of the folks that have helped those volunteers who have helped our fans get from point to point all across this week here in Rutherford County. Spring Fling would not roll on unless it was for a great group of volunteers. And Barbara Wolke from the Convention and Visitors Bureau helps coordinate all of that. And Barbara, when we talk,
seems like every year about this time, and really it is an opportunity to give some pats on the back to a large group of folks from this area that give of their time every year to help facilitate such a wonderful event.
Yes, actually, we have hosted this event since 2006, and it requires over 1,000 volunteers, and we could not host this event year after year without the support of the community. We also want to extend a huge thank you to the City of Murfreesboro, Murfreesboro Parks and Rec, and the many high schools and their booster clubs, because it truly takes all of us working together to roll out the red carpet for these athletes and families.
Yeah, and it is a very large-scale effort throughout the county for sure. You know, when you look at this being the 30th anniversary of Spring Fling, it's the 18th year that it's been in Murfreesboro, 17th event because of 2020. It's easy. It's one of those kind of landmark years where you can kind of take stock. Do you remember when you first heard this may happen and what was going to be needed from the Visitors Bureau, the Chamber? Was it excitement, or was it fear, or all of the above?
Oh, it was certainly excitement. Actually, we chartered a bus and went down to TSSAA headquarters, and we wrapped the bus with Team Rutherford on it. So we had a lot of folks there to work with us on this. But yes, and this event it requires a lot of hotel rooms, and it's about a $3.5 million impact. And TSSAA events definitely contribute to those numbers. And that's a 34% increase in 2021. The overall tourism economic impact was $634 million.
Wow, in Rutherford County?
In Rutherford County.
Holy moly. So, and TSSAA has always been a big part. The city, the county, and MTSU, all three of those really have to work together. And when you think about the basketball tournaments that have been going on for nearly 50 years, Murphy Center was 50 years old this school year, and the both basketball tournaments came pretty close. I think in 1974 was their first year here. So we're coming up on the 50th anniversary of the girls tournament being in Murfreesboro. The boys made a trip to Memphis and a trip to Nashville in there, but they are now back here. We've hosted the Blue Cross Bowl, many other championships, whether it's volleyball, cheerleading, all of that. And we're very blessed from a geographic standpoint to literally be in the center of the state.
Yes, MTSU plays a huge partner in allowing us to continue increasing our numbers year after year. Actually, the track and field championships as well as the baseball championships will be there for the TSSAA Spring Fling.
Is that going to, this year, this is the most normal we've been since the pandemic, in the sense that the track meet is going to be back at Middle, the baseball championship games are back at Middle. Does that help you from a volunteer standpoint, that all of those championship events are in one location instead of having 6 different locations for baseball title games?
Yes, that definitely helps, and because everyone's there, and it's. With that many volunteers, we're able to give, folks breaks and know where they're at and hydrate them well. So it's important that we keep our volunteers hydrated. So we have hydration volunteers, and yes, it's a well-oiled machine at track and field and baseball.
Well, kind of give us an idea. What's the biggest days as far as the demand for volunteers during this week?
I would say Wednesday and Thursday are the peak days, as well as the peak hotel room nights. Yes, those are the peak days.
Yeah. And you said you have about 1,000 volunteers. How many do you think have been doing it every year since it's been here in Murfreesboro? Do you have any idea?
I think year after year, our volunteers definitely come back to see champions crowned and where memories are made, and give back to the community. We work with the Moose Club here, and I do have some volunteers at track and field that have been with us since 2006.
Wow, that's nice. And as far as where you get your volunteers from, you mentioned the Moose Club, you mentioned the schools that have their their booster clubs, things like that. Is that where the bulk comes from, or how do you? Are there a lot of individuals who say, I just want to be part of this?
Yes, I think the Chamber of Commerce diplomats, I have to thank them. They do a wonderful job of stepping up and giving back to the community, as well as other different Rotary clubs and things that offer volunteers to assist us.
Yep. They're there to help guide people around. And the one thing I think when you talk to folks this week around town, we always fortunately. We suffer from growing pains a lot because we are a destination that people want to be at, and it's one of those things where this week you have a lot of license plates from outside the county that will be here, and I think a message out to folks who are listening that folks in Murfreesboro and throughout the county, you're going to have a lot of folks that might ask you, hey, how do I get from Stewart's Creek to Rockvale, or how can I get from Eagleville to Wilson Central? This is a great time to put on your community service hat. And while you may not be an official volunteer, you certainly might be able to help folks get around town a little bit.
Absolutely. If you haven't checked out our website, visit rutherfordtn.com, please do so. There's a list of attractions as well as TSSAA sites and a nice map on there. But yes, and volunteers and as well as visitors will contact us for information on the Spring Fling. So yes, we're able to help them.
Yeah, that's right. And also, this is a good week for locals. Eat supper at home because we've got a lot of visitors that are going to pack the restaurants, and we want them to certainly be enjoying their stay here and all the hospitality that can be given. You mentioned earlier that overall there's about $635 million worth of economic impact on tourism in Murfreesboro or in Rutherford County, and it's not like we've got Opryland or Dollywood here. So what are the big reasons that people are spending money from a tourism standpoint in Rutherford County?
Well, actually, we have the facilities. We have top-notch sports facilities as well as 5,500 hotel rooms with 62 lodging properties. We're located right here in the exact geographic center of the state, so within a day's drive of 75% of the population in the U.S. So it makes us a perfect destination for sporting events and conferences.
75% of the United States population is in a one-day drive.
Correct.
Wow, that might win you a bet somewhere. That if you ask folks that, we got about a minute left, and for folks who are in town this week and are listening, we want to welcome them. And from the Convention and Visitors Bureau, what's the message you want to tell them this week while they're here in Rutherford County?
Well, if you'd like to come out and see some of the best athletes in the state while giving back to the community, please give me a call. We will set you up with a volunteer shift so you can come out and see some of the action. And I also wanted to mention that the $634 million impact overall tourism was a 34% increase, but each household in the county sees a tax relief of $436 every year because of tourism.
Wow, I appreciate that. About every December when my tax bill comes in, so that is nice, and we want to thank all of you who are in town this week for contributing to some of that. We're glad to have you here, and hope that your teams and your schools go as far as they absolutely possibly can. And Barbara, this is a busy week, and not everything is going to be perfect, but I know you and your volunteers are going to try to make everything as good as it possibly can be for all of our visitors in town. And last year we had a complete rain out of one day, so I'm sure that everybody who went through that will be happy that to have some sunshine and some warm temperatures this week.
Absolutely. We have ordered Chamber of Commerce weather for everyone.
Absolutely. And from the Chamber of Commerce and the Convention and Visitors Bureau, that has been Barbara Walke. And Barbara, thanks so much to you, and please pass along that thanks to each and every one of those volunteers that are helping out this week.
Will do. Thank you so much, Chip.
All right. Thanks so much to Barbara Walke, and again, all those volunteers who have helped out. She mentioned that Chamber of Commerce weather. Our Weather Each Hour brought to you by the Jason Foundation. Here's the forecast for tomorrow. 20% chance of showers and thunderstorms after 1 p.m. So we'll get a lot of stuff in before there's even any chance, and that chance is only 20%. Stay tuned. We'll have more updates on baseball and softball coming up next here on the TSSAA Network.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day. Interscholastic sports in Tennessee. This message presented by the TSSAA and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Vanderbilt Sports Medicine has provided world-class orthopedic care to Nashville and surrounding communities for over 16 years. Our physicians evaluate and treat bone and joint injuries in patients of all ages, not just athletic injuries. The Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Center specializes in knee and shoulder injuries, but also cares for ankles, hips, necks, and backs. If you have a bone or joint injury, contact the Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Clinic today. Call us at 615-322-7878 or visit us online at vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
We're delivering the latest from the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is love for the game.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship, and most of those are worth far less than the cost of tuition. So, why do they play?
My reason why is commitment.
My reason why is friendship.
A sense of purpose, love for the game, to help others, friendship. There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports and to participate in other high school activities like cheerleading, debate, and music. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son.
Oh.
So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Tennessee who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Tennessee, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who play high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Back at Spring Fling HQ here at Sportscom in Murfreesboro. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you. Time to give us a whip around in both baseball and softball. We have games that began in softball at 4, baseball at 4:30, and we've got those 5 if games in baseball that are that have all gotten started now. A couple of them are moving right along, but David, let's take a look if you can. If you've been covering on the top of things in softball, kind of go ahead and give us an update on where things are there.
Okay, well, in the top of the 4th inning in 3A action at Starplex Field number 1, it's Gibbs and East Hamilton in an elimination game. East Hamilton is now leading Gibbs by 1 run, 3-2. That game is in the top of the 4th. Bottom of the 2nd, Division II AA championship game, and it is Baylor 2, Chattanooga Christian 1. If Baylor wins, then they're the champion. If Chattanooga Christian wins, then we have to play them again. And so top of the 3rd inning in 4A, Starplex Field number 3, Daniel Boone and Henry County in an elimination game. Daniel Boone leads that 1-0. And in the bottom of the 2nd, Division II Single A, Starplex Field number 4, it's Columbia Academy and Silverdale knotted up 0-0. Nobody scored yet.
That's right. And so Columbia Academy trying to keep their hopes alive for a 4th consecutive state title. Not all have been in this same division, but they're trying to, for their school, they won it in 19, 21, and 22, and now trying to win it in 23. Of course, there was not one in 2020.
Yeah.
So there we go. That's the update on softball. Let's go to baseball. In Class A, you've got McKenzie and East Robertson playing an if game right now in the bottom of the 5th. That game's moving. East Robertson has a 3-1 lead over McKenzie. The winner of that game will face Eagleville in the championship tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. at MTSU. Eagleville took care of business earlier and beat Peabody of Trenton by a score of 9-3. And you know, those Eagleville fans, they may have loaded up, because we talked about them coming back here for softball later. They may make a little pit stop there at in Rockvale and check out to see who they may be playing coming up tomorrow. Because they've got the all-day pass, and they're going to put it to good use. They're going to get their money's worth out of that for sure today. All right, moving to Class 2A, we've got one if game going there, and that is Union County and Forest. Winner of that one will move into the championship to take on Milan. Right now, Union County in the top of inning number 2 is leading Forest by a score of 1-0. Earlier today, Milan knocked off Sweetwater 7-6 to get into the championship matchup. That will be a 1 p.m. game tomorrow at Reese Smith Jr. Field. In Class AAA, we've got 2 if games going on, and the first one in the top half of the bracket, Upperman and Dyer County. In the first one of those games, it was Upperman winning 2-1. Now they're back at it again, and it is no score in the top of inning number 2. In the bottom half of the bracket, Greenville and Brighton, each team with a loss there. Winner goes. Both of these games will send teams to the finals. Greenville and Brighton are all tied up now at 1 apiece, and that is in the top of inning number 3. That championship game, by the way, and for 3A will be tomorrow at 4 p.m. And in Class 4A, Collierville leading Hardin Valley 1-0. Winner will go to the championship game. Loser will go home, and the winner will face Farragut tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Farragut held off Stewart's Creek today by a score of 6-4. Our champions have been crowned in Division II. Earlier today, it was North Point pushing across a run and pushing across a run and winning over Good Pasture 6-5 and eliminating Good Pasture, and North Point winning the championship. And in Division II Class 2A, Knox Catholic held off CPA, and they win by a score of 4-3 for the Division II Class 2A championship.
And Chip, I've just got in a couple of relay results from track and field. In girls 4x800 meter relay, AAA action. It was Centennial winning first place, the team of Reese Ammon, Bethany Wright, Larkin Johnson, and Gabriel Boulay. In second place, Daniel Boone. Brentwood captured third, Dobbins Bennett fourth, and Beach took the fifth place in that girls 4x800 meter relay. The boys 4x800 meter relay was captured by Dobbins Bennett, and I don't have the team members listed here. Second place went to Farragut, third place Brentwood, fourth place Franklin, and fifth place to Wilson Central in the boys 4x800 meter relay.
There you go. Updates on track, AAA, and Unified Track and Field going on today. The running events just got underway about an hour ago. We may have some results of those, a few more results before we're done. Final hour of Spring Fling HQ coming up after the break here at the top of the hour. We appreciate you listening wherever you are on TSSAA Main Street TV on YouTube, or over the air in Murfreesboro on the WGNS network of stations. Back with more here on the TSSAA network.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to inspire others.
Why do thousands of teenagers here in Tennessee participate in high school sports and activities?
My reason why is friendship.
Their reasons are as diverse as the students themselves. But the one thing they all share is the opportunity to have fun and learn important life lessons. Lessons like supporting their community, learning how to be a leader, and building lifelong friendships.
My reason why is defying expectations.
Is there a grade school or middle school student in your family? Then encourage them to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school.
My reason why is to make a change in the world.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games, too. Like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Rob.
Yeah.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 2 minutes.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into TSSAA's Spring Fling HQ. Chip Walters, David Lambert with you. Our final hour number 21 of our on-air coverage this week of Spring Fling HQ. And we were checking out some action on the track that is on the NFHS network. We may bring you a few highlights here during this hour. We just saw the unified 100-meter dash be completed, and what a race that was. It was a lot of folks out there on the track. You've got the partners for each team or each school, and that, boy, they came off the track and are immediately on the podium getting their medals.
Well, it was really encouraging, too, because after the race was over, there was a lot of hugging and handshakes and all those kinds of things, even probably more so than what you normally see at a track meet.
Yep, absolutely, and a big crowd, huge crowd over at the Dean Hayes Track and Soccer Complex right now, but all the medals have been given out there. The 4x200 girls relay coming up, and we may take a dip into that and see what we can see if we can catch some live action for you here in just a bit. But they'll be lining up. We'll have that for you. We've got some tennis right here I need to get to.
Yep.
And that is AA girls singles. The semifinals are set, and they are underway. Ellie Zolt of Siegel taking on Inslee Collins of Walker Valley, and Ella DeJesus of Collierville against Riley Cassidy of Farragut. So the finals again will be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. These are the semifinals. In Division II Class A girls singles, Allie Faulkner of CAK and Briley Davis of USJ will face each other and are facing each other right now. Shelby Franklin of FRA and Ava Magnus of St. George's in the other semifinal. Division II Class A girls doubles tennis tournament. In the semifinals, the doubles team of Stalkup and Bristow of CAK facing Baba and Craig of USJ, while Kahn and Young of Lausanne facing Smith and Lightman of St. George's in the state semifinals. The Class AAA girls 4x200 meter relay is getting ready to go. They're in they have taken their starting positions, and we'll be checking in here and going live, picking up the action with Will Bowling over at the Dean Hayes Track and Soccer Stadium. Let's pick it up right now.
Place Powell. In second place, Northwest. And your state champion with a mark of 23.78 of the boys 100-meter dash relay unified, Bartlett.
So there we got the
results.
Got the results of the unified right there. So you're hearing the background noise.
Next up on the track, it is the first of two sections of the girls 4x200 meter relay. Everything in class AAA here this afternoon. Our third day of competition from Middle Tennessee State University. I'm Will Bowling, back with you, where we have officially put one state record in the books today on each side of the competition. One for the girls and one for guys. Jordan Ware, the new state record holder, in 10:13 in the 100-meter dash. Meanwhile, in the 4x800 meter relay, Centennial High School has run the fastest girls 4x8 in Tennessee State history, running 9:06:03. Meanwhile, the best all conditions time in Tennessee State meet history and in Tennessee history, just period, was run by the current state record holder, Jacoby Tharp of Rockvale High School. We have got some outstanding talent on display here at the 2023 State Track and Field Championships. So here in the opening section of the girls 4x200, lane 1 is Science Hill. Lane 2 is Sevier County. Lane 3 is Siegel. Oakland is in lane 4. Walker Valley in 5. Rossview in 6. Northeast in 7. And Hardin Valley Academy is in lane number 8.
Stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, we please ask you to be quiet when the gun is up for the start of the race. It's very difficult to hear down here. Thank you for your cooperation.
They did have they're having a restart there.
On your mark.
Here we go again.
Set.
Off and running in the first of two sections of the girls 4x200 meter relay. Science Hill, Sevier County, Siegel, Oakland, Walker Valley, Rossview, Northeast, and Hardin Valley Academy. Memphis Central leads the girls overall competition with 51 points, ahead of Brentwood with 36 so far, as these teams make their way to exchange number 1. And there on the outside in lane 7, that's Northeast High School running in front. With Walker Valley making up some ground in the navy and gold in lane 5. Hardin Valley Academy managing the outside lane very efficiently. Northeast out of lane 7, looking to pick up some points here out of the first of two sections. Good exchange there in lane 5 for Walker Valley. There on the inside in lane 3, you've got Siegel from here in Murfreesboro. As this is still anybody's race, the wind down there on the backstretch as they make their push here on leg number 3. Final exchange, and in lane 7, Northeast High School may have just run back into the lead right there. Siegel running in second with Hardin Valley Academy in tow behind them on the outside in lane number 8 as they make the turn. Northeast looking like the team to beat in the first of two sections. And that is exactly what they will do, running in lane 7, 1:44.27 unofficially at the finish.
Well, there we had Northeast High School out of Clarksville winning the first section of the 4x200 meters, and that was nice to be able to bring a little track and field. And there, it looks like there's a huge crowd, beautiful weather, could not be more comfortable over at the Dean Hayes Track and Soccer Complex. We'll take a timeout and back with more here on Spring Fling HQ on the TSSAA network.
It's just a few cocktails at happy hour.
There aren't any cops around.
After every game, we always have a few. It's no big deal.
It was just a few drinks. I'm good.
Hey, I can hold my liquor. I drink and drive all the time.
If you put away some drinks, put away your keys. Fans don't let fans drive drunk. Brought to you by the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
Attention high school sports fans, are you an armchair official? You know, the parent or fan who constantly yells at the referees and loves to let everyone know just how bad you think they are. Well, if you think you could do better, then get in the game and prove it. It's time for you to suit up and make the calls where they actually count. Every sport in Tennessee needs more officials. Sign up today at highschoolofficials.com.
Coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships will continue on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA network.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Woohoo.
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games too, like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Ralph!
Yeah!
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship. So why do they play?
My reason why is friendship.
Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ. Final hour on the network. We can give some updates on baseball and softball, and we'll do that in just a moment, because just on cue, Jesse Smithy has joined us from 5-Star Preps. And Jesse, how things going in your neck of the woods?
It's going well. We got a really busy Thursday going on. I think we ended up with 7 baseball teams advancing into play today here in Murfreesboro, and a few have already advanced to state championship games, and one just recently won a state championship game about an hour or so ago. So a really busy day for our team, but we're trying our best to get it covered.
Yep, absolutely. And Knox Catholic got that state championship, knocking off CPA 4-3, held on there. It's interesting. You talked about having 7 baseball teams. We had Stephen Hargis on from Chattanooga a little earlier, and he had 7 softball teams that were going today. So it's been busy for Knox Catholic. Talk a little bit about them and that team and what they accomplished by winning the Division II 2A championship this year.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to our discussion about them Tuesday. It was a team that came into the year with some promise. I mean, it has Daniel Paris, a Tennessee signee, and there's a couple other players that are going to have the opportunity to play college baseball. But when you stack up their roster against a Baylor or a Brentwood Academy or what have you, you're probably going to look elsewhere first when you try to pick a favorite on paper. But when Catholic went down to Chattanooga May 17th for that state quarterfinal series or sectional series, whatever you want to call it, and swept Baylor in 2 games and left town.
Yeah,
that was the kind of the signal, looking back in hindsight, that this team was maybe clicking, maybe had a little bit of kind of mojo in its corner coming to Murfreesboro. And it didn't come down here and run rule everybody. I mean, there have some close games, 2-0, had a 6-4 win yesterday with a dramatic home run by Daniel Paris, and then won today 4-3. It's just one of those teams that I think gelled at the right time, believed at the right time, and now they made history. First championship in Catholic baseball history. It's a program that's been down here a few times in the last couple of decades, and finished runner-up in 2014 and 15, and just didn't know if it was kind of going to get over the hump, especially when it got moved into Division II AA. But Caleb Moore is the head coach there. He's a 2001 Catholic graduate, and so it had a little extra meaning for him today to see his team and his alma mater win a state championship.
Yeah, and like you said, that trip to Baylor, not only did it maybe prove to fans, but it probably proved to themselves and gave them a great deal of confidence coming in here. Farragut, they had to fight off a scrappy Stewart's Creek team today, but ho-hum, it's Spring Fling. Farragut's in the finals.
Yeah, and I checked Game Changer because I was at Catholic baseball, and Farragut was throwing a guy that I'd never even heard of. And I think they trust their bats right now. Their offense has just been otherworldly over the last week or so, just the amount of runs they're putting up per game. And so I think they were hoping that they could get the run support for this little-known pitcher that they had, and they got that. I got 6 runs early in that game, and as you mentioned, kind of had to hold on late. But it's a pitching rotation for Farragut that's not super deep, especially because they lost their Tennessee signee, Ashton Sulak, to injury in the district tournament. So they've had to roll some guys out there that maybe they weren't counting on doing in the postseason maybe a month ago. But again, those bats have kind of come to life for Farragut baseball and got them just enough run support today against Stewart Creek to get them into the final tomorrow and maybe not have to burn one of their good arms. And so we'll see who they trot out there on the mound tomorrow. And it's could be an all Knoxville final. We'll see. Hardin Valley was able to force a game 2 against Collierville. Right now, Collierville leads 1-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. We've seen an all Knoxville final before back in 2015. Hardin Valley actually won that game over Farragut High School, and has been a thorn in the paw of Farragut baseball for, probably since then. And they've beaten Farragut 3 or 4 times this year already. And I know they'd like a chance to do it again and possibly win a state title, but it's still a little bit of work to do for Hardin Valley if they're going to get back into that situation.
Yeah, in 3A, out of Upper East Tennessee, Greenville might not be necessarily in your footprint, but they came in, and if you just look at records, they're the 32-3 coming into the state tournament. They got forced into an if game this afternoon against Brighton, and Brighton beat them 4-0, but they're coming back, and right now Greenville has a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the fourth inning. That's a team that knows how to win.
It does, and they've won state championships before. I think in our first ever trip down here as a company, as 5-Star Preps, they won a state title. And they have the arms to do it. They have some guys at the plate that can get it done. Carson Quillen, a sophomore of Virginia Tech baseball commitment, is fantastic at the plate and behind the plate as a catcher, and he's even pitched some for them this year. And not a lot of losses on that schedule for Greenville baseball. So you got to like their chances to bounce back. It's really hard to fathom them losing 2 games in a single day, given what they've done this year.
Yeah, and the other out of East Tennessee is Union County. They're leading Forest right now 4-1 in the third, and the winner of that one gets to take on Milan, who will have played one less game because they did not. We had, out of those 8 bracket halves, Jesse, we had 5 of a possible 8 if games this afternoon. Only Milan, Eagleville, and Farragut were able to get through without a loss, and that's good. I think that'll serve all those teams well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, you don't have to burn through pitching, and as we all know, I mean, high school baseball teams, you might have 1 or 2 good pitchers, but after that, there's really a significant drop off, and then once you have to get deep into your rotation, you better start hitting the baseball and find a way to manufacture as many runs as possible. What
about the AAA track and unified track for folks in your area? I know Maryville has Maryville and Alcoa and other schools have been very active in the unified movement, but what about AAA? Any folks that we need to watch as the running events are underway over at the Dean Hayes track?
Yeah, as you mentioned, the running events there in AAA, keep an eye on Farragut. They have a few distance runners that are going to be going off to big Power 5 colleges and just made hay during the cross-country season, won a state championship in cross-country. So their distance runners are really, really elite. And then they have some really sound athletes in the field events from this morning. So keep an eye on Farragut boys in terms of a team from East Tennessee that could possibly sneak up into the top 3 in the team standings and maybe even challenge for a state championship. I don't know. We'll see. But they've been checking off boxes ever since this past fall in cross country. And then they got into Knoxville spring track competitions and started winning things here and there, sectionals and KIL track championships. So they're definitely the team for us to watch in boys track tonight.
Well, tomorrow in soccer, you've got Alcoa going in Class A against Madison Magnet and Greenville. Those Green Devils keep popping up again. They'll be going against Valor Prep tomorrow in Class AA for state championships in soccer.
Yeah, starting with Alcoa, I thought they handled the controversy that started this week really well. And they were supposed to play a state quarterfinal against Sheffield. Sheffield had to forfeit that. We're not used to seeing that in a state tournament setting. And that can throw off your whole rhythm, just everything that you're expecting for the week, your plan. And then they came out in the semifinals and just handled their business like it never happened. And I think that's a sign of a well-coached team, a mentally tough team. We'll see what they do in the state championship. But everything that kind of went on in the early part of this week, I thought Alcoa soccer handled that extremely well. And then for Greenville, as you mentioned, it's a program that wins championships quite often in state soccer. And I still don't feel like it gets mentioned enough when you're talking about the state's elite soccer programs. And maybe that's just because of its locale and how our state is set up into thirds. But year after year, you can always bank on Greenville soccer being down here and being competitive and challenging for a state championship. They're going to get a chance to do that tomorrow again.
Well, Jesse, I'll tell you, it's always fun to get a chance to catch up with you. And we've talked about a lot of things. And in a couple of years, there may be a sport added to Spring Fling as lacrosse comes in.
Right.
Just kind of taking a look, 30,000-foot view in East Tennessee. How is lacrosse? How do you feel it's going to be implemented? Will it be a slow start, or what do you think?
No, we're really seeing it grow exponentially in Knoxville, and we've actually started covering it this spring, just as a lacrosse 101 kind of crash course for everybody, because while it's been going on in Knoxville for 20, 30 years or so, it hasn't really been in the spotlight, and especially when it comes to media and just people paying attention to it. So we did a lot of kind of basic elementary articles with lacrosse, learning about some of the history, the people who paved the way for lacrosse in East Tennessee. And as we start to dig a little bit, we really learn it has a kind of a cool history to it in East Tennessee. And more athletes are starting to gravitate towards that sport in the spring. And of course, that's going to affect other sports like baseball or football or what have you, as athletes begin to pick up lacrosse and play it even more and take it more seriously. So, but it's been going on quite a bit. You're seeing schools add teams, and schools that have had lacrosse for quite some time are really successful.
Jesse, thank you so much. Your input it really helps illuminate our audience with what's going on, and really, because you guys keep tabs of those teams from East Tennessee, it just means an awful lot. Thank you so much.
Yeah, enjoyed the talks this week, and best of luck to you guys the rest of the way.
That's right, 5-Star Preps, and you can either use the number or the word 5-Star Preps, and that's where you can find all their information. We appreciate it. Jesse Smithy joining us. It is time for our bottom of the hour break. Spring Fling HQ rolls on from Sportscom here in Murfreesboro on the TSSAA network.
Uh-oh, lots of blue lights up ahead. I wonder what happened up there.
The crash ahead is severe. When an occupant is not properly restrained, they are at greater risk of being ejected. Once ejected, an occupant is more likely to be killed. Buckling up is the single most effective thing you can do to protect yourself in a crash.
Buckle up, Tennessee. Every trip, every time. Brought to you by THSO, the Tennessee Highway Safety Office.
This is the season when not just our head, but our heart's in the game. A time when our town starts to feel more like our team. At First Bank, we're community superfans. We don't wear uniforms, but we all wear our heart for community on our sleeve. That means we're not just in the bleachers Friday nights. We're in your corner 24/7, cheering your goals even louder. Don't just get a bank, get a team. First Bank. Bank local, get more. Member FDIC.
Live coverage of the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships is on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA network.
When was the last time you felt free? It's time to uncover that feeling again.
Because you are protected with the compassion of a cross and shield, accepted by more doctors and hospitals, and the power of a card that opens doors in all 50 states.
Giving you the freedom to love, to dream, to dance like no one is watching. Live fearless.
Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee, an independent licensee of the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association.
Want to know what I like best about high school sports? I love watching my son run on the field. I love the fact that since he's been playing high school sports, he's making better decisions. And I love knowing that with the proper equipment, education, conditioning, and coaching, high school sports here in Tennessee are safer than ever before. And that's something I really love.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Tennessee did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ in our final regularly scheduled hour here in our 21st hour of coverage here of Spring Fling 30.
You and I are not going overtime, are we?
I'm a little punchy. I think we may end up going a little bit overtime tonight to help our friends out at WGNS. And speaking of such, Brian Barrett joins us as he and John Dinkins they've put in their time this week as well, broadcasting. They cover as many games as possible of Rutherford County-based teams. And Brian, have you run out of sunscreen yet? Are you hydrated well enough?
I have my yearly Spring Fling sunburn, and yes, plenty of waters to go around. And thankfully, the bathrooms are close by, so it's just a typical week. And, you know, I just wanted to say, Jerry Lewis must have nothing on you. You've gone 21 hours plus today, or this week.
We'll check the tote board here in just a little bit.
Haven't made a dime yet today.
That's right. That's right. Well, you mentioned your typical Spring Fling suntan. And as a local broadcaster, you know, you've been very fortunate. Every year, you've got teams from across Rutherford County that have been here. And gosh, you know, how long have you and John been doing Spring? I guess as long as you've been doing them, a lot of Spring Fling games.
Yeah, it's 18 years in Murfreesboro or so, and I know that we've had someone in Spring Fling, and usually multiple teams each and every year. So this year we had 2 baseball and 2 softball teams, and lost 4A softball team in Riverdale after a couple of games, and then Stewart's Creek lost earlier this afternoon. And the Eagleville teams are still going, and last year, of course, they had that magical run to their first ever team championship on one day, on a Saturday, winning softball, and the next day winning baseball on a Sunday, which was also only the second time that we've ever done a high school game on a Sunday. So, I mean, each year has its own memories, and you know, this year, just thankfully, we've had very good weather.
Yeah, we have, and that is expected to continue tomorrow. It's interesting. We talked to a lot of newspaper guys who have who are here covering a lot of different teams. You guys are doing that from a broadcast perspective. Tell folks, because I know there's probably folks listening on WGNS that might wonder, why did they pick that game instead of this game? How do you, when you look at the overall Spring Fling schedule, and then obviously it has to be adjusted day by day by wins and losses, that kind of thing. What are your priorities when you start to set the schedule and of games you're going to cover?
Yeah, it's as our county grows, it becomes increasingly difficult, but just to try to spread out the coverage among the schools, number one. And I say problem, it is one of the challenges that we deal with in the spring as you're dealing with two separate sports in softball and baseball, unlike girls and boys basketball when they play same night, one game, then, girls game, then the boys game. So that makes that pretty easy to cover two games. So just to try to get around to 11, 12 schools in both sports, it's virtually impossible. So that's one of the things that we try to do and bounce back and forth. Like today, part of our plan today was we knew that Stewart's Creek faced elimination and they were playing Farragut. If they won that second game, we would be on the air on that, or won that first game, we would be on the air with the second game. But we also had the plan, hey, we could drop down and pick up Eagleville softball this afternoon, cut them on the first day, and pick them up today. And, it just happened by chance that that was the result in the Stewart's Creek game, and we can come over and see a good softball game with Eagleville and Joe Burns in a few.
Yep, and so in the game that Eagleville is following, they will be following the Columbia Academy Silverdale game, which is now in the bottom of the fifth inning, and because it'll be on that field over at Starplex. The highlights so far for you here in this 30th Spring Fling. I know you hope that the highlights will come tomorrow with a couple of championships, but what leading up to this moment?
Well, gosh, there have been each year has its own special memories. We were just over at Siegel, and every time I look at Siegel scoreboard, I see their state championship from 2016, and Craig Revis guided that 2016 team to, they lost the first game in the tournament and were in the losers bracket and had to power on through that entire tournament and got to the championship game over at Middle. And, it was a slugfest. And then they went back to their starting pitcher from earlier in the week. He had enough pitches to come in and strike out the side to win that 2016 championship. That's something that you don't forget. And last year with Eagleville, just playing on a Sunday, we were all cramped in over there at Riverdale. And I say cramped in because I don't know how many thousands of people seemed to be there. It was just an electric atmosphere. So, I think those are a couple of the big highlights. Siegel has been that same year in 2016, Siegel softball was playing in the softball championship. And so we were doing that game. And then I went over and started the baseball game, and John joined me after finishing up the softball game when they finished runner-up. So, each year has its own fun and challenges, and it can be an exhausting week. This coming up will be our 6th broadcast, and 7 tomorrow, and maybe another one after that. Who knows?
Yep, and in addition to that, you're juggling MTSU baseball this week because they're having a great run through the Conference USA tournament, and they're on your air. And then in between and around, we've been fortunate to be on your air with Spring Fling HQ, and that's kind of what we hope is help to tie part of that together and fill in the holes.
Yeah, it's been great. When Bradley had this idea several years ago and others at TSSAA, I just thought it was just a wonderful idea on trying to get the word out on all of the sports, because you can't be everywhere all at once, and it's a good resource to have. And it just seemed from a programming point of view, something that we can offer folks who come into Murfreesboro to see the Spring Fling championships, for them to, tune in and see what's going on in other locations, and plus with our local audience. And weaving all of that in and out, especially with MTSU having a great Conference USA tournament, has been a bit of a challenge. And, even after the broadcast, it's scheduling and trying to figure out the next day. But it's all worth it.
Yeah, it is. It is, and we certainly want to extend our thanks for your partnership with us of having an over-the-air outlet for this program for the exact reason you talked about. You know, if there's folks who are at tennis and maybe on the drive over to watch a soccer game or baseball or softball, that they're able to tune in and get updated on what all's going on.
Yeah, that's the really neat thing about it. Between that and, you know, technology and all the updates and brackets and the TSSAA sports.com, obviously a great resource for everything. I mean, we use it bouncing around. We get stats from the previous games. It's just something you don't necessarily get during the regular season, and it all culminates. I know there are thousands of people that work to make this thing happen in the city and with TSSAA, and it's just been a great partnership here with Murfreesboro, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right, and we'll be hopefully we'll continue to get the weather we're getting, and by about 9 o'clock tomorrow night we will have Spring Fling 30 in the books. With another broadcast to go today, Brian, take a big slug of Listerine. Make sure that throat is good. You and John, wish you all the best of luck, and thanks again for taking some time this afternoon.
All right, no problem, and keep up the good work there.
I appreciate it. Brian Barrett joining us from WGNS as we roll on here in hour 21 of coverage of Spring Fling HQ. Baseball and softball updates to come as you listen here on the TSSAA Network.
Why are interscholastic sports called the last classroom of the day? Because they teach students important life lessons like teamwork, accountability, and perseverance. School sports are so much more than a game. They're about developing the whole person. That's why they're an essential part of every student's education.
Encourage your student to participate in the last classroom of the day. Interscholastic sports in Tennessee. This message presented by the TSSAA and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Vanderbilt Sports Medicine has provided world-class orthopedic care to Nashville and surrounding communities for over 16 years. Our physicians evaluate and treat bone and joint injuries in patients of all ages, not just athletic injuries. The Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Center specializes in knee and shoulder injuries, but also cares for ankles, hips, necks, and backs. If you have a bone or joint injury, contact the Vanderbilt Sports Medicine Clinic today. Call us at 615-322-7878 or visit us online at vanderbiltorthopedics.com.
We're delivering the latest from the TSSAA Spring Sports State Championships on Spring Fling HQ from the TSSAA Network.
So why do teenagers play high school sports?
My reason why is a sense of purpose.
My reason why is love for the game.
My reason why is to inspire others.
One reason student athletes seldom mention is to get an athletic scholarship. They know that only 2% of all high school athletes are awarded a sports scholarship, and most of those are worth far less than the cost of tuition. So, why do they play?
My reason why is commitment.
My reason why is friendship.
A sense of purpose, love for the game, to help others, friendship. There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports and to participate in other high school activities like cheerleading, debate, and music. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Meet Josh.
Hi, everybody.
Josh is a high school basketball player, solid shooter, great teammate.
Hey, don't forget my tenacious D.
And he's my son. So, what does Josh do to be the best basketball player he can be?
I play tennis.
Studies show that student athletes here in Tennessee who play more than one high school sport are more likely to excel. Tennis does more than improve Josh's conditioning. It gives him a fresh competitive outlet, reduces the risk of injury by cross-training, and introduces him to different coaching techniques and new friends.
Don't get me wrong, hoops are my first love. Tennis just gives me a little break.
So when the new season begins, Josh isn't burned out on basketball. He's eager to play. And you can see the difference in his game.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Question. When you walk into the boardrooms of the most successful companies here in Tennessee, who do you meet? Answer. Men and women who play high school sports. Education-based high school sports give us more than athletes we can root for. They give us leaders we can depend on. Question. So where will we find tomorrow's leaders? Answer. High school sports.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ as we move towards 6 o'clock tonight with our coverage of all that is Spring Fling. And we've got some baseball to get you updated on in just a couple of moments. And we appreciate earlier Jesse Smithy joining us and Brian Barrett joining us here this afternoon.
Let's take a few moments and get caught up with the TSSAA Hall of Fame, which was held last month, the annual luncheon and the inductee of the new members. We're here with Heather Carter with the TSSAA office. She heads up the Hall of Fame and has been doing that for several years now, haven't you?
Since 2005. That's when I took it over.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Hall of Fame and maybe go through who was inducted this year?
Absolutely. So we started the Hall of Fame back in 1982. Our Hall of Fame consists of administrators, coaches, officials, and contributors. And after this year's class of 9 was inducted, we are now at 357 members total. And the people that were inducted this year, we had Brian True, an administrator from Loretta, Vic Grider, a coach from South Pittsburgh, coached football for a long time there. The late Jim Hines was a coach in the Memphis, Cordova area, mainly ECS and Briarcrest. And then Dave Meskey, coach from Knoxville. He spent his entire career at the Webb School of Knoxville. And then the late Danny Joe Young. He was a coach in the Memphis area, track and field. And then we had 3 officials in this year's class. Marty Clements, official from Jackson, Tennessee. And then Dale Ford, longtime official from Jonesboro in East Tennessee. And then Donnie Graham, who's also an official from East Tennessee in Rockford. And then we had 1 contributor from Cookeville, and that was Mr. Pat Swallows.
So, Heather, this is an annual event, and I'm sure that the nominations are open. Can you explain the process of how someone might be nominated for the Hall of Fame?
Absolutely. So we're always looking for nominees to add to our pool here. So every year the nominations are due in the office by November the 1st for the following year. We have a selection committee that's made up of 9 members. There's 3 administrators, 3 coaches, and 3 officials from all 3 areas of the state that are members of that committee. So yeah, we have nomination forms that are on our website. If you just visit TSSAA.org and just type Hall of Fame in the search bar, that'll take you to the Hall of Fame section. But basically, nominees have to meet one of the following 3 criteria. They either have to be 50 years of age, or retired for 3 years, or out of that field of service for 3 years. So any of those 3 criteria have to be met. And then there's detailed instructions on everything we would need for the nomination on that form. Our ceremony is held in April each year. Generally, it's been on a Saturday, a luncheon in Murfreesboro, but just stay tuned because we might have some changes coming in that area.
This is the cream of the crop of folks that have been involved with the TSSAA over the years. What are some of your most fond memories of being involved with the Hall of Fame, and why is it a special event every year?
Well, it's always special just getting to honor these people, as like you said, that have put in so much time and effort into the organization and just athletics across the state. I'd say we've had a lot of wonderful memories of the event, but probably the most memorable, I would say, was the year of COVID, as with many things. We ended up inducting the class of 2020 instead of doing it in April of 2020. They didn't get to be inducted until July, and then we had to skip the class of 2021. So that was just an odd year, but we were glad we were able to finally get that done throughout the COVID situation. But yeah, we've had some great crowds. You know, it started out at the James Union building over on MTSU's campus, but we quickly outgrew that because our crowd averages between 350 and 400 every year. So it's mainly just a great time for everybody who's been inducted in the past to come together and use it as a reunion of sorts.
Well, Heather, thank you for taking the time out to talk with us here at Spring Fling HQ, and best of luck with the process next year.
Well, thank you, Bradley.
Special thanks to Heather Carter and some information on TSSAA Hall of Fame. Time now to check, do a run through on the scoreboard. In baseball, these are all elimination games going on right now. They were if games. The winners of these games will move into the championship games tomorrow over at MTSU. In Class 2A, Union County is leading Forest 9-1. So it looks like Union County is going to be the opponent for Milan tomorrow in Class 2A. But again, that is just in the bottom of inning number 4. Top of the 5th inning in Class 3A, it is Upperman and Dyer County. Upperman leading 4-1. If the winner gets to the finals to face the winner of Brighton and Greenville, and that one is now tied at 2 apiece. We talked to Jesse Smithy a while ago. We talked about Greenville here trying to get to the finals. Greenville has been good in softball. Greenville in the finals in soccer. They've been very, very good. And in the bottom of the 6th inning in Class 4A, Collierville and Hardin Valley. Hardin Valley out of the Knoxville area leading that game 3-1 in the bottom of inning number 6. And the winner there will move on to face Farragut in the 4A championship game tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. East Robertson and Eagleville are set to play tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in the 1A championship. So softball rocking and rolling too, David.
Oh, yeah. It's a final now between Gibbs and East Hamilton. Gibbs victorious by a score of 7-3. That's a 3A game at Starplex Field number 1. Gibbs now earns the right to play Lexington in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, there you go.
At 6 o'clock, the game is scheduled to start between Gibbs and Lexington. That's already on the screen if you're following the stats on TSSAA.com. And top of the 6th inning, it's Division II AA championship game. Baylor leads Chattanooga Christian by a score of 7-5. If Baylor wins, they're the champions. If they happen to lose, then they'll play again just shortly afterwards. Another final in 4A, Daniel Boone has defeated Henry County by a score of 12-1. That earns them the right to play Nolensville at 6:30 p.m. at Starplex Field number 3. And our final game on the scoreboard right now is in the bottom of the 6th inning, Division II Single A. Silverdale leads Columbia Academy 2-1. That's a championship game also. Same conditions as Baylor and Chattanooga Christian. 2 games coming up. They are elimination games in 2A, Waverly and Forest. That starts at 6 o'clock, and the other 6 o'clock game in Starplex number 1 is 3A competition between Lexington and Gibbs that we talked about just a minute ago. And Chip, I also have the unified track team results. Let me run through those right quick.
Yep,
before
go right
we get
ahead.
to soccer. Coming in number 1 in the unified track team was The Bartlett team head coach is Jaja Nadeau. Second place went to Clarksville and their head coach Leandra Jenkins. Number 3, Gibbs. Number 4, Franklin. And number 5 turned out to be Hickson, and that is the unified track team results.
Glad we were able to get that information on as well. In soccer, the Division II Class 2A Championship, they are in extra time over at the Richard Siegel Soccer Complex, and the MBA and CPA, both out of the Nashville area, they are there and battling, and the game is now tied at 1-1. The winner of that one will become your state champion in Division II Class 2A, and that is basically all that is on the scoreboard right now. So just a big update there. Coming up for our folks on WGNS, we'll be giving you a full update of activity that'll be going on tomorrow. For those of the rest of you listening on TSSAA we remind you that there's continuing coverage of Spring Fling 30, the TSSAA Spring Sports Championships, online at TSSAAsports.com. Spring Fling HQ is a production of the TSSAA, production assistance by Shawnee Spiker and Matthew Gillespie, and our executive producer is Bradley Lambert. Thank you for joining us all week. Again, on WGNS, we'll be giving you an update on upcoming schedule tomorrow in Spring Fling action. For the rest of you, good night.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to inspire others.
Why do thousands of teenagers here in Tennessee participate in high school sports and activities?
My reason why is friendship.
Their reasons are as diverse as the students themselves. But the one thing they all share is the opportunity to have fun and learn important life lessons. Lessons like supporting their community, learning how to be a leader, and building lifelong friendships.
My reason why is defying expectations.
Is there a grade school or middle school student in your family? Then encourage them to participate in a sport or activity when they go to high school.
My reason why is to make a change in the world.
This message presented by the NFHS and the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association.
Honey, isn't it amazing?
What?
The sacrifice, the dedication, the grit. I mean, they really set an example, don't they?
Oh, well, no question. Today's high school athletes are truly special.
Not the athletes.
Well, who?
The officials.
Oh.
Today's student athletes are truly special, but there's something pretty great about the men and women who officiate their games too, like the way they're giving back to their communities. Officiating is a terrific way to stay in shape, meet new people, and stay connected to the game you love. But the biggest reason of all, we need more qualified high school officials here in Tennessee. And without them, the rest of us would have a whole lot less to cheer about. High school games need officials. High school sports need you.
Great call, Ralph!
Yeah!
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Stay tuned for more live coverage on Spring Fling HQ. Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 2 minutes.
Let's be real. The odds of a high school athlete getting a college scholarship and making it to the pros are pretty slim. Don't get me wrong, it's okay to dream of becoming a pro athlete, even a famous one. But that's not why I play. My reason why? I love the competition.
My reason why is community.
My reason why is leadership.
My reason why is to challenge myself.
My reason why is love for the game.
And hey, if we don't make it to the pros or onto the cover of Sports Illustrated, that's okay, because there's every reason to believe we'll excel in something even bigger than sports. We'll excel in life.
There are lots of great reasons to play high school sports. Tell us your reason using the hashtag #MyReasonWhy.
Spring Fling HQ is in a local station break and will return in 1 minute.
Okay, here are 3 important reasons why your son or daughter should play a sport in high school.
Number 1.
High school sports teach valuable life lessons like self-discipline and time management skills.
2.
Teens who play a high school sport have better grade point averages.
And number 3.
High school sports are safer than ever before.
This message presented by the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association and the Tennessee Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back into Spring Fling HQ, our final segment coming up. Congratulations to Silverdale as they claim the Division II Class A softball championship today as they knock off Columbia Academy 2-1, and that ends a streak from Columbia Academy of 3 state titles, and pretty strong still if you in that 4th consecutive when you lose in the championship game to Silverdale in a great game today, 2-1. So give it we'll run through baseball and softball all again with everything we've got right now. Let's start out in baseball, bottom of the 5th at Stewart's Creek in Class 2A. It is Union County leading Forest 9-1. It appears that Union County will be the opponent coming up for Milan in the 2A championship game. In 3A, bottom of the 5th inning, Upperman leading Dyer County 4-1, and winner of that goes to the state championship game in 3A. Also in 3A, top of the 7th, Greenville trying to get 3 outs here to with Brighton. And if they hang on, they will be in the state championship game as well. Top of the 7th in Class 4A, Hardin Valley with a 4-1 lead over Collierville. If they hang on and get 3 outs on Collierville, they too will be in the 4A championship game against Farragut. So that's baseball. David, you got softball.
Yeah, top of the 6th inning, Division II AA. Baylor is leading Chattanooga Christian 7-5. We'll see how that turns out. See if we have a new champion at the end of this game. The other final in 4A was Daniel Boone just ripping Henry County 12-1. That earns Daniel Boone the opportunity to play Nolensville at 6:30 tonight and at Starplex Field number 3. Division II Single A was Silverdale winning the state championship over Columbia Academy by a score of 2-1. That game is final, and we have a couple starting, Waverly and Forest. They're playing for the opportunity to play Westview for the state championship. That game will start a little after 6 o'clock. It may have already started by now. We just may not have the start effective. And the other pregame is Lexington against Gibbs. That game is starting right now also.
All right, in soccer, we are in the second overtime period over at the Richard Siegel Soccer Stadium. They're in the 94th minute of play, and it is still tied 1-1. They are 6 minutes away from penalty kicks coming up to determine that one. Now, let's set the table for tomorrow.
Where do we start?
At the beginning. 9 a.m. We've got, I'll start a part of the run through here. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, you've got, these are all championship matches in girls tennis. Kaiser and Bondurant from Union City against Kelly and Kelly of Summertown, Class A doubles. Ellison Reynoldson of Camden against Mitzi Castro of Madison Magnet, Class A singles. We've got yet to be determined Class AA doubles and Class AA singles. Also at 9 a.m., Division II Class A doubles. It'll be Baba and Craig of USJ against Kahn and Young of Lausanne. Allie Faulkner of CAK will face Shelby Franklin in the Division II Class A singles at Adams Tennis Complex. Then you have, at 9 a.m., Division II AA doubles, Murphy and Leoconis of Knox Catholic against Profit and Zarnecki of Baylor. Also at 9 o'clock, Maeve and Thornton of Knox Catholic against Maeve Thornton against Melanie Woodbury of Hutchison for the Division II Class 2A singles at the Adams Tennis Complex. And then, David, we get into baseball and softball.
Baseball and softball. So at 10 a.m., East Robertson will take on Eagleville at MTSU. In girls softball Division 2A, we should have names on that one, but I don't know what they are because I've not looked.
That is Silverdale wins it. So
yes.
there is no game.
There is no game. Okay, that's why I was so confused. 11 a.m. soccer, Station Camp versus Brentwood in Class AAA. And in girls softball, Gordonsville will be playing the winner of Joe Burns and Eagleville at 11 a.m. in girls softball.
All right, now let's get into boys tennis. At 11 a.m., Medford and Natsuko of University School take on Britt and Mullins of Chester County in the Class A doubles. Boys tennis at 11 a.m., it is Tobias Mandeville of Merrill Hyde against Ethan Porterfield of Chattanooga Arts and Sciences Class A singles. Boys tennis at 11, Arul and Amaba of Collierville against Cup and Macon of William Blunt in the AA doubles at Adams Tennis Complex. 11 a.m., Ranjay Arul of Collierville will face Rich Lalance of Murfreesboro Siegel for the Class AA singles crown. Miller and Wilkinson of USJ will face the Nath brothers of Lausanne in the Division II Class A doubles at Adams Tennis Complex. Jack Veazey of Jackson Christian will face Danny Hamsey of Lausanne, Division II Class A singles final. Greer and Torrey of MBA will face Getz and Amorde of McCauley in the Division II Class 2A doubles at Adams Tennis Complex. And you have Hank Tronsden of Innsworth and Roberto Ferrer of MUS in the Division II Class A singles at the Adams Tennis Complex. So that's all I have on this sheet right here. And go to the top of page 2, and there you go.
He's confused me. Okay, let's see here. It's top of page 2. Let me see where I am.
That would be the short page.
Oh my gosh. So top of he's trying to coach me as I go. So here we go with girls softball at 11:30 a.m. It'll be Westview versus the winner of Waverly Forest at Starplex number 2. That's Class 2A. And in Class 3A, McNary Central will play the winner of Lexington and Gibbs. Those two games will finish up tonight. That game will be at 12:30. In baseball, Milan versus Union County Forest winner at MTSU. That will be for a championship game. In girls softball, Green Hill will take on Daniel Boone at 1 p.m. in Class 4A. And in soccer, it'll be Alcoa and Madison Magnet Class A at the stadium at 1:30 and the soccer championship. And the girls softball let's go on to soccer. The Valor College Prep versus Greenville, Class AA at the stadium. That will be at 4 p.m. That'll be the final soccer championship game.
So there you have it. That is the schedule of events that are coming up tomorrow, and that will indeed wrap up our coverage here on WGNS. So, David, one last time, put your headset on one more time, and we wrap up 21 hours plus of coverage here today, and it all comes to a whirlwind right here at the end.
And it's been fun. It really has. We've had great weather, great fans, great games. We've had great people surrounding us, and we thank everyone for all the support, because none of this would have been possible, and it's been said 100 times this week.
That's right, and it has been fun. It is obviously challenging, but very rewarding for us to be here to be able to help deliver the information that we do. So for our entire crew, including our executive producer, Bradley Lambert, who we mentioned just a moment ago, and for David Lambert, I'm Chip Walters. Thanks for being with us. If you're listening on WGNS, you've got softball coming up here in the next few minutes, so stick around. You've been listening to Spring Fling HQ on the TSSAA network. Good night, everybody.